We are live, everybody. Hey-ho, and welcome to the show. It's the Offensive Charm Podcast, episode 36. How we doing, everybody? Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you're all doing good. Had a lovely day so far. I am Alex. Most just call me Jazz. I am the Charm. And you may have noticed that our offensive is missing, but we did find a fill-in. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. It's Helmsman. I see. You know what you should do about that? You know what you should do about that green line? You should tell chat about it again because you were muted that whole time.
Was I?
Yeah, I forgot to fucking switch the input. My bad. Yeah, so say the joke again. But it'll be funnier the second time, I'm sure.
I think that I said hello, and then I said, this is so much funnier. I said, I think that I am sickly because I have a blurry green line that's around my model.
Oh yeah, that was much better the second time. Well done. Very good. Very
It wasn't
nice.
really a joke. It was just commentary.
I found it hilarious. So, anywho. So, I'm sorry.
That was an intro of all time.
I am sorry, Helmsman.
It certainly was an intro.
You know what? This is on me. I'm sorry, chat, Helmsman, everyone, Amorata. I apologize. It will happen again. Anyway, but our special guest is a returning guest. You guys may recall our lovely little cutest Cthulhu. We have Amorata back in the studio. Hello, Amorata. How you doing?
I'm quite well, thank you. Everything seems to be going okay, minus the tortured dog in the background. Don't worry about him; he's fine.
Lovely, absolutely lovely.
Can't do a lot about that.
It's probably fine. Oh, you know what? I think I'm actually might have to bring you down just a little bit. What do I have you at? 100%. That's probably fine. No, it's good. We're good.
Do I need to turn my end down?
Muted dumbass. You know what, Angel? You know what? I'm doing my best, okay? I'm sorry. But welcome in, everybody. Good to see you all. Welcome back to 2016. We have Gamergate, Cheeto president, war in Ukraine, China is making the West look shitty, and so much more. Oy vey. Time truly is a flat circle, is it not, my friends? Is it not? Well, at any rate,
spiral down the drain, but sure.
Hey, don't be like that. Could always be worse, you know. I mean, obviously there's still time, but you know. I am hopeful. You know what, chat? I'm gonna claim right here and now on this podcast that I am hopeful for a brighter, greater future for America from here on. I think we can bring it back.
Chat, did you know that, according to physics, when you enter the event horizon, you can't tell?
Oh, well.
Take
good to
that
know.
analogy as you will.
Yeah. You know what I need to do? I need to make a fucking, because I have the little, like, the thought bubbles, right? What I really need, though, is a transparent image of the fucking, like, frenzy bar from Bloodborne. Just sit that above my head constantly. Just...
I feel like I'm possibly the most relaxed here.
Well, I mean, considering you're probably the one causing the fucking frenzy, Amorata. You know.
That might be me. It might not. I can't necessarily promise that I am.
Oh, geez, chat. I wonder who it could possibly be. Surely not the eldritch horror in the middle of the fucking screen right now. Nah.
Would I do that kind of thing?
Yes.
Maybe.
No, not maybe. Yes.
You have no proof. That's the point. Like you said, you can't tell.
Don't worry, you're gonna do it on stream, like at some point tonight, and then that's all the proof I'll need.
You'll try.
I got my finger on the print screen button on my keyboard right now. I'm ready.
Then he triggers it and just screws himself up, catches himself doing something crazy. It'd be great.
Yeah.
Did Arthur buy a cage yet? Who? What? Arthur.
Who's Arthur, and why was he buying a cage?
I have no idea. I feel like this is a reference to something that I didn't watch or read. Or C? I mean, maybe it's like a meme.
Oh, wait.
Like a recent meme.
This is Arthur is right above the same person. Arthur Imoto's kitten boy wife.
Hopefully I get to slave status soon. Wow. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I mean, the way Twitter people are going on about it, yeah, you might be enslaved pretty soon, depending. Yeah.
Hey, at least you get free room and board.
Not a bad deal, all things considered. Hang on one second. I was about to tell chat.
I do like that sidebar that says that Trump wins amongst varied public response. It's like, no, who could have foreseen? Some people would like it and some people wouldn't. No way.
Almost like that's what happens in every election ever. Whoa.
Wow.
Little something like that, yeah. But
Varied
yes.
is definitely one way to put it. When some people are like dunking and some people are like they got the knife on the wrist, just
Curled up in the corner, crying in the dark.
Or in a college campus, if you're in Georgetown.
I definitely would consider that a varied response, at least.
I mean, sometimes life is just really hard, and you need like a cup of hot cocoa and some Legos, okay?
I mean, I wouldn't mind a
what?
cup of hot cocoa.
I wouldn't either. It's actually fucking cold as shit. Even here in Cali now, it's finally starting to cool down, and I am remembering how much I dislike the cold. Actually,
it's snowing here in New Mexico right now, right out my window. It's snowing here. So
I see, it's funny because
I didn't know you were Mexican.
I live in Montana, and it snowed yesterday.
no, I am a new
little
Mexican.
Oh, I see.
Unlike those old Mexicans.
Yeah, the ones that the left fucking hates now.
Boomer Mexican.
those fucking Trump loving Mexicans. God damn them, all of them.
I have maintained, and I know that Rosa has too, that the group that hates the illegals the most are the legal Hispanic diaspora. There's nobody that hates the illegals more.
I live in fucking Montana, and I can actually vouch for that. I met a guy who moved up here from California because of and he was Mexican because of the fucking illegals.
Yeah.
Wait. Hang on. You said he was Mexican because of the illegals?
No, he moved up here because of the illegals.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I heard the sentence wrong for a second. I thought he said he was Mexican because the shit's contagious. The shit's contagious.
He grew a sombrero and a bandolier and got a sudden addiction to tacos. And moved to Montana to become a vaquero.
He was hoping we had a recovery program. Let's put it that way. Moved to the whitest possible place he hopefully could. Maybe he'd turn back.
Gotta make sure not to miss those MA meetings, right? The Mexicans Anonymous. Hello, my name is Juan. Hi, Juan.
Those meetings are called like Alcoholics Anonymous, and the first you do is just like tell everybody what your name is.
Yeah.
You tell them your first name,
just your first name.
This is my first AA meeting. My name is John. It's like,
that is a funny point though. Why do they call it Alcoholics Anonymous if you just tell everyone your name anyway? And yeah, granted, it's just your first name, but
you don't tell them where you work.
But why don't you go in with like a handle, right? Like your
well,
fucking
how do they know if
your fucking Xbox, your Xbox username, right?
That's true.
Like buttfucker69. Hi guys, you can call me.
You totally can. You can give them any name you want.
Oh, okay.
They don't check your ID or anything.
I feel like this situation's probably actually happened at an AA meeting at some point.
I'm here. Just call me King Edgelord 23.
Some stupid shit like that. Absolutely. Oh God.
Oh my God.
So, let's circle back to the actual podcast we're here for. So, guys, please do. It is. We're having a great time already. By the way, community note: chat. Miss Harris is Indian again. Oh, I just think it was so.
Are they gonna change her Wikipedia page back?
It is.
Is that the accent she's gonna use now?
Get there. I am Indian.
It is so funny how quick leftists were to turn on a minority group once they didn't get their way.
Right.
It was so fucking fast. Those goddamn Mexicans! Like,
well, notice how they're like they're calling them Hispanics and not Latinxes.
Yeah, they don't deserve the name Latinx anymore. They don't.
Yeah, they're not worthy of their linguistic colonization anymore.
Oh god damn it. Okay, all right. Okay. So
focus. We gotta focus.
I'm sorry.
I got work in the morning.
Focus on the podcast we're here for. So okay, guys, please do remember to like, comment, and subscribe to the podcast. We're still trying to get to that 500. We're very slowly, gradually getting there. We need your help, and we appreciate it, as always. If you tell your friends, your family, whoever will listen, just go to a corner and just start screaming about the podcast, and hopefully somebody will take enough interest. They most people are going to look at you weird, but one guy's going to be like, I wonder why is it really such an amazing podcast that would cause him to come out onto the street and just start screaming? Maybe.
Probably not.
Maybe you have to look that up. Listen, one person will be curious enough to look it up.
There's only one way to find out, though, and that's what
exactly. Yeah.
And then
if you get yourself,
it's really not that great, but they might as well hit subscribe anyway. So.
Yeah. If you get yourself one of those like sign twirler like twirly signs and just put Offensive Charm Podcast on it, just wave that around a bit. That would also help.
Hand out business cards for them.
Or get
that would be great.
We should middle of bumfuck nowhere like Pippa did.
That'd work too. There's many things you could do to help advertise the podcast, and we'll pay you for none of it, but we will thank you. So, yeah. And of course, we will answer your questions at the end of the show. If you'd like, the poll, the question thing is already up there. So if you want to send us a question, we'll go ahead and answer them at the end of the show once we've gone over everything else. And please do send some stuff in. We'd love to see what you guys have to say. But all that aside, I suppose we can get right into the weeks. Who was at a week? Who's done stuff? Who's played a video game, perhaps, or watched a movie, maybe? Or one of those Japanese animes, perhaps. I don't know. What you got, Helmsman? What's up? What you been up to?
I actually did some new stuff this week, which doesn't really happen too much because I'm fucking old and set in my ways.
I know that feeling.
So I watched the first 2 episodes of the Yakuza show on Amazon.
Oh god,
and I
please!
fucking hate it.
Oh no! God damn it! No,
bro. They Okay, so
go ahead. All right, what's the rundown? Give it to me. Give it to me straight.
Okay, so obviously they took they kind of had this choice, right? Because it's the charm of the video game is that it's like no other series has done it quite like that, like Yakuza, where they have super serious content
and then the side quest dimension,
and it's juxtaposed right up against the most ridiculous, nonsensical, stupid stuff. That's absolutely hilarious, and it works. You know what I mean?
It does.
And it's I can't think of another game that does that so damn well.
I'm curious about one thing, actually, before you continue. So, is this Japanese dub only, or do they also dub it in English?
No, they have it dubbed in English, and it's annoying as fuck because the English dub doesn't match the subtitles.
Oh, it's one of those. Fuck.
It's fucking awful.
You should be watching it in Japanese. Let's be honest here.
I was, but I wanted to check it out because I always want. I always have a morbid curiosity. Yeah, about everything.
Did they get Young to voice Kiryu again?
No, it's not that bad. I have a better Kiryu voice than Young.
I bet you do. I'd love to hear it someday.
I bet sorry, go ahead. Voice acting, but so the show it kind of. I could see why they had to do this. I mean, this is a really difficult thing to adapt because of that zaniness next to really serious melodrama, dramatic aspect of the game. So I don't blame them necessarily for just focusing on the melodrama of the main story kind of stuff, right? But here's the problem.
So does this go off of Yakuza 1? Or
no, that's the problem. It just makes it all up.
Oh no!
The show, at least from I've only seen the first 2 episodes because I'm just why aren't you just starting at Yakuza 0 and just going?
Or even Yakuza 1, right? One of those 2 options would be fine.
Well, this one it kind of pseudo follows Yakuza 1, because Yakuza 1 is like he starts the game basically by getting out of prison, right?
Yeah, because he's
and that's pretty much. So this one, like the first episode, it's like he's friends with like Yumi and oh gosh, what's her name?
No, not
Nishiki, but there's Nishiki as well.
The bartender lady?
No, some other girl that's younger than Yumi. But they're like a gang of fucking thieves or some shit, right?
And not Yakuza?
Yeah, so it starts off with them doing this heist at an arcade, and it turns out that the arcade is run by the Dojima clan. Right? And so the Dojima basically they track them down to like at the Sunflower Orphanage.
Oh, okay. All right.
And like that's how, and then like they get them all, they all Yakuza them up and all that kind of stuff. And
so
then
this
Kiryu, like
Kiryu sort of predating
Zero,
it's
like before, it's even before Zero. Yeah.
Okay.
Because like Zero starts off with Kiryu like as like a young initiate, and he's like collecting a debt, right? He's just doing a rundown basically.
Yeah.
But this one is like even before. But Kiryu is like, he's like this hotshot kid, and he's like, he ends up like on his hands and knees, like begging the Yakuza to like let him into the clan and all this kind of stuff, instead of, and Nishiki is this, he's like, in Zero, Nishiki is like this groveling idiot, right? He's got this incompetence complex that he's dealing with.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, that's
true.
Yeah, that happened in that was the deal with him in Yakuza 0 / Yakuza 1.
Yeah, exactly. And then so that's like the origin.
Yeah.
There's Goro wasn't in the show, by the way. Majima is just not there.
Wow. Fuck. Sucks.
Yeah. And then it's like he ends up Kiryu ends up in prison. And then they keep doing this back and forth between like 1995 and 2005, right? And they keep going back and forth. Which it's actually fucking confusing the way they do it.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But it's just like, like the dynamic between he and Nishiki, like he's getting out of prison and like Nishiki's like the hot shot now. It's like, so they're kind of following the beats, but it's like the vibe just feels off, man. Now I will give the show credit. Like the way they made Kamurocho looks good. Like they got the big neon gate and all like the neon signs along the edge of the main drive where like the Serena bar is and that kind of stuff. They kind of get Theater Square, but it's not quite. I mean, it's there, you could tell, because like the theater's behind it, and all the buildings are right, but like Theater Square itself doesn't look like Theater Square. But you could tell it's supposed. But you could tell, like I could tell at the show, like, it's like, oh, they're in Theater Square. You know what I mean? So it's like they got it enough, or I could tell where they were. But man, the action is not very good.
Oh no! Okay. Oh wait. Like, so do we at least get Kiryu doing a heat move on somebody? That definitely does not kill them. Totally doesn't kill them.
Heat moves. He does like heat moves. Like the first thing he does when he gets out of prison is he like beats up like the Tojo clan people who are picking him up, because he's like, I don't want to have anything to do with the with the Yakuza and stuff like that. Yakuza. And like one of the guys, he like takes something, he like slams his face up against the prison wall and then like slides the face across the wall. Like it's like, okay, that I see that heat move in the game.
Okay.
And that kind of stuff. But
all right, fair enough.
Here's the thing though, but like we know that for a fact that in the zaniness of Yakuza, it is canon that you can see the blue flame shit.
Yeah.
That's not there. And that bugs me.
Oh man. Yeah, they gotta lean into the goofy, like over the top bullshit of it, or else it's not. Or else what's the point?
Like Yakuza also has the issue with like the cast of 1000s, so it can get hard to follow. Like especially like
it's
in
a
like
lot of fucking characters.
4 and 5 are notoriously difficult stories to follow because it's just so many damn characters. And you know how like whenever the game introduces like a character, it'll like freeze frame and then it'll go dun dun. And then
and you get the title, the name,
and his title. Yeah, right. Well, in this one, it just kind of slides onto the screen in like this new age, like silvery text, this clean text. And it's just like, if you're gonna do it fucking like the game does it. Like, what are you doing? Like it's
That's
so simple.
It's all we ever ask
Like,
for is just do it like the game does it, and they
there's
always
just
just
these
want to do their
little-
own thing.
Yeah, there's just all these little simple things that would have like really like made it like, oh, like these like, yeah, this is Yakuza. You know what I mean? There's all these little things that they just fail to do. That's just annoying as hell. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't have. I'm gonna watch it. It's only 6 episodes, so I'm gonna finish watching it.
Okay.
But
are we covering the entirety of the first game with these
No.
6 episodes, or is this like a first part
I
kind
think
of thing?
so. I think so because like the synopsis
There's no
at the end
fucking
of the
way.
6th episode is like a showdown with Nishiki.
Oh,
That's like what it's called.
Wow.
And I'm just like, no.
Oh, wait.
No.
Okay. How long are these episodes? How long are they?
I have to look it up. I think they're like 40 to 50 minutes long.
Okay. So they are
45,
doing
50
the
minutes.
longer episode format.
Yeah, they
okay.
are. But even so, like, man,
There's way too
I'm
much
just-
to cover in a Yakuza game to like
Dude.
compress it to 6 fucking episodes. And we
Yeah,
know
that's
we're not
the
getting
other-
any of the like the funny stupid like side quest shit, like the fucking baby fetish guys where you gotta fight the guys in diapers and all that shit, right? Like you're not getting any of that. That sucks.
or the pervert who's like constantly masturbating. You know. That
yeah.
guy.
Well, he's Yakuza 0 though, isn't he?
He's in 1 as well.
Mr. Libido is Mr. Libido in
Yeah.
1?
He's in 1 too. He's in both of them.
Huh.
But like, and that's the other issue with it is that like they have to cut out so like if they only have 6 episodes, there's just too much that they have to cut out for it to work.
Yeah.
It's just too much. There's just not. It's really fucking frustrating, and I had to like. It took me all day to get through the second episode because it just failed to hold my attention. And I'm just like, and not only that, but there's just flat out not enough action in it. There's just not.
Yeah, no, because in an actual Yakuza game, you're getting jumped every like 10 steps down the street, right? So it's like
Well, it's not
you
just that,
expect.
but just like the main story beats has consistent fighting, and it's
Yeah,
not
oh,
like
absolutely.
that in the show. And it's just like it's just
Oh,
there's
did they
so
do
many
a-
frustrating things about it.
Did they do a fucking Last of Us where it's like there's not even like you're barely seeing the mushroom zombies or anything like that shit? Because I hadn't actually watched the show myself, but I had heard that was like a thing that I'd heard often. It's like it's like it's the Last of Us, but there's not really a whole lot of the what do you call it? Cordyceps or all that shit.
Yeah.
Cordyceps, yeah.
There wasn't like a whole lot of that. It was more like the human interactions, and it's like, yeah, I get it, but it's like the zombies are still
this one
a
is
thing,
very
right?
much focused on Kiryu, which is good. At least they didn't sideline them.
Okay. Yeah.
And then, the actor is way too scrawny to be Kiryu. Because Kiryu is also kind of. But
He's not crazy jacked, but he's definitely like pretty fit. He's pretty built.
Well, he's not jacked. He's just cut.
Yeah.
You know, he's lean.
Yeah.
But he's got wide shoulders. He's very much got like a typical superhero build.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas the guy who's playing it is definitely like a skinny dude. You know what I mean? And it's just like, man, he just doesn't pull off the suit, like Kiryu does. It's just I don't know. I'm gonna watch more of it. I'm hoping that that more action happens, but I'm not confident in this show's ability to really get the story across properly like the game does.
What we need to know right now is whether or not they can properly execute on the jacket throw. Right, when it's time to get serious and the and the shirt and jacket come off all at once. Yeah, we need to know whether or not they're gonna. If they fuck that up, then I'm not interested.
I guarantee you they will. There's no way. Like, I mean, obviously, like all the Yakuza's clothes is like held together with Velcro. It's like hidden Velcro. Like that's how
pretty much.
Like, how do you tear off like a 3-piece suit with just like one swipe of the hand like they do in the game? You know what I mean? For the dramatic tattoo reveal.
I just love.
Those suits are made. They're like basketball pants. They're like held together with like Velcro seams. Like that's the only way.
So I just love that one GIF that somebody made where they like modded the game so that when Kiryu does the shirt and jacket toss, he also manages to rip off his pants. So he's just completely naked. And his shoes too. So like his shoes also come off somehow.
Oh my god, it's great. It's so I mean, honestly, if they do in the show have just one character, it has to be Kiryu. Like Kiryu has to be the one where they do it.
Yeah,
like who
absolutely.
can like just his you know, he can just tear his upper half of his clothes off like it's tissue paper.
Oh,
You know
absolutely.
what I mean? If
Here's the
they
thing.
do that once in the show, I will give the show 1 whole point.
Yeah. Well, so if they're gonna do
If
it,
it
they're
does
gonna
that.
do it in the final episode, because in the fight between him and Nishiki, like they both tear
do
their
it.
shirt. Yeah, at the end of the game. So
I mean, the fight at the end of every Yakuza game, they all tear their shirts off like
they
that.
do. They do.
And even just like desk jockey old men are still like shredded in that game. It's fucking
it's
hilarious.
great.
I love it.
Man.
I love it.
I don't know if you ever played Lost Judgment or either Judgment game.
Yes,
but
I
like
love Judgment.
Lost Judgment in the DLC with fucking what's his name, Kaito's DLC. I don't know if you played that.
Yeah.
But the best fucking shirt tear off in the entire series is in that DLC. In
Dude,
my opinion,
yeah.
the dude with the
great.
glasses right at the end,
Yeah.
and he's like so crazy fucking jacked, like the whole, like he looks completely normal. He just got his little button up shirt. And he's like this fucking
He's
nerd.
a fucking nerd.
He tears his shirt off.
He looks like he should have a pocket protector. And he tears his shirt off, and he looks like he's about to fucking walk on stage at the Arnold Classic. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah, like he's built like fucking Michael J. White or some shit. Like I lost my mind when I saw that. It was so good.
I love it though. I love the fact that Yakuza maintains that level of like fantasy. You know what I mean? Like they're very aware. Like Sega is very much aware of all the different elements of what makes the DNA of Yakuza, and they stick to it. I mean, I can't wait to play the
pirate Yakuza in Hawaii.
In Hawaii, yeah, dude. I can't. That looks so much, dude. It looks like everything that Skull and Bones should have been. Are you kidding me? It looks fucking awesome.
Absolutely.
But anyway,
all right, but what else? What else?
Let me get off that. I started playing Enshrouded again as well. I put it down for a few months, but Enshrouded is a survival crafting game that I think is like it's definitely like rised above all the others in that genre, because that genre, let's be real, is full of a lot of shovelware. But Enshrouded is like an exceptional survival crafting game, and they just released a new big update where they introduced like the frozen peaks like way up in the north.
This one here.
Yep, that right there. Yep, that's the new content that they just added.
This looks kind of cool, actually.
Dude, it's great. I actually want to make a server for this eventually. Like,
is this kind of like Conan Exiles-ish sort of deal? Like
yeah, it's kind of like
survival crafting
similar.
thing.
Yes, very similar. I just think that this one is exceptionally good. I actually, it's my favorite one actually out of all of them. So, but so I played that again, and I only scratched the surface. There's a fuck ton of stuff for me to do. So I'm going to be pouring hours into that game coming up. So and over the next probably at least a month.
Does look pretty cool. I'm gonna give this a try.
They added a ton of stuff that you can do farming. The NPCs, they used to just kind of stand there. And now they like roam around and act like actual townspeople and stuff. It's cool. You can assign them beds so that they can have their own like homes that they will roam around inside, and they'll sleep in, and then they'll work their little crafts and stuff like that. It's an exceptional survival crafting game. I highly recommend it to anyone in chat. But so there was that.
How much is it going for?
You have to look it up on Steam. I don't know how much. This is a free update. But it's still in still in like early access.
Oh, okay.
That's only about $20 or something for early access, $29.99, something like that.
But the game
that sounds about
massive.
Right. I'll have a quick check here.
For an early access game, it's actually very well polished. And there's there's a ton of content too. Just play it. If you're like a survival crafting fan of that genre, I think I can't recommend Enshrouded anymore. But other than that, I also played the demo for Axe of Blood.
Axe of Blood, yeah, I saw the gameplay of that, and my god, that is some fucking sleeping dogs looking like
it's very much now. It looks. At first I thought that the combat would be like kind of like Sifu, because it's like this really intricate hand to hand.
It looks more like it would be sort of like a Batman Arkham series kind of thing.
Exactly, that's what it is.
That's how it plays.
Combat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very much Arkham. I love the combat, because it's very Arkham. Now it's Arkham, but you don't have all the gadgets, so it did get kind of repetitive, even in the one level that I played. But I have a feeling that you're going to be able to do more in the game. I have a feeling.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's probably like a really early build.
Yeah. And like if you get the demo, you get the first level, and you get like one of the like just endless arenas where it just throws waves after wave after you endlessly until you die. And there's like a little like they show off like the wardrobes. You can find money in the world and buy at least what was available in the demo. You can buy like clothing and stuff like that, which is it's like okay, but like it's just like cosmetic. It's just a cosmetic money sink, resource sink, which is like but the combat is fun. I wish it were actually a little bit more impactful on the controller.
A little more for the rumble feature.
Yeah, and the boss was lame, just straight up lame.
True, and they gotta work on this running animation. It's a little goofy looking.
You can tell that they're still working on the game, but
oh, for sure.
I think there's promise here.
wait, hang on.
Yes, he just stabbed somebody with the head of an axe.
Yeah, okay. Very, very early demo, but there's a concept here for sure. Also, Amorata, you were 100% right. Enshrouded was $29.99.
Yep.
Well, okay. Slight note on that actually is that apparently right now it's 20% off, so it's $23.99. But the normal price is $29.99. So price is right. You nailed it. Good job.
Yeah.
That's about where they put early act. Well, that's about where you can see a AA good quality studio putting their early access. If it's $5, $10, somewhere in that range, you can just about guarantee you're getting vaporware.
Yeah, pretty much. That is true. So yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like the game is, it didn't take me long. It took me less than an hour to get through everything available in the demo. Not a lot there. It's definitely like a proof of concept kind of thing.
Yeah, very much like because I was talking about Spirit X Strike last week. I don't know if you saw that one. It plays very like Devil May Cry / like Fist of the North Star ish in both in both concept and gameplay. Like I don't know if I like showed you that one at all, but I played that last week and it's also like a very early demo, like proof of concept kind of thing, but it's a lot faster than this, a lot snappier. You move around a lot quick. Hang on, I'll just run the let me see. Spirit X Strike. There it is. I'll just play a little bit of this for you, just so you can see what I'm kind of getting at here. This one. Like it's much arcadier.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say much more arcadey. That's fine though.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to play, honestly.
It looks way more fun than fucking Dragon Age.
We will get there.
It's more fun than Dragon Age.
We will get there, you two.
Yeah,
I know you're both chomping at the bit.
Fruit Bundler is funner than Dragon Age.
I know you're both chomping at the bit, but we will get there. I promise you.
We'll get there. No, this looks fun.
Right?
Yeah, this looks AA too. Like AA.
Yeah,
level.
Definitely. But here's the thing, AA is on the rise right now because AAA is fucking it up so bad that it's like now is the time for AA to like put the work in and just put out whatever they got and show it off and see what sticks, right? Now this is the era of throw shit at the wall and see what sticks for the indie scene.
Stuff is when people take chances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the indie scene's it's going to be blowing up soon. Absolutely.
So yeah, I'll definitely check that out too. But yeah, so that I did that, and then I also played the second third of Casting of Frank Stone on the Rosa collab, which is fun. Mm-hmm. That game, it's to everyone's surprise, has like time travel multiverse based plot in the Dead by Daylight based game, which is like I don't know that I have no knowledge at all about Dead by Daylight lore. But the fact that this was like a spooky ghost kind of game that turned out to be like this time traveling magic camera multiverse story was like whoa, holy shit. I did not expect that. And it's actually turning out to be a lot more interesting and fun than, well, I mean, not fun. Like, it's going to be fun, like, when you're just goofing around with other friends and stuff like that. But, like, the game itself is much better than I think we all thought it would be. So, we're having fun with that.
Very cool.
But yeah, other than that, that's pretty much all the stuff I've done this week. Besides, I'm also, IRL, I am deep into house hunting. So I'm, like, gathering a list of houses I want to, because I'm going to be out there in next Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to have like a good like 15 or 16 houses ready to like give them so that they can like schedule them open houses and stuff like that over the weekend.
Oh, that is so irritating. House hunting sucks sometimes.
Yeah, so I've been like deep into that process, which is fun but also not fun.
Well, I do hope it all works out for you, my bro. I truly do.
All right, that's me. I will shut
Cool.
up.
Cool. Very nice. Very nice. What about you, Amorata? Do you have anything you want to go over, or should I?
I did a few things this week. Hung out with the boyfriend, and we watched some horror movies for Halloween.
Very cool.
We watched In a Violent Nature.
Never heard of that one. I mean, I'm not a big horror guy, so I don't.
I mean, obviously, I'm really into horror.
Clearly.
So if you've watched the Friday the 13th, God damn, I
Friday
really
the
crossed
13th.
things over there. Friday the 13th movies or the Halloween movies, it's okay. So if you're not into artsy movies, you're not probably going to like it. And I'm not generally into artsy movies, but because I'm into horror and they combined the horror with the artsy bullshit,
Mm-hmm.
it kind of comes off really interesting to me because it gives you the point of view of the entire movie, basically from like behind, over the shoulder view, video game type camera behind the slasher the entire movie, except for the very end. And so it's a really different point of view on the whole thing, which I loved. Just because it is so different. Now there's a lot of boring walking around because it kind of goes through that whole, if you've watched the Halloween movies, or like I said, you watch the Friday the 13th movies, Freddy and Jason don't run.
No.
They don't move quickly.
Yeah,
like
they just kind of
in Resident Evil 3. They just walk no matter what.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but they're
so
inexhaustible, which is the problem, right? If you ever stop or try to rest or anything, they're going to catch up. That's
Right,
like the
but
problem, right?
What's even funnier, what's even more, I guess, more interesting, not funny, about this is the way they actually portray the killer as so forward thinking yet unthinking at the same time. They've got this really interesting balance of how he makes these decisions, but he makes them impetuously, but at the same time he has a good feeling of cause and effect. So he might take a while to get where he's going, but he gets there.
And he's
It
going
takes him a
exactly to where he needs to go to be a threat.
Exactly. And you watch those horror movies and you always see like one character will step off camera and they'll come into this area and they'll find the guy dead there, and so there's this one part where he's walking through the forest and he killed this guy and he's got the top of his head in one hand and he's dragging the body in the other hand, and he uses the top of the head to break the window to get into the forest station, and he uses the body to break this glass, and so you get the whole setup of how that body gets there that they discover later without but you don't get to see them discover it, so it's like watching a horror movie from the perspective of a killer.
Okay.
And
So yeah, sorry, I just had like some sugar in my throat there, but I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Amorata. But that does sound interesting though. But then that doesn't really sound like horror exactly. That's more of like if you're with the killer and you're just like watching him kill people, is maybe like a thriller, but it doesn't really sound like horror-esque exactly.
I mean, I don't really put much of a difference between horror and thriller realistically.
Depending on the creativity of the kills, could be a comedy even.
Yeah. Well, some of the kills. Part of why I wanted to watch it was they really hyped up the violence of the kills, and I like gore porn. What can I say? So when it comes to horror movie genres, I do enjoy gore porn, not like actual porn,
Yeah, no, I
bloody
gotcha.
kills. I'm into that.
Yeah, you really
Like
do
a
need to be
blood orgy from
specific,
Event Horizon.
because there's some weird shit on the internet, Amorata. You got to be real specific.
I think that's called vor as opposed to gore.
No, well, I think
wrong.
it's called Guro specifically.
I think those might actually be two different things. Who
Yeah,
knows on the
because
internet?
vor is like the swallowing
Y'all are beyond
shit.
me
Yeah.
at this point.
So I am in possession of the cursed knowledge, unfortunately. So
I know a little bit, but just enough to be able to avoid it. So,
Hey, I'm a furry. I have my own set of curse knowledge. Don't worry.
yeah, we won't get into that.
we will not.
Then again, I have tentacles. I can't talk.
Yeah, I don't know if that counts. Would that be furry or scaly? You don't have like
I wouldn't
scales.
say I was a furry. I'm just saying I have tentacles. That's all.
Yeah.
You can't.
Alien?
You have tentacles. There's a thing, and
Very Japanese of you.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, the boyfriend loves the tentacles. What can I say? But yeah, so we watched that, and like I said, I thought that was really good. It's not the type of movie you want to sit down if you want to. It's not Terrifier. Let's put it that way.
Okay, yeah. Somebody in the chat just asked about Terrifier, and I don't know what Terrifier
and I
is.
like-
So
Terrifier is another horror movie. It's
Anthropody?
another. He's a new.
what are these
this is
names? I don't know these. I don't know these fucking movies.
Dude, horror movies are notorious for coming up with like ridiculous names for the movies. That's like
Clearly.
part of the charm. That's part of the charm of the genre.
Yeah. Well, Terrifier is about a clown.
Of course it
Anthropody
is.
is actually he was trying to guess what I would be as opposed to a furry.
Oh. I thought that was the name
Killing.
of a movie for a second.
I haven't seen Thanksgiving.
It's amazing. It's one of
Is
those
it?
awful. Yeah, it's one of those like notoriously awful, like low budget, like trash horror movies. But it's like got like a cult following.
I feel like I heard about that one. Wasn't that like recent, somewhat?
Yeah, that was last year, I think. Or the
Yeah,
year
I did
before.
hear about
last
that
year,
one.
but it is relatively recent though. Yeah.
But yeah,
No,
I heard.
there's another one.
I heard it was like schlocky, campy bullshit. But
Yeah.
it sounds like
Yeah,
it sounds
it's
like
a
it'd be
low
fun.
budget slosh. Yeah.
If you're going to be into horror, you have to be used to the low budget bullshit because honestly, some of the best. I mean, all horror. There is a reason the majority of Hollywood directors actually got started in horror, and that's because it is the cheapest and easiest to make. Absolutely, and so everybody can get a start right there, and jump in and find some way to then elevate their career simply by making a low budget horror movie that does excellent. And it's so easy to do well. Look at Blumhouse. Look at how many bombs they drop, but they get one or two really good ones, and they can maintain their ability to make movies just because their budgets are so low. But they can also take a lot more chances too.
Like horror movies and music videos is like the entry point for a lot of directors.
Absolutely, I think
like Michael Bay got his start doing music videos.
Yep.
I could believe that. I think, yeah, I did hear that before actually. But here's the thing: I think if you hit that camp just right, you really do get some absolutely beautiful cinema, right? I think one of my favorite movements. It's one of my favorite like moments in any movie. I think it's not even a movie I've actually seen. It's just this one clip that I got sent one time where it was a Jason movie, one of the Jason movies, where he's on a roof fighting like this jock dude, it's like a black guy. And the jock's just like going in on him with like the hooks and the straights and everything. He's just wearing himself down, like landing all these punches, right? And Jason's just kind of shrugging him off as he keeps like advancing. But like
Jason Takes Manhattan.
yeah, that one. And then when he gets tired, he's like, "Okay, fine, come on, give me your best shot." And then Jason hits him once, and his fucking head flies off and
goes
lands
his
in the
head.
trash can. It lands in a trash can down on the street.
Yeah, it's that kind of
incredible.
like comically campy shit that like.
Oh
Yeah, that's the charm of the genre. Because I'm not like that much of a horror fan either, Jazz. But like it's like it's got like it outside of like film like noir, detective noir. Like there's no genre that has like such like an adherence of tropes, than horror.
Or they take so many chances, Yeah, you see action maybe do something really cool once in a while, but 9 times out of 10, whatever you see happen in action likely happened in a horror movie first.
It's also like a lot of like practical effects are born in the horror genre because they have such low budgets that they're forced to like come up with clever gimmicks and practical
stupid
effects.
bullshit. Yeah.
Really cool tricks. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if
Because they can't afford the.
Yeah, it forces the creators to be like actually creative with what they're doing.
Absolutely. Ugh, good stuff.
So I did that. That was great. Did I actually get to play any video? Well, no, I played 7 Days to Die, which was fun.
And
that
one's also like a crafting survival thing, isn't it?
That is crafting survival as well. It was zombies.
Yeah.
Yep. And then I played Nightingale, which I talked about last time, and I still enjoy.
I forget, what was the deal with that one again?
It's Gaslamp Fantasy Survival.
Gaslamp Fantasy
Victorian
Survival.
with magic, and then you kind of traverse different planes and to gather your resources.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. I do. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I meant to look into that one. It looks cool. How much is that one again?
That one's probably $29.99.
Oh, okay. Also early access? Okay, fair enough.
Also early access. Not as highly polished, I would say, as Enshrouded, but they're doing their best. They're
both?
working it up. I haven't played Enshrouded, but I can tell.
Oh, just by looking at it?
I've played enough video games that I can tell when I look at a trailer now what I'm getting into 9 times out of 10. I'm occasionally wrong, but not very often.
No, I got you. Fair enough.
But
I'm very happy that you use the term Gaslamp because I'm like a steampunk aficionado.
Yeah, so you kind of tell by his outfit a little bit.
Like someone who knows what Gaslamp is, it's like, thank you.
Well, and that's what drew me to the game, is that it has that whole Victorian steampunk. I love that so fucking much, and I'm just hoping that they manage to keep things going, that they can really build up a revenue stream and keep themselves going, because I want to play more of the game. Fuck everybody else.
Fair enough. It does look cool. I do need to look into it.
Play the game so I can play the game. That's my only ask. Come on. And then I do a video every Monday where I play a demo and then I edit and put it out there. So the demo I played this week was Tormenture, which is a video game within a video game. Kind of. Basically, what the setup is you're a little kid who bought this game that's cursed, and you're playing the game, and things start happening around you while you're playing the game. And I like I said, I just played the demo.
Oh, is it this official trailer?
Yeah,
this one?
It's that one right there. And it's really very. They do a really good job, especially if you're old enough to remember. Like the Commodore 64.
Yeah,
the
this bullshit. Yeah, with the fucking cartridges. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And
oh God! Yeah. Look
yeah.
at this.
If you're that old, then this hits. I mean, the sounds in the game are just absolutely spot on. Completely. Nice. It's really good. At least the demo was.
By the way.
Oh.
There you go. Got someone to play with.
Well, yay. More players, yay!
I'll grab it too once I actually have more time.
I'm such a sucker for survival craft, and the fact that it's steampunk, it's like that's just an easy buy for me. Like, are you kidding me?
That's what it was when it came out for me too. It's like, oh well, I know I'm getting this one as soon as it comes out.
Yeah, right. It's like there's certain things that it's like really easy to sell me on.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you made this game just for me. Why, thank you.
Man, this reminds me of that other game that that Lumi's been playing a bunch. The one with the priests. Can't remember what the fuck it's called.
That's vague.
Yeah. But it looks just like this, like a very similar like style of animation that the game revolves around. I just can't remember what the fuck it's called.
Oh, I should tell you. You're right. Do you want to play a game is absolutely right. I should talk to you about Penny Blood.
Penny Blood?
Or tell them about Penny Blood.
So, one of my favorite games that I've ever played in my entire life is called Shadow Hearts. If you know the game, then we can probably be best friends, because it is one of my favorite trailers, or my favorite games ever. There's three of them. The first one is the best, but it's an old game. It's a PlayStation 2 game. The creators of Shadow Hearts did a joint Kickstarter with the creators of another game called Wild Arms 2. And the game that they were creating is supposed to be a spiritual successor, or well, the game that the Shadow Hearts guys were creating is supposed to be a spiritual successor to the Shadow Hearts franchise. And the game's called Penny Blood. Now, they were able to finish the Kickstarter. I mean, they made like $2 million for both games on that Kickstarter. However, the problem is they haven't been able to find a publisher for the game. So, which is honestly extremely depressing to me, because I want that game so bad. But it was, I mean, if you are into, again, the gas lamp, Victorian or older kind of aesthetic, Lovecraftian, obviously. Oh gosh, those PS2 graphics.
Shit looks like fucking Virtua Fighter 1.
Yeah.
Or no, not Virtua Fighter 1. Virtua Fighter like 2 or 3 maybe, but yeah, no, I've seen those graphics before. Goddamn. It's good. It's good. I like this.
Came out. This was the shit. This was
fucking eyes.
This was the good shit. This was amazing. This looked fantastic. And now that you've gotten old and you're looking at it, it's like, why does he look like the Monopoly Man?
I like this fucking hat is like vibrating.
Yeah.
Man, where'd my monocle go?
But the storyline is fantastic, and really good humor, really good writing. So when I saw them making this other game, which actually, I think you can probably pull up a trailer for Penny Blood.
Oh yeah, sure.
Which is the game they're making. The fact
with
that
these graphics, hopefully.
No, the graphics are different. It's a little more comic book looking, comic booky style.
This I'm guessing
right there.
Okay.
So yeah, and you're back to the 1920s kind of era on it, and
they're just having a hard time finding a publisher.
Yeah, they're having a hard time, despite just totally killing their Kickstarter. They're having a hard time, but so are the Wild Arms people, from what I understand. If you ever played the Wild Arms games, those are really good too.
Yeah, they're fun as hell.
I'm aware of them. I never actually played them.
You can. I know you used to be able to play Wild Arms 3.
Oh, is this like a turn-based RPG?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And one of the cool, so you see the little battle system there. One of my favorite parts of Shadow Hearts was
that's pretty
actually
cool.
the battle system, because it has in Shadow Hearts it was actually a ring that you would have to kind of time it so that you hit within these areas when you tap the button. So it was more than just it was turn based, but you actually had to participate in your turn. You couldn't just pick your thing and then it does the thing. You actually have to do other things.
Oh, kind of like the Mario RPG where you have to like time the hits and stuff like that.
Yes, exactly like that.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of an extra skill element involved.
That's a pretty cool monster
enjoyed.
design, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Solid.
And I mean,
getting Devil May Cry vibes actually.
A bit, right? It's like
the
I'm gonna say like the animation style, like the way the character looks, really reminds me of something, but I can't quite place it. It looks a lot like another game, but I can't quite think of it. Oh.
Yep, and those.
It kind of looks like the animation style kind of looks like that new thing that what do you call them? Oh my god, the Dungeon Fighter Online guys are doing the Berserker game, Berserker Kazan or whatever that is. Kind of looks similar to that.
Yeah, but so that's a game I want to come out. I mean, I want Nightingale to succeed, and I want this to come out. Those are the two things I really want in life right now.
Really like her very 1920s. Like the haircut is so 1920s.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh yeah.
Her whole fit's pretty sick. Yo, she's got a fucking cannon knee. Yeah, that's awesome.
Boom.
That's sick.
Like fucking Tarantino's.
Oh, she has a robot arm too. I just noticed. Like you can kind of barely see it, but yeah.
Oh yeah, this is very steampunk gas lamp.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm down. I'm super down for whatever this is.
This is the type of stuff. These are the types of games I want to see come out. Come on, people.
Yeah.
Help me.
And
Help
instead
me,
of the remaster of a remaster, right? Like.
Yes.
Damn.
Again, that's why these indies and double A's are like the future.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because all that's. They just freaking remastered the first Horizon game, for crying out loud.
Right.
And they're charging full price for it. It's like, what the?
No,
what
they're
the
charging
hell?
$10 more for it.
That's right. Yeah, they're charging more for it. It's like, and they even they jacked up the price of the original version just to out of spite, I guess.
They're saying the work they put in to upgrade it justifies the $10. Bull fucking shit. And I have to sign into PSN to play a single fucking player game. Fuck you.
Yeah, it's such bullshit. It's like I saw like Luke Stevens play the Horizon thing. It's like, oh, like there's more foliage, I guess, but it's like, is anybody gonna really? I mean, how many people are gonna play full price for this game again for like a a nominal increase in
Well, and they took the other one off the market, so you have no choice now.
You have no choice now.
No, of
it's
course.
So petty.
Yeah, every
So
time, every
petty.
fucking time. I hate it when they do
I
that.
swear to
really
God,
do.
these game companies' biggest competition is their own fucking backlogs.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Honestly, though, but I do
there's that
like
story
the. Okay, what's up?
I was the story where they basically kibosh like the Preservation Society of like preserving all of the old games, and they literally cited as the reason is because like they're afraid it's all gonna be used for recreational use.
Yeah, people. There's too big of a chance people might use it for recreational use.
Yeah, it's like you mean people gonna play games for fun? What?
Yeah, is that not
No
the
fucking way?
Is that not the fucking point, bro? What are we doing
But like
here?
but that's the thing though, is that they're terrified of their own backlogs out competing all the new shit that they're making. So
They could try making better new shit.
Yeah, when you can't make anything good, of course you're afraid people are gonna play the games that were good.
I mean, that's already happening, right? Yeah, how many times have you heard?
Came out was it earlier this year where they like the majority of people playing games on Steam are playing games that are more than 10 years old. So
yeah, exactly right, man. But I do like the idea of more like interesting like stylistic turn-based games coming out, like the like Penny Blood, and the one that is coming out that actually absolutely is going to be released. What's it called? Expedition 13 or some shit like that. The one where they had the
Expedition 33. I want that one so bad.
Yeah.
The music rocks in that.
And they had the post not too long ago on Twitter, like they're putting in like the super French costumes. You get your little baguettes like as a sword and shit.
Costumes. Yeah. Oh my God, those are gonna be hilarious. But the graphics on that game look so polished.
Oh, it's beautiful.
They look clean.
It's beautiful.
Play looks amazing. I am pumped.
Yeah. What do we know when that's coming out? Sometime next year or
next year? I want to say, was it the end of February? I'm gonna pull up the website.
Oh, so Q1. Okay. All right. Nice.
Yeah, something
nice.
that I thought was really cool about Expedition 33 is that like the characters are dirty as fuck, and yet the game, and yet they still look beautiful.
Yeah, they're beautiful. They're still good-looking characters.
Yeah,
for sure.
They look beat to fuck, and it's like, yes, they weren't afraid to make them dirty, and they're dirty and attractive. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
Like, you know how hard that? Yeah, they did such a
33,
job
not
with that.
13.
Yeah, 33.
Yeah, 33.
Yeah, God, look at these.
Yeah,
look at
this game
these
was on my
fucking.
radar.
Look at these grungy. What was that fucking? This is a post like a long time ago, back when the fucking Witcher TV show first came out. I always remember this one because I fucking love this post, where it's like, hey guys, you know that old saying about cleans up well. How about like grimes up good? And then he showed a picture of fucking Henry Cavill all like covered in dirt and shit while playing playing Witcher Man. Yeah, it's like, yeah, no, grimes up good. That's real. That's a thing for sure.
Totally down for it. And
just this whole concept, like, look at this fucking shit. This is so cool.
Yeah, you see like the Eiffel Tower like bending into like it's just.
It's actually I literally changed my background for this game. My desktop background. And the music is gorgeous. I can just sit and listen to it.
They're clean here, but that'll change.
Yeah.
No, it'll.
But like the outfits are super cool. It's like, God.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The world looks fucking beautiful. Like, God damn.
Well, and I've always loved the whole post-apocalyptic Earth thing where they take actual where we live and fuck with it. I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like the ridiculously dreamy nature of like everything we're looking at.
Right
like
there. Go back to what you were just showing.
that?
Like that no.
Oh, that one? Okay.
Go to the midriff, Jazz.
Oh.
Follow the midriff.
Yeah, you're
Back.
right. You're right.
Yeah.
Right there.
That's a great example of like a beautiful character, but she's grungy as fuck.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
It's covered in dirt.
She's been out kicking ass, but she still looks hot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Love it.
Note AAA.
And just the style in the combat is so fucking good.
Yes.
Even the numbers have like this Victorian style. I love it.
It's beautiful. Like this is the logical next step after a game like Persona 5, right? It's like, how do we style even harder? How do we go even harder in the style department? This is it. They did it. And you got parries and shit you can do in a turn-based game. Like that's, I swear to God, everything has parries now. I mean, it's great. I love a parry system. I really do. But it's really funny to me that now even turn-based games get a parry system.
It's not the first time a turn-based game has had a parry system. I want to say when I played Legends of Dragoon back in would have been the early 2000s, they had a parry system. If you timed your button press right when they were attacking you, you would actually parry. I was not very good at it, but yeah, it's a thing that has actually happened for a long time in specific turn-based games, but not something that's been used a whole lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I can think of, like, look, we're kind of heading in that direction anyway, like for years now, I would think, because like I think of something like Paper Mario, how you have like perfect blocking, where like if you time it just right when an enemy's coming at you, you just take no damage, right? So the parry should have actually already happened in more turn-based games before this one, but yeah, I'm glad it's there here because they're just clearly all in on style, all in on just beautiful, extremely satisfying looking gameplay. I really am here for it. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great. But
your mic is like popping.
Oh, is it? Oh,
yeah.
I'll fix
like
it.
Full of roboting, but
yeah, 2020.
It's like you got a little static in your line or something.
Something like that. Oh, he's got the green outline too. I'm not the only one.
I'm just green.
I was gonna say it blends in better for you.
Yeah, it works out for me.
Yeah,
there we go.
That's the thing. Like my wish list. How many things do I have on my wish list right now? My wish
a lot, probably.
Is,
right? there are like people are saying it's like, oh man, video gaming sucks now. It's like, no, there's good shit coming, and there's good shit here right now.
9 things in my wish list.
There's absolutely still a bunch of amazing shit coming down the pipelines. Just most of it's coming from the east now. That's the real thing. That's the real state of affairs. It's all coming from the east. Just keep looking east. We got lots of good shit.
How much I have on my wish list, or do I have to actually count it?
The top right when you go to the top, it'll tell you.
AAA just sucks ass.
I have 109 things on my wish list. I should probably go through them.
Yeah, probably.
Wait, for Steam or what?
That's on Steam, yes. That's my Steam wish list. I have 109 things on there.
Wow.
And like I just scrolled through. I just did a quick count, and it's like of that 59 in my list, like only half of them are actually released. I'm just like waiting for a sale.
Yeah, I've got a couple coming soon, and
like there's a game coming out called Mouse PI for Hire.
Yeah, absolutely. Super down for Mouse PI.
I can't wait for that game. It looks so great.
Yeah, so Amorata, it's a boomer shooter, but it's like drawn like a rubber hose cartoon.
That sounds hilarious.
Yeah,
there's a couple of really cool racing games coming out too. Like one's called Resistor. It's like I don't even know what to call it, but like there's like car combat in this game. It looks freaking cool.
Yeah, check this out. I'm gonna hop in like the center of this real quick.
It looks so great.
Yeah, man.
Oh my god, I love
the
that
style. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's like 20s Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
But like, as a first-person shooter.
Oh my god, that's fantastic.
It looks fantastic. It's like if you turn Cuphead into like a first-person noir shooter.
Yes. And I love noir.
Amazing.
Just again, like I'm so damn sick of the hyper, like, because this is like the problem that like the AAA industry has right now. Like one of many, obviously, is that like all of the schools are teaching the exact same shit. So,
it's the Cal Arts of fucking gaming.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's so like, well, because like all of the art academies and like art schools are teaching their students the exact same art styles and shit like that. They're all getting into these game studios, and they're all just seeking out like the hyper realistic shit. And so you're not getting anything with style or like an actual like like unique art direction. You know, so like, but in the AA and indie scene, that shit is thriving. That's where we get stuff like Mouse PI and stuff like that. You know,
the self-taught and non-college educated people.
Yeah, they're the ones who were like, because they get to maintain, that their creativity and their skill set isn't being filtered through the same like half dozen professors at USC.
We're not all learning fucking what do you call it, Unreal Engine 5 or that shit.
Right.
Your mic is still fucked.
Is it really? God damn it! Hang on. I wonder what's going on.
Unplug it and plug it back in.
Yeah, I just did that. Hang on.
Plug it from the other spot and plug it back in. I don't know what kind of mic you're using.
A Shuri, apparently.
That's what I got.
Right there. I need to get a new mic. I got this old. It's just an old Yeti mic that I'm using.
That still sounds pretty good, at least.
Yeah, because it was like one of the higher end Yeti mics, but
Yeah.
it's literally like an 8-year-old mic. I really need to get a new mic.
Do you?
I mean,
though?
this one's relatively new. It's just I
There
don't
you
know.
go.
Having issues
I
with
think
my.
I think you killed the problem.
Okay, I mean for now.
You have to understand that I am always looking for reasons to waste money.
Sadly,
of
so
course.
am I. I keep thinking,
I mean-
maybe I need a new mic, but no, I really don't.
I mean,
need a
damn,
mouse,
y'all
that's
could waste some money on me. Drop by the stream, maybe drop a donut. Shit, that's all right. I could. If y'all don't want your money, I'll take it. Shit.
No, it's called a technology addiction. As much as I like you, you are not technology.
Ow, I could be. I could be. You could have me onto the background. I could be your you be your background audio.
Okay,
Come on.
so-
I got these cheeseburgers, man. I suck your dick, man. That killed her. That killed her, chat. DCP
Killed
is
you.
cursed. Thought it was just Rosa put out. Wait, Robot put out by Elon. Oh wait, LSB is just cursed. I thought it was just Rosa that had the static mic. Well, I mean, it'll happen for me sometimes, and it'll. I don't have the issue nearly as much as Rosa does, and it on my.
Right, his mic is right there, isn't it?
Yeah, and my yeah, it's part of my
Well, it's
my
funny, too,
camera
'cause
here.
I never have the issue unless Rosa, except when Rosa's streaming with me, and then it like bleeds into my shit. I'm just like, God damn it! Like
wow.
it follows her
shit.
wherever she goes.
Yeah, because I don't.
And now
I
she's
never
cursing you
have
from
the,
beyond.
I never have the issue in which like my guests are like become roboted. It's usually just me. So I don't know. But hopefully,
Anyway.
once Rosa resets up her shit in the new place, she'll be able to
Oh,
work
God, I
that
hope
problem
so.
out once and for all. Maybe. But anywho, yeah,
Anyway.
sorry. Yeah, we went off on a tangent, but games are excited for. But it was still Amorata's turn. Excuse me, still Amorata's turn.
That covered it. So and then we went off on the other fun stuff. So I'm happy.
Your turn, Jazz.
Let's see. I have not been up to a whole lot. I did play a couple of new games on the Switch, right? Because, doing my full overtime week again, I bring my Switch with me and play shit on my breaks and lunches and whatnot. So I picked up something that is relatively new from good old Way Forward. Always like the stuff they come out with.
Way Forward. Yeah, that's the Shantae people and
Yep, and also River City Girls.
River City. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But they put this game out. It's called Yars Rising, and it's honestly very similar to Shantae. It's a fucking Metroidvania type thing. You play as this hacker who gets locked into this building while she's trying to do a hack because she gets caught, and then you kind of just have to go through the whole building, this massive megacorp, and escape essentially. And you pick up new abilities by finding these little terminals like this one right here. You get stuff like double jumps and wall destruction and the ability to attack, all that stuff. Apparently she gets different outfits too. I haven't played far enough in to get any new outfits, but as you can see, it's just a very cute aesthetic. The music is fucking fantastic.
Dude, Way Forward music is always banger.
Yeah, I think it's the same. I don't know if it's the same composer who does the Shantae games, but it sounds like it might be. And there's also some vocal tracks in there. Sounds a lot like the girl they had do the music in River City Girls. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
like
like
it's like a troop of people that they just tap into.
Yeah, but it's very like kind of city pop techno kind of thing. It's good
I fucking
though.
love
It's
city
really
pop,
good.
so I'm here for it. One of these days, we're gonna make a game that features 80s city pop, and I'm gonna buy it just on that basis.
Yeah, but it's fun. It's fun. It's good. Again, these are people who already are really familiar with the Metroidvania setup through like the Shantae series. It's been going for like 20 years now. So
Way forward. They're solid. They're solid in their output.
yeah. But I mean, you know, the character's cute, the music's good, and the gameplay is solid. So all in all, real good way to spend a break or a lunch. You know, probably take it on the plane with me when I go visit the folks in December as well. So yeah, it's a good one. The other one was one that actually I saw on one of the directs not too long ago. Either the last one or the one before it. But I picked up Farmagia, which is an interesting kind of setup. What this is how to put this?
Is it not Formagia?
I think it's I think it's a hard G if I'm because the game is fully voiced as far as I can tell so far.
French
the game,
or Italian?
It is. It's English. It's voiced in English. Oh, you mean the word Farmagia? I don't fucking know, but it's voiced in English.
Farmagia are essentially
So this is Pokemon Pikmin.
I see this. I see this. Yeah.
This is like a weird Pokemon Pikmin kind of thing, right?
Looks like Power World too.
It looks like Power World, yeah.
Kind of a little bit. So like the whole thing here, the gimmick is that you're doing like a farming simulator, but you're farming monsters. Like you put seeds in the ground and a fucking monster grows out of the ground. Like
the boyfriend this, he might enjoy it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Like these here, you can kind of see it in this shot right here. Like these little wolf guys look like little corn cobs, but when they hop out, it's just a whole ass wolf. Hang on, you see the animation here.
Why they wanted to grow a wolf? I mean, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. Oop, there you go. And then you just go out into the field with like 20, 30 of these guys and you just fight these giant monsters and that's kind of it. Music in this one also pretty good. It's funny because it's got like, so here's the thing. This is like the art. All the art is clearly done by the same guy who does Rave Master or Fairy Tail.
Shady.
Yeah, Fairy Tail. Probably more people recognize that artist for that than Rave Master. Nobody fucking remembers Rave Master. But
I was gonna say.
Yeah. But like the music is very.
Yeah.
Oh, Fairy Tail or Rave Master? Which one?
Rave Master.
Oh, okay, fair enough. But yeah, same artist who does Fairy Tail, and the music in game is very also similar to Fairy Tail, but it's also got a little bit of that like fucking banjo mixed in because like again you're doing farmer shit, so it's like they're kind of going for that aesthetic with the music in this game, so it's kind of fun. But yeah, the gameplay is very Pikmin-esque, right? So you have like this little grid here. These are like your 4 groups of monsters that you have with you. You can see them all around the field, all around you. You just kind of send them at shit. Like you press the attack buttons, they just like all run in and start attacking. But you also have like these moves where they can all combine into one giant fucking monster and just do like a super move. You got party members who are kind of controlling the other guys, and they got like little like skills and whatnot they can activate to help out in combat. There's like a whole anime intro for this, by the way. This game is like a whole ass anime intro when you first start it up. It's pretty good. And yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying this quite a bit too. Actually, it's a very interesting concept. I always love this art style, and yeah.
I'm noticing the Fairy Tail inspiration.
Yeah, no, it's not inspired. That's straight up the same artist.
Yeah, they got the. Yeah, there's two. I noticed 2 things in particular.
What would those be? Would you care to
one
elaborate?
Right one?
Yeah, it is the left and the right. It's very much
Fairy
Tail style.
Yeah, fucking look at this guy. Look at this guy's fucking face. That's a Natsu. That's just a Natsu with slightly darker hair. Like.
Yes, it's totally the faces he was looking at.
Yeah.
I was maintaining eye contact. I was being respectful.
Of course. Yeah, but all in all, fun style. I can see myself getting lost in the farming shit probably because I was definitely getting into it earlier today. I wish my breaks and lunches were longer. I'll just say that much because I was having fun with it. But yeah, I'm interested to see like how much varieties there's going to be like with the monsters you can farm, and you know all the characters are fun too. You know the voice acting's fun. It's very heavy on like the magic of friendship kind of thing. It's like, oh, I got this bond with my monsters, and we're gonna use our power together to beat the big bad and all that. Yeah, all that shit, right? And it's cringe. Well, here's the thing, right? Because reality right now is very doom and gloom from a lot of different directions. So I honestly think that having a little bit of this on the side with stuff like this and the fucking Red Ranger isekai that I was talking about a few weeks back, just little things like that here and there, it balances out the negativity in my mental. I think it's good for me, honestly. You know, I don't need hot chocolate or Legos or any of that shit, but you know, a little bit of this naivete of this particular nature, right? It's nice. It can be alright.
It's fun. It's fine. It's very like classic, like Japanese camp. You know, the power of friendship kind of stuff. You know,
absolutely. But I in small doses, it's good. I can handle it. It's solid. It's fun.
I hate to say this, but your mic is doing it again.
Yeah.
No,
we're just having no luck tonight with it.
Yeah, it would seem not.
There's one thing that I actually I can't believe I forgot to mention it, but Jazz, you and I played something over the weekend. Although we can't say anything now because his mic is fucked.
Oh no, you can say anything you want. You just can't talk back. So if you have anything you want to say to him now,
fix the
perfect
fucking
time.
camera. Where is it? There it is. Oop, up. Okay, I don't know. We'll see what can be done to fix that, because usually I fix it once and then it's fine for the rest of the podcast if it does happen at all, right? But I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know.
Fucking my interface, my XLR interface is just fucked.
Like it was like it was tolerable at first, but then I got to a point where it's like, oh god, I got to say something again because it's like
worse and worse and worse.
It gets worse and worse. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'm like, is he gonna say something, or am I gonna have to say something?
Yeah.
It's fine. We'll do what we gotta do. We'll work through it. We'll work through it. It's okay. Anyway, what were you gonna say, Helmsman?
Well, I totally forgot to mention this, but you and I played something.
We did.
Recently.
We did your first bout of hunting. I know you and Rosa talked about it on the other podcasts, but
I think we're just gonna have to bear through it. The mic issues because it's already started again.
Again, God.
At this point, I don't think you're gonna be able to fix it at this point. Anyway,
something.
It's always something. This is the nature of streaming chat. There's always scuff.
Yep. Something goes wrong.
Every time, apparently.
Damn, that polar bear on the cover is fucking shredded.
That is a strong polar bear. You're right. But so's that wolf thing.
Oh, this guy down here, the orange one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a tough expression. He's clearly a tough looking dude. I'm not sure what's going on here with the little puffball. He's got the little mustache going on. He's got a very interesting expression.
I have a mustache to twirl.
Something to that effect.
Although I have no arms and hands to twirl my mustache. The irony.
And then there's this little derp guy down here, like right below him. Interesting.
Help.
Okay, but you want go ahead. Your thoughts on the monster hunting?
No. I'll let you go. It's your turn.
I mean, there's not much I can say. It's like because I already gave my thoughts on the beta last week on the podcast because because I had already like touched it and been all in there by the time we got to talking about it on Wednesday. So I mean, you just tell me how you felt about it. I know again, I know we talked about it, but
like I could see myself getting into it to a degree. Like I'm skeptical about becoming like a fan of the franchise. But from what I played,
right
did you try it too, Amorata?
No, my boyfriend did. He showed me a picture of someone who made Michael Jackson's face, and my first question was, does it have a boob slider?
It doesn't. It does not. But in Monster Hunter's defense, Monster Hunter never had a boob slider. Like the fact that its character creator is that much more like in depth that it is now is already a massive leap from like the previous game that was Rise, right? But here's the thing, I can sort of get it coming from Monster Hunter because there's like 100 different fucking armor sets in the game, so they kind of need to make sure all the characters have a more or less similar body type, just to make sure that they're not like having issues with, you know, certain shit clipping through other shit. Yeah, so yeah. So in Monster Hunter's case, I get it. But you can still make your character very pretty. You make your character extremely attractive.
And I may try it, I just haven't. You know, lots of other things to do.
And here's the thing, the most important thing is you can give your female character delicious fucking abs. So, you know. Beautiful fucking abs.
But yeah, I like I said, I'm gonna probably just be playing with Jazz, honestly, because that was like the main appeal was like playing. If I was playing, because I downloaded it initially, and I just played through like the initial tutorial, and I did like the first like hunt after the tutorial, and I was like, okay, that's enough for tonight. I'll wait until I play it with Jazz. You know what I mean? So I feel like playing it with friends is gonna be the thing that kind of brings me through to the at least getting to the end game. I'm skeptical if I'm gonna stay on it after that, though. But we'll see. I did enjoy it. But it's just like, man, do I really want to dedicate more time and energy to yet another game that is basically just farming? You know, I'm just like, I'm not sure about that.
All it's going to take, Helmsman, is for you to get to whatever point in the game where you find an amazing fucking armor set. And then the monster that you need to farm for it just doesn't give you the plate or the gem or whatever you need to complete the armor set. That's all it's going to take, and then you're just going to be in for the rest of your life, probably. Most likely.
I'll take your word for it, but
listen. The armor lust will get you, as it got every hunter before you. So.
Okay. We'll see. We will see. I'm not going to put money on anything. Like, I'm not like prejudiced one way or another, you know. I'm just like, I did enjoy it for my time in the beta, but I didn't like play it incessantly like all weekend long or anything. I played it for a few hours with you. I played it for a few hours on my own, and that's it. You know, I didn't really obsess over it. So, yeah, I can at least seeing myself getting through the game. Like to the end of the game, you know, I can at least see myself getting that far. Beyond that, we'll see. Jazz is confident, so shall see.
I mean, Monster Hunter has a way of gripping people once they give it a chance. I'm telling you.
I mean, there's a reason that it has like millions of players playing.
Yeah, there's a reason it got like 400,000 people to jump in on Steam alone for the beta, right?
Well, it'll have more than that on the full release when people.
Yeah, it will.
Too.
Yeah, it will. It absolutely will.
So.
Oh man, I'm God, I can't wait to see what those numbers are gonna be. I'm gonna guess at least a milli on Steam, at least.
I don't know. It's hard to say because like that game has such like an international like fan base, and you have to remember that like China and Japan and stuff like that, they're almost entirely playing on console. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah, I guess that's true. I'm like console, so
yeah. So it's like, who knows what the numbers would be? But the numbers are going to be fucking massive on the release weekend.
Absolutely. I think what it's going to be is like maybe a somewhat slower start with like most of the community being on console, like you said. But then word of mouth is just going to really start spreading around, right? Because that game is like, here's the thing: the one we played in the beta. We have been confirmed that was an old build of the game, right? The actual release build is probably going to be even tighter. It's probably going to have even better online. It's probably going to be better optimized on PC, which is the big thing, right?
Yeah. The whole point of that beta clearly was
just to test online.
Test their servers. It was stress testing their servers and trying to find any hangups with the crossplay.
Which was very smooth.
First one that has crossplay.
Quite smooth. We played with Asta a little bit, and yeah.
The funny thing about this too, though, is that it comes out 2 weeks after Assassin's Creed Shadows comes out.
Oh yeah, there's no fucking way they stay in.
Fantastic timing.
Because wait,
Dude.
didn't we say isn't Expedition also maybe going to be in February? You said, Amorata?
Maybe I'm not
Maybe,
sure because
okay.
I went and looked at the website and I don't see a date. It still says unannounced or to be announced on Steam.
Okay.
And I didn't see a date. I thought I saw something where they said February, but that could have been like a tentative maybe date as opposed to an actual hard date. But I will say whatever else is coming out in February, if it does come out that month, I'm playing that and fuck everything else. So.
There you
That's
go.
fair. That is fair. But here's the funny thing about like Assassin's Creed, I don't think they're going to keep the February. I think they're going to at least push it out like one more month. Because at the moment, they're going to be competing with Monster Hunter and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which are both like highly anticipated titles. I don't know if they want to stay in February and contend with those two.
Wasn't there another thing coming out then too? I mean, February looks like it's going to be a pretty packed month.
I don't know. I think those are two big ones.
I don't think they're going to push it past February.
I don't think they can afford to.
Well,
they can't
there's
afford
obviously
to.
that. Yeah.
It has to release inside the fiscal year, and their year ends March 31st.
They have to be able to take that loss.
They can't push it out. Their investors literally won't allow it.
Okay, fair point.
Trust me. I work inside of corporate America. I'm in shareholder meetings and all these kinds of things. Like, they're not pushing it past the fiscal year. It's not going to happen. So, like that thing. And the thing is that there's these other massive games coming out, but they're not really in the same genre as Assassin's Creed either. So their genre competition actually is wide open that month. So we'll see.
And apparently, the new Civilization game is coming out in February.
Yeah,
Civ 7.
there is a new Civ 7, and it's like the kind of people who play games like Civ games and stuff like that. They don't play Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, there's bound to be a whole lot of crossover there. You don't think so?
I know a number of people who play both.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's anecdotal though, so we're talking about in a broader sense.
I mean, I know a few people who
I do
necessarily.
too. Yeah, I do too. But like, just thinking about like the genre, like the Civ games that's a niche.
Oh yeah. I mean, there are definitely the hardcore people who play only that.
And Assassin's Creed is Dragon Age. It is fast food for the gamer masses.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It is. So, what about Avowed?
It's gone the
what
same
was that?
direction. What?
I feel like I know. I'd heard. I feel like I heard the name Avowed before because apparently that's also dropping in February.
That is going to be like Xbox's answers to Fable, kind of. Or like the next Skyrim type game, from if I remember correctly.
Oh, is that the first person thing with like the magic-y shit? Okay, yeah. Okay. I mean, that's probably on the level with Assassin's Creed at this point. So, in terms of general interest, I would think.
I remember watching Avowed during was it State of Play? I think it might have been a State of Play, and my eyes just about rolled into the back of my head trying to watch that fucking trailer for Avowed. Right? It was just, oh my god.
Neither you're feeling it. That's fair.
It seems number one, it was really generic, and number two, it was like actually like physically hard on the eyes. Like, like, oh my god, it hurt. And this is coming from somebody who's like, one of my favorite movies of all time is the Speed Racer live action movie.
Oh, it's so good.
Which is
so he's used to eye abuse.
Yeah, and like that movie doesn't hurt my eyes. But this Avowed trailer fucking hurt my eyes to watch it. I was like, oh my god. Like, there's no fucking way I'm playing this game. I can barely
hasn't it been in development for like ever? I feel like it started before the fucking Xbox Series.
Yes, it's been in development hell for like 5 years now. It's like it started development pre-pandemic. Like it's rough.
I guess we'll see if they can recoup the costs on that one.
I do like the idea though. Like it's first person, and like pretty much your whole arsenal is like magic spell slinging and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you got some physical weapons too. You got your axe, and I saw a bow in there somewhere too. So,
but like you saw just that quick little thing. It's just like, I mean, it's just like. These three, four like super generic horizontal strikes. It's like oof. It's like Skyrim gets away with it because it's Bethesda, and we expect them to be 10 years behind. You know.
I got you.
But yeah, I don't think Avowed. I think Avowed is probably going to flop alongside AC Shadows. But AC Shadows, I don't know. I don't think it's going to perform super well. But I actually do think that it is going to get bought. I don't think it's going to flop completely.
Yeah,
I think it'll have a Dragon Age-like release where
I agree. I think the same thing.
Yeah, if you have the pedigree, then if you at least have the name behind you, then we know that you'll probably be good for some sales, as we've seen with the Dragon Age situation.
It's mainly because they're actually reacting to fans' complaints, which goes towards goodwill.
Yeah, really.
It's like they're not getting mine. They're not getting yours and mine, but normies who don't generally pay attention, and they're being fed the narrative that, you know, we're delaying it because we learned our lesson from Outlaws. We want to make sure it's of quality and it's polished up, and we're not going to do the greedy, 3-day early access shit. We're going to give you the first DLC pack for free. All of these things, and to a normie, that's like, okay, I appreciate that. Here's
desperation
$60.
attack.
You know what I mean? Like, I could see it making some sales. I don't think it's going to completely flop, but it's not going to be a big blockbuster either.
Yeah, and there's always the chance, since they decided to drop it in February now, Black Twitter might go to bat for them. So
no, they don't give a shit.
They're fucked on that.
Yeah,
the number of black men I know who are so upset about that is so beyond.
Dude. Yeah,
I get you, but again, anecdotal, and I didn't say black people, I said Black Twitter, and we all know how Black Twitter.
You're right.
is about this shit. So
Twitter.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
Black Twitter specifically.
Yeah, maybe. I don't really think. I mean, I think that'll be joked about, and I think that the hardcore culture warriors on Twitter, on YouTube and stuff like that will play into that narrative. Yeah. But I don't think that's going to move the needle in either way at all. I don't think that. Yeah. I think that's low hanging fruit as far as I'm concerned. Again, it's all down to timing it to be as late as possible while still falling inside the current fiscal year. That's why they chose that date. Black Lives Matter has nothing to do with it. So.
It is a funny coincidence, though. I'll say that much.
It is a hilarious coincidence that will
I can't help but wonder if maybe there was a little bit of thought involved in it, maybe just a tiny bit. But
maybe, possibly. we don't know for sure.
January, they could have technically done early March, but no, they went with February.
Is this where we pull out the word allegedly, or is that too far?
I'm just gonna be tweeting "Stop Asian Hate" all month long after that game releases.
Oh my gosh.
That's good. That's solid. That's solid.
So many Japanese people are so upset.
Oh man, that's the thing. It's like the two like non-white demographics that the game is focused on are the two that are pissed off at the game the most.
Man, maybe I've been thinking about it. Maybe I should actually buy the game and play through it and just.
I'm playing it day one. Are you kidding me?
And just like listen, no, but here's the thing. The additional part of the plan is just like make logs about it, like each day on Twitter, right? Because that's how Savvy blew up with fucking Dustborn. So make a little hustle here, maybe make it happen. I don't know.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. You know what? We farm these fuckers for content. That's been the plan. That'll continue to be the plan as long as they put out bullshit. So
here's the thing, though, is that number one, it doesn't look as bad as Veilguard or Outlaws. Like Veilguard and Outlaws are look way worse than the new Assassin's Creed game looks.
True. It
visually, yeah.
In terms of combat and in actual gameplay, it may be serviceable in the same way Veilguard is like serviceable, right? But here's the thing: the thing that what we're worried about is how is it going to be in terms of actual narrative and dialogue and all that shit, right? That's what I'm real curious. Are we straight up gonna do the thing? Because I'm thinking of the lines that Yasuke was fucking spitting out when they did the demo. It's like, but to you, I am justice, or shit, all that stupid shit, right? It's like, are they gonna like lean full in on that fucking nonsense, or what are we doing? Because I'm curious.
Like, there was that rumor that came out that they were like, I know that we're kind of like on a tangent here, but there's that rumor that came out that there are all these different changes that they're doing to the game, right?
Bullshit.
And I think that's all bullshit. I don't think that they're changing anything. I think it's all going towards bug fixing, polish, all of that. Because here's the thing. Number one, They can't add any content. They can't make new cutscenes. They can't do new story stuff because all of the actors are still on strike.
Yep.
Okay. And number two, they're obviously not doing the Taka replacement shit.
That's probably not real.
The fact that was even brought up pissed me off to no end. I was like, you look like a fucking retard if you think that was ever on the table.
There's not enough time. There's not nearly enough time, even if they wanted to do that. Which
and they're not
clearly they
don't.
don't.
Money to do it. And not only that, but like, I don't get what all the people on YouTube say. Fucking Taka in the game never existed. Taka died on the fucking concept floor.
He took out the skate Oda room. Oh man, no Oda backshots.
So I think they're focusing entirely on polish. They might take some stuff out though. They could still take some things out.
Yeah.
So they might take out some like cringy on the nose dialogue and stuff like that, which I would not be surprised of.
If we get another Dare after school special like we did in fucking Veilguard, like they might.
Oh god.
I don't think we were ever going to get that because the Tosh character in Veilguard she is on her own level of like woke cringe in a game.
Okay. Time out for 1 second. Okay, guys, we're moving into news. We'll just go ahead and start because we were going to go in on Veilguard anyway. So here we go. This is it. This is the transition.
Just start now.
This is the transition. Go ahead. So sorry. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you guys talk first because you were talking about Tosh.
Tosh.
I know Amorata has a lot to say, so I'm gonna let y'all go in on it for a bit. I'm gonna hang back and listen.
Because Tosh is literally just like a Tumblr lecture, like personified into a character. It's like it's so. And here's the thing: it's amazing about it is that like Veilguard, it visually looks competent. The art style is cringe, but like. It's obviously it has production value to it, and the Kunari look like shit, obviously. But like,
it's like a Pixar character.
But like, technically, from a fidelity point of view, it looks fine, and it performs really well.
Yeah.
And the combat, from what I could tell, is very like junk foody. It's very samey. But again, you have to think about it from like a normie point of view.
Yeah, you know what bugged the shit out of me when I was watching the gameplay, because I was watching I think it was Arch who was streaming it, and he went the mage route, right? This shit always bugs me, and this isn't even necessarily a Veilguard thing. It's just like any given game in which you like control a party, but like you are it's like a single player experience, and you're controlling one character at a time, right? It's that shit where they always make the enemies like hard target you. And like chase you the fuck down, even when you have like allies, and your allies just draw no aggro at all. And it's the worst shit ever when you're playing a mage and your whole thing is I need to sit back here and like charge a magic shot or some shit. But this asshole with his giant axe will not stop chasing me down. I can't get a second to actually do my magic shit because the enemies won't stop harassing me. That fucking sucks.
And in this game, you can't control your companions to manually draw aggro away from your MC from Rook or whatever.
Yeah,
which sucks because that was in the original 3 games. You could actually set your companions' behaviors so that if you were drawing fire, they would actually come in and use abilities to taunt the thing off of you. So if you were a mage or something, you could go off into the background and do your shit without being beat because they were taking care of their shit.
Yeah, they were actually competent. Yeah.
But sorry, continue.
When I watch all these clips and stuff like that, whether it be of the dialogue or the combat, one of the things that really, really bugs the shit out of me is it's like you could almost see like the code of the mechanics like oozing through the game at you. Like nothing feels organic in this game. Nothing. It all seems like you can just. It's like the Matrix, like when Neo could like see the code. Like he became the one, and suddenly he could just see the code behind everything, right? It's like that. Like you could just see the mechanical nature of everything in the game, and nothing feels organic at all.
There's no art to it.
There's no. It's very ham-fisted.
And no
There's
real
this-
room to get immersed, it feels like. And it's like that seems like a death sentence for an RPG, a role-playing game
a
where you're supposed to
medieval
be playing
RPG, a medieval fantasy RPG.
Yeah, no,
Well,
no,
you
but
see dark fantasy.
But not even that bits. I mean, in the terms of it's a role playing game in which you are supposed to be playing a role, and yet there doesn't seem to be any room for you to actually get into your role. Like,
Well, you can't even choose your role. Your role is
Can't
pre-chosen
choose-
for you.
yeah.
I mean, and there are RPG games that do that where it's like you're actually just kind of like following along
The
with a
character.
specific character story.
Right.
Like I brought up Persona 5 earlier, and like most JRPGs are like that, where it's like you're kind of just playing the character that you're
Shadowheart's
embodying.
is like that.
Yeah, shit like that. Yeah, but in a game like this, where like again you're coming off the pedigree of Dragon Age, where in the previous games, as far as I can
Choice
tell,
matters.
yeah, choice
Yep.
mattered, and you could be. I mean, I don't know how much like character customization there was before Veilguard.
A lot. You could
okay,
build
fair.
your full. I mean, you got to design your character. The early character. I mean, I wouldn't say the earlier character creators were fantastic, but they were some of the better character creators, in my opinion.
At the time, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it seemed like there's more to the choices you make. It seems like there's alternate paths that actually happen. Whereas it seems
Oh,
like
there
in
was.
this game, it kind of just seems like you're being horrifically railroaded. Like every option you have for dialogue seems to be more or less saying the same thing, except with a, I guess, slightly softer or slightly sterner attitude. But like
Yeah.
that seems to
Yeah.
be
But not
it.
really
Exactly.
stern. You
Yeah.
can't actually be.
Yeah, you can't
Like,
actually be
in
mean
Ba-
to anyone ever.
I swear to God, this is why. Remember back when Baldur's Gate 3 released and all the journals were freaking him out about like, don't call Baldur's Gate 3 the new standard. No, don't do that. You
Yeah.
remember that shit? Like,
Yeah.
it's like this is why.
Mm.
Because in Baldur's Gate 3, if you wanted to, you could decapitate Karlach and just proudly raise her head up in conquest.
I saw
You know what
that
I mean?
picture on
You
Twitter.
could
Yeah.
slaughter the entire elf. You could be the most evil piece of shit on the planet in that
Yeah.
game. You know what I mean? Like you could actually like play the role that you want to play in that game because the insane amount of freedom that it gives you.
Mhm.
Whereas this, it's just like, you know that ride, that new ride at Disneyland in the Star Wars land where you're like in like the car and it gets kind of, it looks like it's freely driving around,
Mhm.
but it's actually not. It's actually following tracks that are underneath the ground.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this feels like. Where it's like it's giving you the illusion of being able to roam around freely, but no, you're actually stuck on a track. You know what I mean? And you're being fooled into like thinking that you're actually making like consequential decisions. And it's like either just give me an on the rails, like this is the character you're playing. You're playing this person who has this background and they're this kind of person, and that's the role you're going to inhabit. Either give me that or give me freedom. But
Yep.
don't give me this. Don't fucking lie to me. You know.
Don't
about,
tell me I have freedom and then put me on rails.
Exactly. Exactly. Don't pretend I have freedom when you're actually just holding my hand the whole damn way.
Yeah. I'll tell
like,
you one
stop-
thing. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's treating the players like children.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
And every aspect of this game treats the player like a child.
Party
From the
members, too.
puzzles to the cringiest dialogue you've ever seen in your life.
Mhm.
You know, to the combat, everything is just treating the player like a fucking child.
Yeah.
And it's just like, we deserve better than this.
No,
Especially
absolutely.
from BioWare.
You know, I remember back before the game came out, there was all this hype around all the hot sex you could have in this game. How come I haven't heard anything about that since the game came out?
Well, you know, then I think
Because
about
it's
it.
not hot.
Yeah.
Well, because you were talking about Baldur's Gate 3, and you know people are always talking about the romances in Baldur's Gate 3, and you know how this, that, or the other. You don't hear anything about the romances in this game at all. You just don't.
So I feel like my opinion on this might be slightly like poisoned already, because the only two romances and romance interactions I've seen in the game so far, both unfortunately include Tosh, right? And it's the one with the Rook and the one with Harding, and in both
The elf
cases,
girl? Oh, the dwarf girl.
the dwarf girl, yeah.
Yeah.
And in both cases, you get this like horrifically like just so like self-awareness is a completely alien concept to the character that is Tosh.
It's millennial writing. Have you ever heard?
Yeah.
Of
Well, no,
because
here's the thing. I've seen like clips with the other characters as well, and like most of them they have their moments of cringe, but for the most part they're fine. They're okay. Tosh, on the other hand, is just like is that weird kid back in high school who like wore cat ears constantly, right? And just and I was like their whole thing, and like maybe they had like the tail too sticking out of their fucking pants,
You know we have a furry here, right?
Yeah. Tosh is like this weird character. I didn't hear that. Tosh is like this weird character who seems like he was like it was like plucked out of like the West Hollywood cosplay scene and just like dropped down into the game. You know what I mean?
It's like, okay, so it's funny because like I was thinking like the first time I saw the Harding the Harding scene, I was actually watching it along with between Harding and Tosh. I was watching Altiori's video about it. I know you're familiar with her, right, Helmsman Altiori?
Yeah.
The little fox lady. Like the way she reacted to the bit where it's like right at the end where sorry. Tosh is trying to seduce.
It's one of my favorite YouTubers. Yeah, she's hilariously adorable. I fucking love Altiori.
No, she's great. But the bit at the end of that video where, like, she had to end a video at this point, right? Where Tosh is trying to, like, actually, like, charm Harding, right? And she says, "Oh, you smell good." And then she, like, suddenly leans in and she literally, like, growls at Harding. And it's like not even like because like Tosh's supposed to be like part dragon or some shit, right? But it's not even like they didn't even make like swords like an actual draconic sound. It just sounds like somebody going like like I don't know how to like fucking describe.
Yeah.
So, like Altiori just like loses her shit and just ends the video. It's like she's like I can't do it. It's like it's the cringiest shit ever. It's so bad. Like it. Here's the thing. If Tosh as a character was played strictly for humor, I think it could maybe work. But the fact that we're supposed to take Tosh seriously is the worst choice they could have possibly made for this character. It's so bad. And like, oh god. Sorry, this is neither here nor there, but I got to comment on it. The fact that like because I saw this character before I realized who this character was supposed to be, and when somebody
Isabella,
in the comments is like that's supposed to be Isabella. Are you that shit threw me? That threw me for
it's
a fucking
like some
loop.
random fucking pirate. What the fuck?
Because I know people are like here and there about
belly dancer wearing a pirate hat. It's like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I don't.
What are those shoulder things?
Yeah, because hang on. Let's bring up a picture because chat may not be familiar with this character. Dragon Age Isabella, right there.
I mean, she'd be really cool, all gypsy and piratey, but not.
She was very like, I don't give a fuck. Like about.
I just want to bring up a picture of her original look.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, this is good enough. Just give you like a sense of like her whole outfit.
She's got more clothes on and she's way hotter.
Right?
Yeah.
Someone posted the two pictures side by side, and I'm like, how is she more naked and less attractive?
Yeah. So as you can see, chat, it's definitely a lot more simplistic actually than the look we get in Veilguard. She's got like the white top. She's got the long boots. They're just kind of like Parvati looking. I dig this. I dig it.
Look at the detail of the boots. Look at the detail of like all that armor and like the necklace and the pauldron, and now go back to Veilguard.
Yeah, like it's got a lot going on, but it feels like simple in a way though.
You're supposed to do character design. Character design is you make it simple so that it's easy recognizable, but then you add little touches here and there.
Yeah, and then we get here. Now we get to this new Isabella, and she's got these big fucking stupid looking like shoulder things. She's got the big crazy hat with the feathers. There's a million feathers coming out of it.
Like a bird off the back of her head.
Yeah, she's got a fucking peacock coming out of her ass over here. Like it's a whole peacock like feather thing coming out her butt.
It's like a hat and a peacock up her ass. What the fuck?
Go back to previous Isabella. That one. You could tell, like, okay, she's got the thigh high boots, and she's got like the gloves, you know what I mean? And she's got, obviously she's like a roguish kind of character,
right?
Like she's wearing armor, but she's also wearing armor in a way that allows her to be agile and quick at the same time. And you know, it's like, and light on her feet. It's like, okay, go to that other Isabella. What the fuck combat? Like, what does she do? Like, what purpose does she serve in combat? Is she like you don't know if she's like a magic user, a tank, a rogue? There's no.
I would hope tank, right? Because this is drawing the aggro for sure.
So, you know, when they do those pictures of the hot women in the bikini armor and say, what does this protect? What does that seriously protect?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, fashion should actually tell you something about the character.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And that doesn't tell you anything about the character. The hat might tell you she's a pirate. You know? It says she's a retard.
This is giving autism, this outfit, for sure.
Yeah.
This is absolutely
and not the good type of autism either.
Yeah, no.
It's like a slot machine. And like
it's the bad autism. It's the autism Tosh has.
It's like, oh my God. It's like you went to a fashion slot machine and like the first wheel is like the hat and then the second wheel is the top and then the third wheel is the bottom and she just like randomly hits stop and then that's the outfit she chose. It's like
something
the game designers just don't have a concept of like actual like how fashion is actually supposed to like tell you things about the character.
Go ahead.
This was the problem with Concord.
Yeah,
it's like when you look at that. When you looked at any of the Concord, listen to my AI song, by the way, about that chat. If you looked at any given Concord character, you couldn't tell by looking at them if they were a tank or if they used magic. Like, you couldn't tell what their purpose was inside the team, you know, because like they just fail at character design. It's like how has AAA Gaming just forgotten the most I'm not a game developer and I know this. Like how do I, an ignoramus, know this, and the game developers who get paid supposedly to do this shit can't figure it out? Like, what is going on? It's so frustrating.
The whole thing is just so, again, infantile and terrible, as Moonstone Studio CEO chimed in. Perfectly put, right? Infantile and terrible. What really got me is like, and this is like kind of flows into the whole thing where it's like you're not allowed to be evil or like cause dissent in your party or anything of that sort. Like you're not allowed to be that character, right? What really got me is like the bits with Tosh where it comes to the non-binary stuff, and especially the scene where you're having dinner with her mom, and that whole scene is like it's like her mom is like clearly kind of trying to understand what the fuck Tosh is even going on about, because like obviously she's never heard of this shit. I'm surprised anybody in this medieval fantasy world has heard of this shit, right?
Yeah, because they haven't been to West Hollywood.
And she's like trying to link it to, she comes up with that, whatever Kanari term that was, to like try and link it to their actual culture. It's like, oh, maybe you mean this. And Tosh is like literally just having a retard fit about it every time she tries to like understand what's going on. Like all she does is just yell at her, and it's like, exactly. But the thing that gets me, because I saw like the little like choice wheel after that scene that you get as the Rook character, and it's like there is no option to like defend Tosh's mom. There's no option to like check Tosh for being an asshole about it.
Affirmation only.
Affirmation only. And it's like, God, you guys are so fucking like sensitive. Like you're so paper thin about the shit you're trying to push that you can't even give an option to be even slightly critical of it. And it's like, come the fuck on, guys.
It's like, and all of the media literacy, you know, leftist chuds online, where like they're all mad at this, but like they all love ReFantazio, and ReFantazio has all the same like political themes and shit like that. It's like these fucking retards don't know the difference between like, it's not the presence, it's the execution, you fucking retards.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about an established IP and a new IP. We didn't know what to expect from ReFantazio. You have a set of expectations when you go into a game called Dragon Age, and they took every single one of those. They took the list of expectations people have for a Dragon Age game and got rid of just about every one of them and said, no, that's not what we want to do.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
here's the thing. I will say that that we've talked about them a few times. The jumping at shadows, like people who are like so deep into the anti-woke that they'll just like jump at anything that's even remotely like a minority or a gay or any of that shit, right? Like they'll just immediately like clamp down on it and start shaking their head like a dog, right?
Yeah.
But like that's the like using that as an argument like against a valid criticism, which I believe we have a valid criticism of what we're dealing with here. That is disingenuous, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, even the people who like this game say the dialogue sucks.
Yeah.
Because it does. Yeah, it's awful.
Everybody I've seen who likes this game, states that they like the game. I'm not entirely sure I believe them. Says that they enjoy the game, the battle system, which I mean, okay, I guess I can maybe understand that. If I'm not going to say that.
Because like the game has mostly positive reviews on Steam, but it's like the only reason I think that is because people.
A lot of those positive reviews aren't exactly positive reviews.
Yeah, that, but also I think it's the fact that, of course, on Steam you have to actually buy the game to put a review down on it, and most people who like weren't for any of this just didn't fucking buy the game. So they can't review it because they didn't even bother to fucking pay for it in the first place.
No, there's a lot of those
like
reviews
yourself,
that'll
Amorata.
say. Yeah, well, I'm not that stupid. Sorry. No offense to anybody who bought the game,
some people did it for the content, right? Asmongold.
Some people did it for the content, and you know what?
Reddit.
I have absolutely no problems with you if you bought the game for the content, because somebody out there has to play it so that other people can see what's going on. And if you are the person who's going to sacrifice your time and money, more power to you. It's just not me.
Man, pour one out for Asmongold, man. He fucking went out of his way to actually spend money on that game to share with his millions of viewers. And what did they do? They fucking deleted him from the Reddit. Right. Not allowed. That's crazy.
Who else via Reddit anyway, though?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that Reddit isn't very big.
True. Sorry, but go ahead, Amorata. You're about to go in.
What point was I about to make?
I forget. Damn it. I'm sorry.
It's a great question.
Whoops. My bad.
It's okay. I have the memory of a goldfish sometimes anyway.
You know what else bugs me? You know what else grinds my gears?
Yeah, go for it.
I remember it. Okay, go ahead.
No, you remembered. Go ahead. I know my point. Yeah.
So what I was going to say is a lot of those reviews, obviously a lot of those reviews might have positive might be rated positive, but they have a lot of negative statements in it. So on one hand, yes, it might have a positive review, but like I said, the positive parts that they say about it are the battle system and the fact that there are very few bugs on release. Apparently it is quite well polished and people are able to just play the game as opposed to running into a lot of bugs, but literally everything else is crap. And the fact that on I think you would see a different result if Steam didn't have just a positive or negative review system. If they had more of a 1 to 5.
You know what Steam needs? Not even a 1 to 5. They keep the positive, keep the thumbs up, keep the thumbs down, but also include like a like a little yellow hand symbol. It's like doing it.
This is why Rotten Tomatoes. This is why Rotten Tomatoes is deceptive, because it has the same kind of system where it's like fresh, rotten. But like if it's rated as fresh, it could be like barely past the threshold, which is like 60%. So it actually could be just very mediocre. But because it gets like, if you have 100% of people calling it mediocre, then it looks like 100% fresh. Everybody thinks it's amazing. It's like no, everybody's saying it's mediocre. It's the same thing it's the same thing on Steam. It's the same problem.
And that's the thing is so there is no option if you kind of just sort of enjoyed the game but you didn't hate it, you end up writing it positive. And even at that, it's only last time I looked at a 73%. That is not a very high positive rating, even if it is technically mostly positive. Mostly is also 51%. That would also be mostly. So it's just a whole confluence of, I mean, you really can't trust ratings anymore at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, you got your Metacritic, but I mean, there is the thing where it's like there's no way to tell whether or not the person actually played the game, so they can technically accuse like the Metacritic of being like a review bombed outlet on that.
And that's
source,
the thing is, people say it's review bombed, but they don't take into account that yes, people will go on there and leave negative reviews. There are people who go on there and leave positive reviews though as well. Those have a tendency to, in the end, cancel themselves out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Plus, if it was a genuinely good game, then the review bombing probably wouldn't be as aggressive as it is. But the game is kind of meh, a little definitely
what's wild
shit
to
in
me?
dialogue. So kind of deserved, to be honest.
Another thing that you just mentioned this is that how they're saying that like, oh yeah, the game is bug free and performs really well. It's like that should be normal,
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't be like, oh, you get an extra point for that. It's like, no, that should be just the standard normal baseline expectation. The fact that that's damning that people are like, oh, but it runs really well and it's well optimized. It's like the fact that that's like a key talking point that is a really big indictment on the AAA industry.
100% on that.
The general PC like release like history has really fucked up some people in terms of because like it seems like a lot of big releases end up having PC issues when they first come out. Like a lot.
I mean, I have a few nitpicks on that thought process and why it goes that way that I think gamers in general don't take into account. Mainly the almost infinite variety of computer configurations from hardware, software, firmware that they have to try to take into account, and not to mention the stupidity of the people who play the games. I understand why some things will always have issues when they come out. That doesn't mean the level at which they come out is okay. I just think that people have a tendency to not remember that to properly Q&A for every setup that exists in terms of a PC is basically impossible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a practically infinite number of permutations available.
Yeah, absolutely. That is true. That is true.
I do have a quick point, like this cutscene right here, and you see, and once I mention this, you'll see it everywhere in this game. Is that whenever your party is just kind of sitting around talking about not the end of the world, which is what they should be talking about.
Yeah.
They all are sitting. They're sitting with their shoulders like squared up, and their hands are just like resting on their thighs or their knees. Like they all sit like they're like a kid who got in trouble at school and they're like waiting at the principal's office to get disciplined. You know, like
I mean, even in this picture, look at Tosh and how tense standing there.
They all
oh my god!
They all have these awkward poses and these unnatural poses and shit like that. It's like man, like, do you guys remember like cutscenes from like from Cyberpunk?
I really need to go back and play it.
Even when like people are just like sitting around talking, they're doing something. The way that they're sitting is like indicative of like their demeanor or their personalities. You know what I mean? And like if the crime boss knows he has control of the room, he's sitting back and his arms over the chair, over the couch. You know, he's open because that's what you do when you don't feel threatened. You know what I mean?
They use body language. Oh my god!
Yeah, they use body language. Oh, they get up and they move around when they like get intense. They'll jump up and they'll start pacing when they're really mad. You know, and they'll walk around you, and your character will walk around. Like, it's really dynamic the way they do the cutscenes in that game. And then you look at here, and they're just like they're sitting down, like they're getting into a roller coaster and they just have to assume the position. You know what I mean? It's just like, why is like nothing, again, just nothing feels authentic or organic in this game.
Yeah. Like Isabella, like of all people, I would think would be like chilling back with her like elbows up on the counter, you know, just kind of vibing.
Yeah.
I feel like when they wrote the game, they committed the worst sin you can commit when you're writing. And that is thinking of individual scenes and then writing each scene and sticking them together with absolutely no regards to how they flow together. So they shot this scene and then they shot the next scene, and you hear it in the dialogue too, because you hear the way the voice actors state their lines, and they state their lines. They might do it with some amount of inflection, but they state it, they finish, the next person states their line, they finish, the next person states their line, they finish, and there is no interconnectivity between each thing. There is no planning to make it flow into one smooth state where you have an entire piece. It's individual pieces that were never
like
actually...
a conversation.
Yeah, but it's all individual pieces that were never actually glued together.
It
They're
sounds
just
like
kind of set next to each other.
Yeah, it sounds like a table read and not like a conversation. Yeah,
right.
100%. Because you also notice like whenever they're like getting, you know, the slight amount of confrontation that they do allow in the game between the characters, like when you get into like confrontational status with somebody else, you start talking over each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that never happens.
Yeah.
Like no one ever interrupts each other.
I have to wonder if they ever had these people in the same room together. Ever.
You know who was in the room?
HR.
We beat you.
There's actually been a lot. There's a lot of like good, like that line came from Skill Up, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I also heard another guy say that like, oh gosh, what was the line?
Also, weird aside, but is it just me or does Tosh have like really tiny hands? Like weirdly
Everybody
tiny
has
hands?
really big heads, and that makes everything else seem weird.
No, but like Tash specifically, because like even Isabel's hands look like normal size, but look at Tash's hands. Is it just me? Is it like it's lighting? What is that?
No,
His
I
hands
think
look really tiny.
It does look really tiny.
She's got little Donald Trump hands, like.
Yeah.
Got the tiniest hands. The tiniest hands ever. Sorry, that was my terrible impression of Donald
No,
Trump.
that was great.
No, that was good. That was solid.
Well, like I think I think I talked about this like several shows ago with Rosa, and like we noticed like in one of the screen grabs that like the proportions of like all the characters are just off.
Yeah.
They seem to change.
Like it looks like a Pixar movie.
Yeah, yeah, it absolutely looks like a Pixar movie. They should break out in song and dance in any moment. They should start. Oh my god!
Skill Up had like the perfect thing about that. He's like, "This is Lord Farquaad," and he looks like he could be dropped into this world, and you wouldn't, and he'd fit right in. It's like that shouldn't be possible.
I think that's one of the things that makes this game resonate so poorly is the stylization of the characters versus the stylization of the environments, because in my opinion the environments look really nice.
Oh, absolutely.
They're gorgeous, they're well colored, there's plenty of variation, and then you stick a Pixar character in the middle of that really nice setup and it's like, what am I looking at here?
Yeah, it's
It's a fair point. That's a fair point.
It's like playing a bad key or a bad chord.
Yeah, I mean the tonal dissonance is just like constantly again because like the setup here is that you got these evil fucking gods that are overrunning the world with blight and darkspawn and all that shit, but nobody really seems to be all that urgent about the fact that we're dealing with the end of the world. Yeah, I don't know.
They all have that marvelized, quippy bullshit dialogue.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Like, that's the thing. Like, can you imagine if it was like the opposite? It's like if the thing was like, yeah, you know, guess what? It runs really well, and it's like it shouldn't be that's abnormal, but it is, and that's what actually passes the bar, which is like abnormal for a AAA game. The combat is serviceable, but the highlight is that the character interactions and the character development is really freaking good. And that alone is worth, you know, playing the game for. If that was the narrative, this game would be fucking selling like hotcakes.
Right.
If this was still Dreadwolf as opposed to Veilguard.
Oh, fuck yeah. Even Dreadwolf is just such a fucking more awesome name than the Veilguard.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, people play Dragon Age for two reasons. One is the combat, and two is the character interaction and development. That's the two reasons that people play. So if you have one that's serviceable and another one that's great, people are generally going to buy it. You know what I mean? But if you have one that's serviceable and one that's like literally the worst that ever
has ever been,
people aren't going to buy it. It's that simple. And yeah.
Yeah, so we've had all kinds of interesting happenings as a result of this. One, the fact that Dragon Age and BioWare have decided pretty quickly here that DLC will not be pursued, and that they're just going to move straight on to Mass Effect 5. I
thought that was known before they released it.
Was that known before the release?
Yeah, I think
Because I only heard about it after.
That was, I saw reports about them saying that before it released. I think that they never. Yeah.
Sorry, I might have missed that part.
No, you're good. I mean, I could, but okay, depending on how soon before. Because if it was like around the time they dropped that first trailer and got that massive fucking backlash, and they could kind of see the writing on the wall about where this was going.
It did come after that. That is true.
Okay.
It was after that.
Because here's the thing, right? Because as far as I'm aware, BioWare usually does some DLCs for their games when the game does decently, right? But maybe they just kind of got the inkling that maybe this wasn't going to go over very well, so it wasn't going to be worth investing the extra time and money into to put more content into this game.
I honestly feel like, I mean, this thing, you have to remember that this thing has been stuck in development hell for 8 years.
10 years.
It was basically scrapped and started over again twice during that process. So I honestly feel like they just, for like the fact that they got what we got is like a miracle in and of itself, and they're just like, we just want to get this thing out and we want to be done with it. We want to be done with this. We want to move on to the next project, which is the Mass Effect 5.
I still have zero doubt whatsoever that if it had been insanely popular, they'd have come up with some DLC.
Probably.
Oh, probably. They probably would have we're like Hogwarts did that. Hogwarts wasn't initially planning any DLC, but it was
now they're planning a damn
success.
sequel. So
yeah, and now they're planning DLC too. They're planning DLC. They have a big DLC coming out, I think, like early next year for the first game, and now there's a full-blown sequel in the works. It's like, hell yeah. You know what I mean? And I also noticed that I have not seen a single announcement from EA or BioWare about thanks for 1 million units sold or 2 billion units sold.
Or any of that shit, yeah.
That's interesting. Well, I think that they're waiting. I think that they're... The only thing I could think of is that they're waiting for it to...
For a decent number?
To reach the threshold needed for it to be profitable, which is 4 to 5 million. And it is not there.
Oh, they're fucked. They're not. I thought they might reach the point of profitability.
Profitability.
But if that's where they have to get, they're fucked.
Well,
they're not getting there.
Well, I did. You saw so chat, just in our little group chat between the three of us, I did these walls of math, like just like just like back of the napkin math, basically. Just trying to I was like, you can attest. I'm trying to be as charitable as I can to them. I was like, let's assume that the CCV is only 10 to 30% of the total purchases. Let's give them all the benefits I possibly can, and the highest I can get them was like 40% of their budget, assuming that their budget was 200 million plus, which I think is a safe assumption considering the amount of time and the fact that they had to scrap and restart twice. I think it's safe to say that their budget was north of 200 million. So if their budget was 200 to 250 million, they need 4 to 5 million to break even. So and guess what? The investors aren't going to like that.
We usually end up finding out somewhere after these releases just how bad the budget was. In the case of like Concord or Dustborn or whatever, right? I feel like the people at BioWare have probably installed like turrets in the ceilings by now, and they're keeping an eye out for if there's any whistleblowers around, and they're just getting taken out because they do not want that fucking number coming out at this point. I'd be surprised if we ever get to hear it.
That's the thing.
That number ever gets out.
I'm very skeptical these days about like the whole I spoke to an insider and oh my god, it's bad. Coming from like YouTubers and stuff like that. Because it's like too much of it. It's way too on the nose. It's like if it's too good to be true, it probably is. And I feel like there's a lot of that shit. That rule is getting broken a lot on YouTube these days. And so I'm like, whenever I see I spoke to an insider, I'm just like, did you? I don't know. I'm not sure.
On one hand, I have to imagine there's a lot of them getting really frustrated. Now,
yeah, I mean, there's grains of salt for that stuff, sure, but it's like when you see what ends up how things end up going with the studio, like when you see the tangential happenings that usually occur after the fact, like again, Concord, their studio completely getting shut down, right? It's like, I can believe they probably fucked up pretty bad. Maybe it wasn't 400 million bad, but it was probably still pretty fucking bad. If the whole studio just got shut down entirely, the game's dead, right? Within 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was probably a pretty bad fuck up.
Well, the thing is, it's like that 400 million number, it came from, I mean, yeah, it came from insiders, but it came from insiders who have like a long track record of being accurate with their stuff. You know what I mean? Like that's where it came from. So it's like when you hear that, that person say like I spoke to somebody, it's much more believable than like some of the newer people on YouTube that have all these
you want to say
all these insiders.
You want to say
I do want to
say
say Endymion.
Just say it.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking.
I'm trying to be nice, okay? Because he's not the only one though. But
Yeah,
like,
I know. Yeah.
But but the thing is that like it's like I feel like they're 80% right, and that they kind of like they end up looking like fools because of that last 20% that they just don't think through for like 10 seconds. You know what I mean? Because it's like it's really easy to get caught up in that shark-like frenzy when like chum gets thrown in the water, and that's the problem is that like you have to remember that optics are important in these kinds of things, and it's like if you get one thing wrong that makes you look like a retard, then it makes it very easy for the detractors to dismiss everything else, even if it's true. You know what I mean?
In fairness, detractors will dismiss everything no matter what you say.
Yeah, exactly. Fair point. But I do say I have respect for when like some people do end up fucking up, but they'll like own it and they'll actually be like, okay, yeah, I got this wrong, this, that, and the other, etc. And
Grumps does that.
Yeah, and so is
which I
Endymion.
appreciate. Yeah,
So,
Debian does it too. Well, like in Debian, I gave Debian a ton of credit when he just like fucking was roasted the fuck out of the CD Projekt Red dude.
Yeah.
Because I was like, why would you lie? Like I came up with like an actual argument that the guy could have given, but he just made like an obvious lie. And I was like, bro, why would you do that? Why would you set the YouTube frenzy artists, on fire like that? Like that was such a stupid thing to do. And then Endymion just roasted it his ass, and I enjoyed every second of it. Are you kidding me? I'm just like, because my whole thing is just like, I just want people to be honest. That's
a lot to ask
my issue is, and it's like, well, that doesn't mean I'm not gonna fucking demand
still
it.
ask for it. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like, and this is far more of a problem on the AAA, the developers, and especially the journalist side of things. And they have a massive problem with just being like knee-jerk reactionary. You're like, oh, the chud said something, therefore I'm gonna trumpet the opposite of that. You know what I mean? And it's just like, motherfucker, that is not that is not useful to the discourse. Like, what are you doing? But yeah, so like when I look at the numbers for this thing, it's just like, I tried to be as charitable as possible, and I got it to like, I think I got it to like 50, about 56 to 80 something million, I think was my number, with the possible variation. And it's just like, if they spent 210 million, that means that they're only a third of the way there.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's just like, man, they got a long way to go before the thing hits profitability. Now, will they get there? I actually think they do eventually, but they will be crawling on all fours. It'll be like a Steam sale. That'll, you know what I mean? But the problem, what the problem with Steam sales is though, is that if you have bad word of mouth, then the Steam sale isn't going to make people buy it.
Yeah.
So
I
don't
think
know,
there's
man.
probably a really large swath of people who eventually, when it goes on sale, will buy it. Because I see a lot of people in the videos I do, or the videos I've done on Dragon Age, that come into my comments and say, it doesn't look very good, but I'm still going to buy it on a Steam sale because I love Dragon Age so much and I want to see where the story goes. So I wouldn't be surprised if they see a huge uptick on a Steam sale. Just because of those people specifically. But yeah, I don't know. I always said that it would be lucky to break even. I don't think it would be the entire flop of not even making break even, but it'll take a while. I still think they're screwed though.
Yeah, it'll take some time. It'll take some time. But it's not like a massive flop. But it's not a massiss success either.
Yeah.
It's not the success they needed it to be.
It's not the success
the big thing is.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that the director of Mass Effect 5 came out and basically said, I don't know if you're going to cover this, Jazz. Maybe I'm blowing the load early, but
Mass Effect 5? I don't think I have that one. So go ahead.
The director of that one came out and said, because he directly addressed the Dragon Age release. And he said,
when he was saying the bit about how we're not doing that stupid shit.
Yeah, he said
In
Mass
Mass
Effect is
Effect.
Mass Effect, and it will maintain its mature tone. And I was
Hmm.
and me and Rosa looked into it, and it's like he was a project manager for like the initial trilogy,
Mhm.
but he wasn't a director. So project managers, they're not decision makers. Project managers, they're cat wranglers. That all they do is that they're whip crackers. Basically, they just make sure that the people who get the stuff done actually get the stuff done. They don't act, but it's the directors who make the actual decisions. So he wasn't in a decision-making role up until Mass Effect 5, and he's like, what we did all through Mass Effect 1 through 2, 3, and unfortunately 4, we're gonna maintain that tone. Because if there's one thing that Mass Effect has had over Dragon Age the entire time is that Mass Effect has very much maintained its identity throughout the whole series, whereas Dragon Age has always been an identity crisis. Like because they keep changing the combat so much across the Dragon Age games, and like how much you can control your companions and stuff like that, that it's never like been able to like establish itself in terms of like as like an identity, whereas Mass Effect has.
You see, I thought that Dragon Age had the one thing one thing outside of the story that I really loved was the tactics, the ability to set the tactics for your companions so that you could either choose to directly control them, or you can go in and set up a bunch of if-then statements to have them perform different activities for you so that you didn't have to, pause and immediately jump to them, but you still could if you wanted to. But of course, I'm weird and I like that, and apparently I am not the majority of people who play the game.
I mean,
well, that's not fast food combat. That's not what normies want. That's very involving. You're literally dictating the logic of your characters. That's most normies are intimidated by that.
And yet somehow, that old Baldur's Gate 3 managed to blow Veilguard the fuck out of the water on Steam.
The number of complaints about that being turn-based that I saw pop up. But why is it turn-based? Oh my god, get the fuck over it and play the goddamn game if you want to play the game.
But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Like, Mass Effect 5.
Yeah.
Who knows? Because again, when it comes to it, you can have all the woke writers you want. If you have one good game director that can actually rein that shit in, you can get past that.
Absolutely.
It's possible.
My biggest worry at this point is whether or not, because now the big thing is going to be choice in Mass Effect, right? Are they because in fucking Veilguard they just completely did away with any sort of anything resembling Renegade. Right, so if Renegade gets kicked out of Mass Effect 2, that game's gonna fucking die on the vine.
Oh, you're done. Because the vast majority of Mass Effect players love playing Renegade way more.
Yeah, everybody wants to be psychos in a video game because we can't do it in real life. So that's exactly what we're here for. Everybody wants to punch a reporter, throw a guy through the window, or whatever the fuck else, right?
Yeah, and hopefully we're gonna maintain maturity is a nod towards that. Hopefully. We'll see. At this point, I can't trust anybody to do anything right in the industry.
Hopefully. I want I want them to put a Tash in the new Mass Effect, some Tash adjacent character, and you to have the Renegade option when they try to tell you how non-binary they are. You take your hand, right? You put it on Tash adjacent's shoulder, just like, hey, so Tash adjacent, I hear you, and I'm listening to what you're saying. I want you to know that that's retarded, and you're an idiot. And then just push him out a window. And then push him out a window.
And now I'm gonna defenestrate your ass.
Go all in. We gotta be extremely evil. And I don't mean evil to the point it's like I'd genocide, but I'd never misgender. No, we put misgenders on the list. Misgendering's back on the menu, boys.
That's what's so great about Baldur's Gate 3, that if you wanted to, you could do like a kill the planet run. You know what I mean? Like, you could do that in Baldur's Gate 3.
Good stuff. Yeah, because like if we end up doing this shit again, I don't know if you guys saw the journal entries. It's like how do I instantly, like when I was reading this, or I was reading the story on this, how do I instantly know this was written by Tash? Like it just it fucking.
Well, you mean
reads
other
like
than the
it
word
was-
Tosh's notes right there at the top?
Oh yeah, that too. But like I missed that. but so I didn't look at this bit, but I like listen because I was listening to the story right on my fucking
Yeah.
AirPods at work. So obviously I didn't see this bit, but I was listening to somebody else read through it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, fucking Tosh wrote this.
Yeah, in
Obviously.
fact, when I first sent this to you, remember I thought that these were like dialogue tree notes from the devs that they
I
forgot
thought the
to
same thing.
Mhm.
replace like in the actual game. That's what I thought this was.
Yeah, but no,
I thought it was like notes of what they wanted to write the codex out to be, to write something
Yeah.
more smoothly. But no, this is really what they meant to put in the game, and
Yeah.
this it's right back to what I was saying earlier about the dialogue and the way they've built the game. It is a bunch of separate notes lined up side by side that don't actually connect, because that is the way these people think.
Yeah. So chat, just for full context here, these are notes that are in the codex that is in the game that you can go to from your pause menu, right? And for those of you who are only listening without looking, we got some of Tosh's ideas
Jazz.
about
Read it, Jazz.
about discovering
clip this,
yeah
Get ready to
about
clip this chat.
about discovering the non-binary identity. So, from the top, writing notes to work through gender crap, showing Taruk for help maybe. Mayveris pretty, Tarkin tough, both trans, both open about being trans and said I could share stuff if it helped me on my journey. I did not ask for a journey.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Tash is being a fucking prick. Just even with this stuff, it's like Tash is just a prick constantly. That's just
It's all this selfish
Tash's-
navel gazing.
Yeah, Tash's whole personality is prick, like just straight up. Trans means was other gender, then changed. Wait, no, was always new thing, just now acknowledged. Yeah, was always. Fuck, assigned at birth. Yeah. God damn it.
We have to remember that the whole argument, but that you're not assigned at birth, you're observed at birth. That's all
Yeah,
it is.
that. Not changing, affirming. Trans woman is woman. Had to fucking get the mantra in there.
Trans
Had
women
to.
are women.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if that were true, then why do you have to say trans woman?
Fair.
Right.
Wait, and also
You would
by
just
this
say women
logic,
are women if they were women.
Right?
Wait, no,
women
no.
are women.
no. By this logic, actually, are all women trans women?
Yes,
Amorata, are you a trans woman?
apparently.
Can a woman become a trans woman?
That's the question. Because if trans women are women, then like to follow
that's the
that
thing, is that
logic,
only-
it would have to work
well,
back the other way.
That's
I
the thing.
don't
It's
do
like if women can't become trans women, only men can become trans women.
I thought it was Dev
So-
notes as well.
Wait, no. Hold on. I think I could become a trans woman. All I would have to do is stuff a sock down my pants and say I'm a woman, but a trans woman.
I guess that's how that works. Listen, these rules were never ever made clear. Not even the trans know how this works.
I don't actually need the parts. I just have to identify that way. So if I identify as a trans woman,
Yeah,
how can they say no?
I
That's
guess
because
they
they're
can.
not rules, Jazz. They're conversation terminators. That's the whole point
They're
of the entire
feelings.
thing.
They're feelings.
Yeah.
They feel ways. So there you go. I feel like a trans woman. Okay.
She's a trans-dimensional woman. That is true. That is actually, you know what? There you go. Fair enough. Also, villain. I thought you were making a joke. You said I thought it was dev notes as well, and obviously you mean developer notes. But when you said dev, I thought you were talking about short fat otaku.
Oh,
I think
ow.
that too sometimes.
I thought you were shitting on dev.
Well, I think there's plenty of shit on Dev. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh man, Dev's having a fucking field day after the whole election. Oh man, he's having a great time over on Twitter right now. Anyway,
Oh, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't take it personally and get all offended at that kind of shit.
yeah, no,
He's just
Dev was built with tank. He came onto the internet with tank armor. Like,
yeah.
oh man, the
As
total
long as he's
opposite.
having fun.
The total opposite of a Georgetown student. That's what Dev is.
Nice.
Well, except for the fat part, but I mean.
Damn.
Listen, the low-hanging fruit was right there. I'm sorry. Anywho,
keep reading. Keep reading.
Not feeling right in body is dysphoria. Whole big thing.
That is
guys.
so wild that they would actually use a modern day real world medical term like dysphoria in this fantasy medieval setting.
Yep.
Like it so breaks the verisimilitude of the world. It's so lazy.
I love the fact that you just used the word verisimilitude. That is fantastic.
That's a good word. Well done. Hang on.
But more importantly, where's the psychologist diagnosing these things?
I don't fucking know.
No,
who's doing the fucking the mastectomy surgeries?
Well, it's the self. What is it with the self-identification
self-diagnosis
model, which is like the worst thing that ever happened.
Yeah, who fucking came up with these terms in universe? Like, who?
Exactly.
Did what was his fucking name? John something. Did he just like teleport to Dragon Age World at some point before dying? John something. Fuck.
John Money.
Yeah, that one.
Money. I don't know why.
Money.
I was thinking
The pedophile.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, that one.
Looks different pedophile. Yeah.
Yeah, that John Money is like the pedo who did a bunch of experiments and kind of came up with a lot of. Is he the one who came up with like the idea of gender
or some shit,
like separate from sex? Something
he's the one who took the pair of twins and had them. Say theirs, and then he had the other one, and then the other one. Yeah, that asshole. But to backtrack just a little bit to the conversation that we were just having about Tosh and her mother.
Oh yeah,
about Tosh and that conflict between Tosh and her mother, and her talking about they had that term in the Kunari culture, which they actually revealed in Dragon Age 2, even though in Dragon Age 1 they said that it doesn't actually exist, but whatever. At this point in time, it's like, who cares? Fact of the matter is this makes even less sense with that knowledge, because you're telling me that a culture that actually went to the point of having a word for people who live like that, she doesn't understand what she's going through, even though that's a thing.
Yeah.
So realistically, at an age where she came to the point that she understood, I'm not, or even at this age, wherever, if this is the first time she's really putting that much thought into it, you would think she would go, oh, I don't really feel like a man. I don't really feel like a woman. Oh, I'm a whatever in the world the word was, because I can't remember it off the top of my head, and move on with her goddamn life.
A Kuhn Troon. But I'm singing. Okay. Got her.
That's a good one.
Thank you. I try. As I get older, my dad joke game gets better and better.
Oh, that one's a good one.
Okay.
You deserve a medal for that one. But okay, yeah, let's continue with this bullshit.
It's tripe. Yeah. You're muted, Jazz.
Troonery is he talking?
Yeah.
I just assumed he'd left. We were running the show now.
Yeah. I can't hear you.
I can't hear him at all. Did his camera? Oh, camera. No.
I'm watching him on stream. He's like freaking out.
And I'm watching him, and he's turned totally away. Is he back now? Nope.
Not yet. Man, his mic is having a ton of fun today.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
There we go. There it is.
Hey, vey. Jeez.
Everything good?
I was just saying, it's like, man, chat, can we put this one up for possible titles for the stream? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe is it? Is YouTube gonna
wait? Yeah, is troon like a naughty word on YouTube?
If it's not, it probably is going to be soon.
It's definitely a slur against trans people at this point, but I don't know if YouTube recognizes it as such yet. So that's.
I've never seen trans people like calling out the term.
I have.
They not? I'm pretty sure I have.
Oh yeah, on Twitter, it's a big thing on Twitter, especially if you deal with anybody who has a lot of interaction with what's that stupid website called? The
Mary Sue?
TikTok?
No. The it's like 4chan,
Kotaku?
but it's lolcow something.
I don't know.
Kiwi Farms. There we go.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know much about Kiwi Farms. I recognize the name, but I don't know much about it.
Yeah, they're interesting people.
That's a rabbit hole. Holy shit.
Think of 4chan, and then just think of 4chan. I'm gonna stop there.
It's 4chan, but I would actually argue more autistic.
Yes,
So Reddit.
That's kind of what I would like. That's the direction to go.
Okay.
Yeah, because 4chan fucking found got the DoD to bomb a terrorist base on the other side of the planet. Because they recognized the background from a terrorist leader put out a propaganda video, and 4chan recognized the beat up buildings in the background, and they figured out where he was, sent it to the DoD, and then less than 48 hours later, that place was bombed into oblivion.
I would also say that they are far more focused on YouTube personalities and stuff like that. As opposed
Kiwi
to
Farms
Kiwi Farm. Yeah. Kiwi Farms is definitely more of a social media tracker.
It's like a forum, though. Right?
Yeah,
that's a format. Yeah.
Yeah, they're a forum, but they spend a lot of time documenting and researching various personalities. Mostly what they like to call off as lolcow, or call it the lolcow. And yes, Silent Villain is correct. They started off as a forum dedicated to Christian. So it's Christian and Christian adjacent people, though they have branched off and slowly.
Oh yeah.
Everybody. I mean, are you really anybody if you don't have a forum directed?
Well, everybody's got a Discord now, so
dedicated to you.
Yeah, there's a fuck ton of people that are on the radar of Kiwi Farms. Nick Ricada is like a
yeah.
Yeah, he got oh man, he got destroyed by Kiwi Farms.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
So anyway, just say you don't want to end up on a Kiwi Farms topic.
Yeah,
fair enough.
If the farms are looking at you, then.
Yeah. Also, Angel, it's Troon spelled Troon, and it's like a disparaging term against the transgenders. So. Hang on. We didn't even get to the big mask off moment at the end of this specific page. So the whole big thing could feel like want to be guy instead of girl. No. Could feel like not connected to body. Not everyone does this. Could feel uncomfortable with girls who act more feminine. I
remember that narrative. Remember the whole conspiracy about artists refusing to make women curvy because trans women can't achieve that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which it on one hand it made sense. On the other hand, it's I don't know about that. But then you see something like this, and you're just huh. The grains of sand are starting to become a heap.
So you're saying the quiet part a little out there, buddy. Just a little.
Yeah.
But there's 2 more pages of this, right? Oh my god, there is. Fucking hell. All right.
You have to read it all.
Fine. Okay, this is
It's
part
short.
of the first
It's
page.
short.
No, I like girls. Girls smell good. Okay, so you're a lesbian. But like hanging out with lords more than girls. Ashamed of not doing what the lords of the Lords of Fortune, right? Is the faction that Isabella's part of, the treasure hunters or whatever?
I don't know.
Which doesn't make sense because Isabella is a girl. I always assumed that when they said lords, it meant boys. But now that makes even less sense. Never mind.
Well, I mean, that I'm not too pressed by because maybe Isabella came into the fold after there was founding members and they were all male, and that's why they went Lords of Fortune, right? So maybe that's what happened with that. I don't know you would know more about the Dragon Age lore than I do. Though I did see someone talking about it on Twitter, specifically the Lords of Fortune bit, because apparently there's some dialogue in the game where Tosh is telling you about the Lords of Fortune. It's how I was we usually only go to places with treasure that's been long abandoned, right? And we make sure that we're not screwing over the culture that lost it in the first place. Yeah. So they're doing the fucking Lara Croft shit with it, right?
You stole it out of my mouth. That's what Lara Croft turned into.
Yeah. So they essentially just completely fucked up the lore in general from what I've seen in several aspects. Apparently there's also a faction in there that's Kunari that stopped following the Qun. I think that was early on where Tash mentions that a certain faction of Kunari stopped following the Kun, but apparently these guys were like the most militant fucking like committed to the Kun faction in previous games, and the fact that they've just suddenly turned around on it is strange and could use a little more explanation than it gets in game. So yeah, it seems like lore wasn't really particularly. It's again, it's a Star Wars situation. It's a fucking Marvel situation. It's and get any given major franchise, it's had its lore bent over backwards and fucked in recent years. You know, it's one of those again. So, yeah, is what it is there. Can you fix the static on your mic? It's a bit much. Ah, fuck. Is that why you two went completely silent? Then you two were completely
I felt
silent.
bad for constantly saying it.
I was actually listening. I was just ignoring. I have a superhuman ability to ignore things. So.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
Wow, that's a
It's called having a little brother.
Damn. That's crazy. I was the little brother. I'll have you know. I mean, not your little brother, but
sense.
the little brother.
We're
in that
almost
situation.
through this.
We're almost there.
He was a little brother.
A little brother, yes. Okay, so no, like girls, okay, like hanging out with lords, ashamed of not doing what your gender should do. Ugh. It's a big UGH there, so I got it. Yeah.
That's the whole like gay erasure that the trans movement is engaging in.
Yeah,
more or less. And it's also the actually you guys are pretty like you're sticking pretty hard to these gender norms. If you're just like if you're harping on them to the point where it's like I don't like these things that girls should like, clearly that means I'm a guy and not just maybe a more masculine girl. Like, you know, I believe we had a word for that at some point.
Apparently an actual man as opposed to a woman, just because that, you know, they have those things come up on YouTube or on Twitter that says, if you're a man and you see this, you just think, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. That totally. Yeah.
How often do you think of Rome?
You know, not quite as often as your regular man, but yeah, at least twice a week. That's got to be more than your average woman.
Yeah, that's way more than your average woman.
A tomboy, yes. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. A bump.
They used to be tomboys. They used to be tomboys. Now we have to mutilate your genitals and give you a fake cock and ruin your life.
That's a whole rabbit hole as well. So
anyway,
it's worse if you're a boy or a woman, or if you're a boy turning into a woman. That oof.
Getting euphoria is feeling right. Yeah, so we had to get a bit about euphoria in there because that's. You know what? Because they like the whole trans thing is like latched onto the euphoria bit, but like all I can think of is the fucking the fedora neckbeard thing from way back when. It's like I am euphoric. Remember that shit like way back when.
Do these people not understand what euphoria actually is?
I don't think so, because I feel like most trans people don't actually experience it. Especially not nowadays.
Might actually, because euphoria is actually a short-lived feeling of pleasure, joy, happiness. It's not something that you can sustain forever because it's basically a flush of hormones through your body.
Yeah, it's coming.
No,
well,
it's the nut.
Yes, you should be experiencing euphoria at that point in time. If you're not, see your doctor. But that is one of the best examples. And you
like
can't live.
Low-hanging fruit example, yeah.
Yes. You can't live in that feeling. That is not life. You don't get to live feeling that feeling all the time. It is literally impossible for your body to create the hormones that would keep you feeling that feeling forever.
Well, not just that, but it's categorically meant to be an elevated thing. So if you're always on that level, then you're not elevated. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it'll just become the norm.
It categorically can't be a sustained thing.
Yes, and they seem to think that if you're not feeling that way, then something's wrong with you. No, you're totally normal. Nobody feels that way all the time. Well, that's what causes addiction, is the desire to chase that feeling. And I guess you could say to some degree, these people do have a type of addiction. They have an addiction to creating that feeling through not necessarily drug ways, but through the validation and attention of others.
Yeah. Which is why the echo chambers, I suppose. But Continue. Non-binary means not man or woman. Can feel like either. I mean, that could just be your personality.
Non-binary is binary. You're either non-binary or you're not.
Maybe you just have a personality that's a like. Here's the thing, man. Like I really love romance manga, right? And romance movies too. I cried watching The Notebook. I did. I sit with my legs crossed from time to time, right? I do that. I'm pretty sure I'm still a dude. I'm still a man. I just have some more feminine tendencies from time to time. But I mean, I'm not gonna fucking trans about it, or definitely not gonna fucking non-binary about it. And god damn, like, can we just go back to having personalities? Can we just call it what it is? Just having a distinct personality. Can we please?
We have to remember that these people wear gender like it's a fucking fashion, like literally like clothes. Anyway.
Okay, can look like guy, girl, neither. Chances are good though you're probably gonna look like one or the other. You're gonna lean one way or the other, most likely. There's truly androgynous, but I mean, even so, they typically, you can still usually kind of tell. Some use she, he, some swap, some use they, but still single with name. Wait, what? But still single with name? Oh, they only have one name, I guess. They still just use whatever name. Usually Lilith.
Well, she explains it in the next line.
Oh my god, are you serious? Hang on. Okay. Flynn is non-binary. They are coming this way. Confusing, but sure. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, at least they acknowledge it's confusing. That's a step in the right direction.
I would love to see like what the Japanese version of this is.
We can talk about the German version.
The Japanese language, like literally they don't have pluralizations. So the are is gone. They don't typically use she, he pronouns. They don't really use pronouns that often.
No.
So like I would love to see like what the Japanese translation of this is.
I know
the language literally isn't capable of hosting this kind of language.
Won't stop them from trying. Will not stop them from trying. We know this.
They probably just put they in there because that's tends to be how they work other English language things that don't work.
I know that they literally made up new words for the German version.
Oh, the German, the Spanish. Basically, if you have a gendered language, they made up terms. They crossed the male and female terms to make a new term.
You know what? Hang on, because I think I have that tab here somewhere. This one, because the German guy went over it, and trying to read the English sentence. Hang on, can I
is retarded?
Can I make this a little bigger? Open
hold control and scroll up on the mouse wheel.
Got it. If you thought the English version was bad, look at what they did to the German version of the game. In this forum post, the project manager all localization brags about how he and his team applied fully gendered German language to the game, both in written and spoken text. What this means? Let me explain. There is no singular they in German, so what the German localization team did was to use so-called neo-pronoun. Oh, god damn it. Pronouns that didn't really exist until trans activists made them up. So now the game is full of the neo-pronoun hen, hem. And at the end of nouns, there is an E attached. Imagine in English, if there's a guard, then with German gendering, it'd be guardie. Guardie?
Just guard, but with the E at the end.
I guess. And if that wasn't enough, there's also using stuff like the gender star and the double point.
I don't know what either of those things are.
Here's an example of this were applied to English. Hen is a capable fighter, but the leaderess of the troop is not a reasonable personess. What the fuck is that?
I think that the star and the colon are supposed to be like, it could be person or personess, or leader or leaderess. So it's like...
That's so fucking stupid. That's so awful. God, why would you want to read this? Why would you ever, like... Can you imagine
speaking a language and then this is what is presented to you in a audio format and you're trying to figure out what the fuck they just said?
I'd quit. I'd quit speaking. I'd just stop speaking to go find a fucking cave to live in. Oh, Yve. Confusing but sure. Also, gender fluid. Feel different on different days. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. They're full of shit. The gender fluids are absolutely just 100% full of shit. It's fucking stupid. that's all I gotta
Gender fluid, you know what that is? It's just a mood.
Yep.
It's just being in different moods.
Essentially.
That's all that is.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
get
Can
a
switch
fucking grip.
pronouns. Don't think that's me. Well, at least that, Tash. At least you're not that fucking. God, could you imagine if Tash was fucking gender fluid?
God.
And like every interaction was her correcting people on the pronouns because they keep changing like every time.
I'd be like, you know what? If this is the world we gotta live in, then let it burn.
Agender, bigender, demigender, others. Lot of different
Well, that's
ones. Not me, but
It's
okay.
a TikTok video.
Yeah.
Or Tumblr. Reddit post.
Never too
Used to be
late.
Tumblr.
Valid
Wait,
even
go to
if
the next.
no.
Go to the next image.
Okay, hang on.
There you go.
Never too late. Valid even if no words when younger. Blah blah blah. Wait, valid even if no words when younger? The fuck is that supposed to mean?
Means even if you're young and you feel you're confused, then you're still valid.
I guess. Mayveris saw notes and is mad. Write this down exactly. You're valid. People will say you're not enough. This or too much that. Do not let it diminish you. No two journeys are alike. That's wonderful. Embrace it. Did you get all that? Okay, fine.
Fucking Tumblr therapy language.
This is, the funny thing here is that it feels like even Tosh is like, okay, this is what? I don't fucking get all the shit you're saying to me.
I actually, yeah. It sounds like even she's getting annoyed with this bullshit.
Yeah. Like, she committed to the they, them, but I think after that, she's like, So, you know what? I'll give Tash a little... Tash is still fucking insufferable, but a little bit of respect for the frame of mind that these notes are in.
I wish you could cut her head off like in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
Then I might play the game.
And you might play the game. Yeah, so...
How many YouTube videos? YouTube would be flooded with people cutting off her head.
Oh my
Lord.
god. How long and then of course it'd also be flooded with YouTube videos of, oh my god, this is hate speech or some bullshit like that.
Etc. and so on. Yeah. Anyway. So, yeah, I suppose that's all that really needs to be said about
Yeah, we really should move on.
Exhausted.
We've been talking about Dragon Age for like an hour.
Exhausted it. Yeah.
We beat the dead horse and then we beat it some more.
We did.
Speaking of
So
Tomoe Umari lost the election.
she
Aw.
did. Unfortunate.
Pour one out for the horse.
So this is an interesting little story that popped up. So apparently, the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW for short,
What a bullshit committee.
Fuck the UN.
They
Sorry.
must be in fucking knots after the election.
Good.
Good.
They've expressed...
I know that there is actually... Oh, go ahead.
No, listen, they've expressed concerns that Japanese media may incite violence against women and girls. At least one politician is fighting back.
Shall we? Fucking hilarious. Like
I fucking love this anime, by the way. I love this anime. It's great. Let's get the details.
Japan is one of the fucking safest countries in the world.
Mm-hmm.
In general, for men and women, yes.
Yeah.
The United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, has reportedly expressed concerns about Japanese media and the speculated impact it could have on gender and sex-based violence. Notice it said speculated. According to free speech advocate and politician Yamada Taro, okay, so the call's coming from inside the building, inside the house, unfortunately. The Japanese Cabinet Office Gender Equality Bureau and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, confirmed the contents of their meeting with CEDAW. However, nothing further was said about the current state of Japanese media. The Japanese government has been thankfully slow to respond to external pressure when it comes to censorship of Japanese media. Not slow enough for my liking, but although the same...
You know who Yamada Taro is?
I feel like I've heard the name before, actually.
Yeah, so he's like known as the otaku politician, and he created like oh gosh, what did he do?
He was a mangaka, wasn't he?
He was a mangaka who did famous mangas in Japan, and he ran for for office specifically on the freedom of expression issue. That was he was a single issue candidate, and he won. So I can't remember what he made, but he's a famous mangaka though. So
my boyfriend was just looking it up the other day because I saw another article about bunch of lost manga because of the credit card issues with Japan and the U.S. And he was talking about the guy. I don't remember what he said though.
I'm not sure if this is race traitorism, but it's close, right? Is it close?
Wait, what?
I said, I don't know if this is race traitorism, but it's close, right?
This article?
No, Yamada Taro. This whole thing that he's doing with the fucking. It's just a joke. It's just a little joke.
Well,
Clearly, it did not land.
He's standing up for his
yeah,
race.
He's standing up.
I thought he was on the side of the UN. Oh, my bad.
No,
I
you're
misread.
backwards.
I misread.
He's actually.
I am backwards.
Yeah.
You're right.
I think it was Love Hina that he did. Now that
free
you,
speech. Free speech advocate. Oh, okay. Oh, you're right. I'm stupid. Okay. Yeah, I read it too fast. No, I wasn't paying attention enough. You are right. My bad. He's a race hero, or something to that effect.
He's just standing up for his culture.
Yeah, no,
Right.
Absolutely.
he's doing the right thing.
Wait, where did I leave off? Hang on. God, I fucked up so bad. Now I completely lost my place.
Let's start the second paragraph.
Nothing. Oh yeah, okay. Japanese government has been thankfully slow. Oh yeah, okay. Although the same cannot be said for its corporations, and for the time being, free speech remains enshrined in Japanese law with few exceptions. You can read Taro's post regarding CEDAW's pressure to censor anime and manga below. We'll include a translation via Google. Oh. On October 28th, the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, I have to stop saying the whole thing, published its concluding observations on Japan's 9th periodic report. This was prepared following a face-to-face review of the 9th report on the implementation of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination. God damn it. Can they please?
Some women should be discriminated against. Men too.
Yeah.
Some people should be discriminated against.
Absolutely.
Being a woman doesn't protect you from that.
Nope.
Fair. Which was held on October 17th. In this final opinion, concerns were expressed that pornography, video games, manga, and other animated products may incite violence against women and girls based on gender or sexual orientation. It further recommended effectively implementing existing legal measures and monitoring programs to address the production and distribution of pornography, video games, and animation products that reinforce discriminatory gender stereotypes and reinforce sexual violence against women and girls. However, the government, the Cabinet Office, Gender Equality Bureau, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has confirmed the content of the face-to-face screening, but no questions were asked about manga, anime, and games. Despite not being checked during the face-to-face screening, the company expressed its concerns. This one-sided content denies the freedom of expression in manga, anime, and games, and calls for them to be cornered? It's probably supposed to be censored, right? Through legal action and surveillance, which is extremely unjust. Okay. We will consider requesting that the sources and grounds be disclosed, and also request a retraction if this is not possible.
Yeah, it's also saying show your receipts or shut the fuck up.
Absolutely.
Which, yes.
I would like someone to show me the woman hurt because of anime.
Even if they do show the receipts, shut the fuck up anyway.
I mean, I know that Japan had some issues with train molesters or some shit at some point, right? But I can't think of anything outside of that.
Well, you have to remember that was a real life thing that then got reflected into the manga and anime. That they didn't make that up in manga and anime, and that just became a thing in real life.
Yeah,
it was the other way around.
So, yeah. But aside from that, I can't really think of any, especially egregious issues coming out of Japan in that regard. Right?
I'm trying to think. I mean, not that I know of, but again, I'm not, keen on the day-to-day news of Japan.
Or at the very least, nothing that, doesn't just happen everywhere else. So,
No.
Well, I mean, I know that like Japan is kind of similar to like Korea in that like,
Hmm.
you know, women's rights aren't as, let's say, robust as they are like in the West.
Yeah.
That's
It's
necessarily
true.
a bad thing.
But
Oh, sorry. What?
it's like,
I've
well,
put
maybe-
Amorata to end women's suffrage. I'm making that one of the titles.
No, I said suffrage, not suffering.
oh man. But yeah, the thing is that yeah, just abolish the UN. And I've actually heard rumblings that I've heard like from at least one person within the UN that like they're saying that like the UN it's very likely there's a very good chance that the UN doesn't survive Trump's second term.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
And it's
That would be
oh
fantastic.
my god, please.
I'm like
Please.
genuinely excited. That
UN
would be
is
great.
worthless.
The UN and the WHO, those two need to just fucking die.
UN, WHO, NATO,
Mm-hmm.
that can all just, you could launch it all into the sun and we'd all be better off.
Yeah. Well, for NATO, at least fucking pay us.
But they're not going to.
They're not going to, in which case we should just say, well, defend your own countries then.
Exactly. They should have to pay for their own bullshit.
Like, if you can't defend your borders, then you don't deserve to be your own country. That's just, that's nature.
Yeah. I'm putting another one in there. I just came up with another one in my head. Veilguard suffers the Tosh tax. I think it's a pretty good one.
I still like Kuhn True.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm gonna selfishly stand up for myself here.
I'll put it in. God, chat, please don't vote for it. You're gonna get our fucking channel destroyed if we put it. I'll put it down.
though?
Chat votes for it.
I
uses
don't know.
It, and then we wonder why he never contacts us again to be on his show ever again because
I
his
don't
channel
know.
was nuked.
But yeah, I think Veilguard suffers the Tosh tax is pretty good because literally,
That's
if
not
that character did not exist, that game would probably have done much better than it did.
I agree. Like,
Well, maybe not much better, but it would have been better off without her. It,
Okay.
them, whatever.
mhm.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah, you take my meaning. The Tosh tax is real.
And before anybody gets upset about the fact that I've misgendered her this entire time by calling her and not they, she is a character. She doesn't exist. Fuck off.
True.
Trust me, nobody in our chat is gonna get.
Yeah.
I know.
This
I
ain't
just
this
wanted
ain't
to
the
say
place.
it. Made me feel good.
Unless some activist finds our stream and clips this specific bit and lights you up on Twitter, I think you'll be okay.
You know,
And-
weirder things have happened.
I'm looking
No.
forward to the Harry Potter DLC. I can't wait to stream that game. I want to shout it from the rooftops. Hey, I'm streaming this game. Like I want them to come.
I honestly don't think there's going to be like a second wave of
I don't think
harassment.
there
like
will
there
either.
was.
I don't think there will
Not
either.
even for the second
No.
game. So
They failed so hard the first time that
They lost the first time. They lost optically the first time, and
the game won financially incredibly
the game
because
won
of
financially,
Mhm.
and we're going into like a massive like political upheaval, like
Mhm.
against them as well right now. I don't see it happening, and also like with because so many people like Silvervale, like just basically saying go fuck yourselves, and winning, like people kind of a lot of people like realize it's like, oh, all you have to do, you can just tell them to fuck off and they'll stop, huh? Like, it's actually, that's the thing. Like the only way you can get canceled is if you allow yourself to be canceled.
Yep.
You know.
Mhm.
So
Absolutely.
Or if you do
Yeah.
something so egregious that everybody literally just don't have anything to do with you. There are I am not
Yeah,
one of those
that's true.
people who believes that there is no such thing as cancellation and that people can just power through it. If you are someone who does something absolutely heinous, everybody will in fact desert you and you deserve it.
yeah.
And that's not that's technically cancellation, but
Yeah, but I mean,
It's
there,
okay.
there's some crimes that we can all agree are pretty fucked. So, but circling back to the article here, and our good friend, our hero Yamada Taro, is well known for his stance against censorship, and originally ran on a platform which emphasizes his desire to protect anime, manga, and other forms of media from government censorship and foreign pressure. Oh, that's actually it.
Click on one of those links.
Which one?
Go up to that last go to random. Click platform.
Okay.
So this would be
Vocaloid blaring Japanese otaku politician Yamada Taro is dedicated to freedom of expression.
Yeah.
And
So this is the
privacy.
original when he originally ran back in 2020.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, this looks like a
Yeah.
cool dude. Won over 500,000 votes. Damn, okay. Tara did this by holding daily internet door-to-door speeches around Tokyo and Akihabara, as well as digitally through popular internet communications services like Line, Twitter, YouTube, SNS. Oh, he went in. Okay.
Yeah, he went
Okay.
in. Like he made the rounds here in America, like in the anime circles and stuff like that when he ran on this campaign.
Very cool.
So
But yeah, as far as anything involved in the UN, they're full of shit. They're useless, and I think we'll be okay.
well,
I think Japan will be all right.
they're fucking communist dictators. Like
Yep.
they got like Saudi Arabia and China on like the
Listen.
Human Rights Council and shit. Like
Yeah.
Helmsman, they call them globalists now. Okay.
fucking
Same thing.
global-
Call them what they
global-
are. They're fucking commies.
Global homos.
Okay. Yeah, there's not much else to be said about that. We got a few more stories though. We can
Yeah.
hit them kind of quick here. What else? Oh yeah, fucking
Oh,
Twitch
God.
Twitch is in the shit, man.
Oh man.
Oh,
Hang on.
fuck.
Can we get the? Here we go.
This
Yeah,
was
so-
hilarious to me.
Oh, do we want to start with this one first?
Wherever you want, man.
Yeah.
Your show.
So yeah, with Twitch is just recently there's just been bang. There's been quite a few. It's been going right. So first we have holy shit. We have found a bunch of porn sites 99% verified to be DJ Clancy 999, in which he had favorited a porn video of Twitch streamer Mia Malkova, basically his employee, and nothing but teen porn video. Oh god.
Ew.
Oh, I wonder why NSFW streamers on Twitch get so much leeway.
Careful.
Yep, there he is. I don't think there's any actual.
Oh, they said okay.
Yeah, they censored everything. So.
Okay.
Oh, good. They did the hard work for you.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
dude fucking used
Teens
his
do
LinkedIn
porn.
this guy, he used his fucking LinkedIn email for all of these porn accounts. Like,
How retarded do you have to be?
right?
What was that fucking rule they put on their guidelines recently? Or I guess it wasn't recent, but it was in there specifically about how you're not allowed to accuse the moderators of being like simps for the streamers or some shit, right? Like something along those lines.
Not allowed to accuse them of having sexual relations with.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
guy is basically just like literally like tailoring his streaming site to just stream the kind of porn that he likes. Like that's basically what the guy is doing. It's like, get these VTubers out of here. I don't like 2D anime girls. I like real. I like a real, and I like them young. You know, like
Ugh.
Oh,
that's literally
God.
this guy.
Yeah, that's not great. Hang on, let me kill a few tabs here. I got too many.
So you can actually click.
Yeah. So from here, we actually go over to the New York Post, where Representative Richie Torres warns of amplification of anti-Semitism on Twitch, including poster child streamer Hassan Piker. So not only are we just steeped, just drowning in porn on Twitch, but we also hate the Jews at the same time. Fucking-
Nice.
So
Oh my
Democratic.
God, it's a beautiful car wreck.
Oh my god, I love this quote. Hang on. Democratic Rep Richie Torres is sounding the alarm about an explosion of Jew hatred.
At least it didn't say a gassing.
On the online streamer platform Twitch since October 7, 2023, terror attack by Hamas, singling out popular politics commentator Hassan Piker, according to a copy of a letter exclusively obtained by the Post. South Bronx lawmaker...
Are you going to cover Hassan Piker's recent statement about the
Oh,
election?
about going to Japan?
Oh my god.
You think he's actually going to go? Think he's actually going to
I
head
mean, I
out?
think he's going to try.
Him and like the 40 fucking celebrities who are also going to be leaving the U.S. now that Trump has
I don't
won.
see Japan letting them come over.
No?
Well,
You don't think so?
the what's his the legal mindset? He's a passport bro who
Right.
who lives in Japan, and he said that he's gonna go out of his way because he like knows a lot of fucking people,
Mhm.
and he's gonna go out of his way to prevent Hassan from moving into the country.
I
Damn.
saw someone from Japan say, "Yeah, we're not interested. How about South Korea?"
dude. But give him to the South
that's
Koreans and
great.
then just let them like pick him up and just kind of nudge him across the 38th parallel.
Yeah, just accidentally shove him over.
Right over that blown up railway.
I mean, that's where he belongs anyway. So
I mean,
For the love
according
of
to
God.
his ideology, he'd love it there.
exactly,
Yeah.
it's perfect for him.
Anyway,
I guess we'll see how he feels when he gets there, huh? But
he's never gonna get a playing the accordion.
At any rate, the South Bronx lawmaker declared in the October 29th missive to Twitch CEO Daniel Clancy that the time has come for Twitch to stop popularizing those who popularize anti-Semitism. Like Piker, who enjoys one of the largest accounts on the platform with 2.7 million followers and was a credentialed streamer at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Oh yeah, I forgot. He actually went to the convention.
He got all. Yeah.
Oh man. Since October 7th, there's been an explosion of Jew hatred on social media platforms, Taurus wrote. Hassan Piker has emerged as the poster child of the post-October 7th outbreak of anti-Semitism in America. Let's
He's
see.
not wrong.
Yeah. Taurus 36 uploaded on Clancy on Clancy for hosting unloaded. There you
go.
Fuck. On Clancy for hosting Piker, as well as other streamers who have railed against the Jewish people, praised late Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. I don't know if I said that right, but hopefully it was
That
close
wasn't
enough.
bad,
Who
actually.
cares?
Thank
He's
you.
a dead
Yeah, fair.
terrorist, so.
Well, fair enough. And vowed to take our country back from these Jewish supremacists. If the KKK or the Third Reich were a social media platform, it would be Twitch. Taurus Thunder. God damn.
Not wrong.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
The congressman.
Where's the lie?
Right?
Oh fuck! The congressman cited Piker hatefully calling a Jewish man a fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. He actually called him a pig dog. Really?
Yes.
Oh god! Claiming
I
that
believe
it
that
doesn't.
was Ethan Klein too, wasn't it?
Oh
What he was
god!
referring to?
Claiming that it doesn't
Yes.
matter if rape happened on October 7th. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
quite a stance to
Defending
take.
Iran's Lebanon-based terror proxy Hezbollah. Does this say anything about the woman Fogan? What's her name? The girl who got banned.
Frogan?
Frogan. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
but
I figured
yeah.
we'd get there, like by the end of this article, right? Platforming any of
Maybe,
these
maybe not,
to-
because what she was banned for wasn't necessarily
let's read ahead a little bit and see if I think this might just be all Hassan.
blah blah blah.
It's all
Hassan's a moron.
Hassan,
He's
yeah.
commie who's afraid of blue whales because he thinks they're gonna eat him.
I guess not. Yeah, but like I do remember because what's her name? Frogan was also involved with like that panel in which they had like the fucking like Twitch streamer tier list, was it?
Yeah,
And, like,
yeah,
the close-
it was
the
Arab
closer-
to Sabra lover.
She
Yeah,
also,
the closer
said-
you were to Arab, the higher you ranked, and Sabra lover just actually means like Jewish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she also she did an event where she was raising funds, and she said if she raised a certain amount of funds, she'd make a cake reenacting the 9/11 tower explosion, like collapses.
Oh god. Yeah. So it's not going great for Twitch right now. It's looking a little rough. But apparently Twitch did have a statement on it. Where is it? Hang on. There we go. So our friend Clancy had some words to say. So CEO
Was
Twitch
he the one on
Dan-
the websites?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the young porn lover had a comment on the commies. Okay.
He likes the girls young. He's closer to Muhammad than we thought.
CEO of Twitch Dan Clancy has issued a statement addressing criticism the platform has faced throughout October, particularly around their policies and treatment of content deemed anti-Semitic or Islamophobic. The tension around these issues on Twitch was sparked by a series of high-profile suspensions, started with Asmongold's ban after an outburst about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Yeah, I remember that whole thing. This was followed by a revelation that users in the region had been blocked from making accounts on Twitch, which the Amazon-owned platform said was an unintentional mistake.
Bullshit.
Wait. In Israel?
Why does-
people in Israel couldn't make Twitch accounts?
Yes.
That's correct. You've ever noticed that, like, all of these mistakes that happen across all these platforms, they always favor one side and not the other?
Yeah, how about that?
They're just random mistakes, though. Yeah. Okay.
Addressing what has become widespread and growing scrutiny on Twitch and its policies regarding hateful content, the CEO posted a short statement on November 1st. Posting the statement on X Twitter, Clancy said, "I want to make clear that Twitch stands firmly against hate and harassment of any form." Is that so? Statement was posted in full on Twitch's blog. It is addressed to the Twitch community. You can read the statement in full below. Do we want to read the full statement here? It's a lot. It's a lot of yapping.
I can read it.
Oh, by all means. Go ahead.
Give you a little bit of a break.
I would appreciate that. I need some water.
Okay. Over the past few weeks, we've seen members of the community voice concerns about how we handle potential harmful content. There is no place on Twitch for racism, hatred, or harassment of any kind, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. As our community has grown, we've endeavored to build community guidelines to prohibit these harms. Twitch is and always will be about belonging. Look, you're belonging. Each day, people come together on our service to build communities around shared interests and to express themselves authentically. For this to be possible, we work hard to ensure that our community is a safe place. This sounds like it was written by an AI.
A bit.
Yeah.
Our community guidelines are foundational, and when we find content that breaks those rules, we take immediate enforcement action. This will always be the case.
Bullshit.
No, that's
Nope.
bullshit. Millions of streamers with a wide variety of views and perspectives spend time on Twitch. We recognize that some content, while allowed on our service, may be objectionable to some members of our community. The views shared by streamers on Twitch are not the views of Twitch, nor are they my personal views.
No,
We're grateful
really?
for this.
Whoa!
It's like
Mm.
I'm shocked.
you sure do seem to be like shaping the flat platform to only accept your views.
I mean, there definitely are people you favor, so I don't know about this, sir. I definitely seems like some of these people you might share something with because you're awfully quick to get rid of the people who might disagree.
All I'm gonna say is that there's
Scroll
a
down a
reason. There's a reason that we don't multi-stream this podcast to Twitch. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah, I won't touch Twitch. The only way I'd go to Twitch is if they basically just went back to being a gaming platform.
Yeah, I started on Twitch. I was actually affiliated for a while. I quit my affiliateship because, well, for one, it was bullshit, and for two, one day I signed on to Twitch and I'm looking at my For You tab. And interestingly enough, guys, I am not particularly into ASMR streamers who are kneeling with half their head showing on the camera or their titties out. Yet for some reason, my For You section was just all of these women. And I'm like, if they don't even care. Oh, God. If they don't even care about what their viewers want to watch, why am I helping them make money? And then I sent in my I quit.
You know what?
Thing.
That's fair. Very fair.
The rest of it is just none. Again, this whole thing sounds like it was written by AI. We're grateful for the feedback and input from our community. Our safety approach continues to build and evolve as our service grows. We want to ensure that anyone can find their place on Twitch. We remain committed to ensuring that hate and harassment have no place here. It's like, again, that's just,
Wait.
it's AI.
Whoever wrote this, I think the same person who wrote this wrote the Veilguard.
Oh, fuck.
Well, this isn't cringe.
Isn't it?
It's a little cringe. A bit.
It's just generic corpo speak is all. It's a lot of words to say nothing.
Given who it's coming from, right? That's the cringe element. But although Clancy says that Twitch takes immediate enforcement action when it identifies violations of the rules, one of the main criticisms levied against the platform is that the suspensions are inconsistent. See what everyone missed was the little
criticism.
Yeah, what everyone missed was a little asterisk that says we address we take immediate enforcement action as long as it's something we actually want to enforce or enough people bug us about it to actually do it. One of those two things has to happen. Because Lord knows if they, I really doubt that. What's her name again? Puddin or whatever the fuck. Frogan, that one. Yeah, that one. I highly doubt that Twitch would have stepped in about Frogan if like the fucking internet hadn't exploded about her after she said what she said. So
Ethan Klein, H3H3, contacted them directly about it.
Yeah. So But if nobody had bothered to say anything, I don't think they would have bothered to do anything about it.
This shit's so bad that it's got me siding with Ethan fucking Klein.
Right? That is when you know things are bad.
Jesus.
I don't like it. You're siding with a commie against another commie, and it's like, ooh, I feel kind of dirty.
Asmongold himself called Twitch out for inconsistent bans after his own 14-day suspension was confirmed, and the VTubing community in particular has claimed that they are treated more harshly than non-VTuber streamers. Oh, absolutely.
That's objectively true.
Absolutely true.
Oh, that's the end of the article. But yeah, I mean,
The end.
Twitch is just looking real fucking bad.
Yeah, well, apparently, they actually did introduce like a new thing for like categorizations.
Yeah, and
they're
awful.
Yeah, they're like trying to silo like anything like political or controversial like into its own little non-advertiser friendly little sections.
And I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with that, but they're just so inconsistent with the way they do this stuff, and they make it so complicated. It's more like trying to apply for a building permit anymore than it is like trying to actually just tell people, well, this is what my content is, and advertisers may not find it friendly.
Yeah. Like you could bitch about like YouTube all you want, but the whole like advertising tiers and stuff like that for like advertisers can like cater like what kind of content their advertising shows up to. Like that's actually a really I think that's a good system.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, YouTube is by far and away not the best, but after the PewDiePie adpocalypse, you know, that Carlos Maza fucking commie cunt, you know, caused. YouTube actually did come up with a relatively good solution, which was like the tiered advertising system. So, and the thing is, like, that implementing something like that on Twitch is just not going to happen.
Right.
So. Yeah, man, once YouTube gets like the chat interaction, like I call it like the redeems and all that kind of stuff. Once YouTube finally gets that kind of stuff implemented,
integration,
it's fucking over for Twitch. Because that's like the one big feature that makes YouTube less good as a streaming platform than Twitch is the lacking of chat interactions.
Yeah. We get the points in there, and you do redeems and all that. Yeah,
it's over the moment that happens.
I can certainly see that being the case, 100%. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see what Twitch actually does to address any of this. My guess is nothing.
Does that kind of look like a CEO?
Not really.
Fucking.
I mean, he looks like the CEO of Virgin Mobile, Bronson.
Charles.
Yeah, is that what his name was? I think that's what his name was.
Yeah, I mean,
he looks like.
I mean, he looks as much as like a CEO as anybody else to me.
He looks like Willie Nelson. You order from Wish.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's solid. That's not bad. Okay, I think we can touch on just a couple of more things here, and then we'll get ready to wrap up. And I believe we should focus on the sweet babyisms because they are there. We'll never escape the sweet babyisms, but Assassin's Creed boss discusses devastating impact of Shadow's diversity and inclusivity backlash.
Good.
And I believe also the intent to double down. So
the fucking fact that they're even acknowledging that it's hurting them is a big deal.
I think it's a big deal only if they actually do anything about it.
They're not going to do anything about it in a positive manner, though. That's part of the problem.
Why don't we?
They're being forced to admit it, though. The fact that they're even admitting it is I think that's a big deal.
I think it'll make a big deal in terms of how people react when the sales come out, because if you can point to, they knew what they were doing, and people are going to be like, oh, and it'll really color obviously the conversation going forward. So realistically, it's a really stupid move on their part, but.
Absolutely. But why don't we go a little in depth here and see what we got. Assassin's Creed franchise boss Mark Alexis Cote has addressed the online backlash which has swirled around the main characters of Assassin's Creed Shadows, the subsequent impact it has had on the game's development staff, and the attempts by bad faith commenters to disrupt and dissuade Creative teams from telling stories featuring diverse and inclusive characters in genre. Okay.
Is that the
So
author speaking, or is that the?
I believe
that
this.
Kote
I believe you
speaking?
saying. I believe this is like along the lines of what Kote is actually saying, because this sounds like something Kote would say. So they're acknowledging it and how the backlashes hurt them, but not from the perspective of we fucked up by putting this in here. From the perspective of they're fucking us over by being assholes about what we put in here, even though
Bad
everyone
faith
has every right.
commentators.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck you. Those bad faith commentators are the ones with their seats.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with my faith. Thank you very much.
All right, here we go. Speaking tonight in London at an event organized by BAFTA, I don't know what the fuck that is, and attended by Eurogamer.
It's a British thing. British and Actors Film Television Association, something like that.
Oh, that sounds like a
I
good
think
guess.
they're mostly known for the movie side of things.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they're
mean,
a
so
movie and television thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're probably right then. That's probably accurate enough. Kote offered a full-throated.
Why do you gotta use that word, man?
We've got to
Because
stop
they
putting
need to use
full-throated
their full
everywhere.
throat.
We have to stop. We have to stop. Full-throated
But it
must
feels
end.
so much better full-throated. I'm
take your
sorry,
word.
I couldn't help myself.
I'll take your word for it. Oy vey. Okay. It seems to work on Shadows. Full-throated defense of it seems to work on Shadows, which has come under such notable criticism this year, particularly over the inclusion of Black Samurai Yasuke as one of the game's two protagonists. Kote has addressed the subject previously, in particular when the subject was commented on negatively by ex-owner and billionaire Elon Musk, but never before in such an impassioned manner, in so much detail at such length. Oh boy, here we go.
I like how they still call them Black Samurai.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
They're
Black
still
Samurai
on
Yasuke.
that.
Discussing the current shifting cultural landscape, Kote described the current discussions around representation and inclusivity in media as an additional and previously unforeseen challenge. These conversations can influence how our games are perceived, but rather than shy away from those conversations, we should see them as an opportunity. Well, for what, I wonder? Assassin's Creed has always been about exploring the full spectrum of human history, and by its very nature, that history is diverse. So, I feel like somebody made a real good point about history being diverse in this way, right? And it's like, is it though? Because I feel like if you're talking, I mean, obviously if you're talking about the entirety of human history, it is diverse, yes, by nature. But if you're talking about specific points in history, it's usually a lot of like, what do you call it? A lot. What's the word? Fuck.
Homogeneity.
Homogeneated societies. A lot of those societies are very homogenous. So
it's like, yes, the planet is diverse. No shit, Sherlock. But like, if you go back in time and pick any random place, any random time, it's probably not going to be very diverse.
Yeah.
Like, there's very, very, very few places that are like diverse across history. Like, you could think like Rome would be one. Like, the only places that throughout history that were like actually like really diverse would be like major global trade centers.
Mm-hmm. And that's not even the whole trade center, realistically. It's more just the trading district where people actually congregated together. It's not like the entire city was full of a whole bunch of variety of people.
Yeah. So it's like, history really isn't diverse.
Not unless there's some kind of conflict going on. Then there's all sorts of diversity.
And they're all dead.
Well, half of them.
Yeah. Yeah. At any rate, staying true to history means embracing the richness of human perspectives without compromise. For example, in Assassin's Creed Shadows, we highlight figures, both fictional like Naue, a Japanese woman warrior, and historical like Yasuke, the African-born samurai.
Nope.
Wow. Wait. So they go out of their way to call Yasuke a samurai, but they don't. They dance around the term shinobi for Naue.
I guess.
I'm not sure they know the term shinobi.
Because they gotta say woman warrior. That you gotta know. You gotta be extremely aware of the fact that it is a woman warrior. Kunoichi, nah, can't go with that. It's not obvious enough. That woman. Too many Westerners who aren't weebs don't know what a kunoichi is, so we gotta be real on the nose about it.
God.
Fucking hell. While the inclusion of a black samurai in feudal Japan has sparked questions and even controversy, Naue, as a fictional character, has also faced a scrutiny for her gender. You know, it's funny that And when they did Yasuke in fucking Neo, in Neo 2, nobody really gave that much of a shit about it. It's just the fact that you're twisting the shit out of like actual history, which, I mean, obviously Assassin's Creed takes its liberties as well with its magic apples and all that bullshit, but typically it's a little closer to a normal outlook on the history of how these things went than, say, something like Neo, where you got literal demons running around and shit, right? Mm-hmm. In Neo, obviously, you take a few more liberties, because, again, you're doing a whole ass high fantasy kind of thing. Though, in Assassin's Creed, usually, typically, normal humanity, normal history, and, you add in your conspiracies of your Templars and your assassins and shit, right? But for the most part, it's still kind of grounded.
Well, the point is that, like, when you do historical fiction, the way that you're supposed to write historical fiction is you draw out the real timeline, and then that timeline, you basically try your best to not change that timeline as much as possible, and that you take your fiction and you weave it through that timeline.
Mm-hmm.
And usually when you write historical fiction, at least the way I write it, I think the way it was just like, there's like this thing called alt history fiction, which I think like Assassin's Creed can fit into. Like, history is rigid except for one single like inflection point, essentially.
Yeah, typically.
I mean, I feel that
they have been moving a little bit further away from that with stuff like fucking Odyssey, where you can fight minotaurs and stupid shit like that, right? But for the most part, still
Odyssey
you're dealing with
Odyssey isn't even an Assassin's Creed game. It's just an RPG in ancient Greece. Like,
but it says Assassin's Creed on it. but Helmsman, it says Helmsman. It's Creed Helmsman. Fuck. Doesn't Origins also like have you like fight a Sphinx or some goofy shit? Like, I feel like we've been doing this for a bit, and like I don't know if Valhalla has, I don't know, Odin show up or something. I don't know. I stopped playing after 3, so.
No, you literally go into Valhalla.
Oh. Well, all right then.
And like in Origins, you go into like the underworld and all these other like places and fight like Anubis and shit like that.
Yeah. And okay, so this is all fair, right? To a point. But it's like it becomes so much more obvious when you're dealing with a situation in which we have a person who actually existed in history, right? And that's the thing that they'd never done with any of the other protagonists in the whole fucking series up until this point. And they expressly choose the one black guy who happened to exist for like half a year in feudal Japan at the time. Instead of any of the far more interesting, instead of many of the other far more interesting characters, like we got an entire fucking roster across like 4 or 5 different Samurai Warriors games of characters who were more influential in that time period that we could have touched on. But Yasuke, for some reason, the guy who's got like 2 pages of history written about him. 2 pages in a fucking in a pamphlet-sized book.
Yeah, it's like a page and a half at most.
Sorry, page and a half. Yeah, and in a book that's the size of a fucking pamphlet, right? Like, what are we doing here? Clearly, we're doing this for a reason. You guys aren't.
Yeah, he's got.
Come on.
He's got less. There's less about him than like a pamphlet about famous Jewish sports stars. I mean, it's just.
Nowadays, a fictional character has also faced scrutiny for her gender. Yeah, it's like you're trying to lump that in with the. It's definitely far more the Yasuke stuff. Because again, at least
any shit if it wasn't for Yasuke being there.
Yeah. Because like obviously we expected them to do the male and female protagonist thing they've been doing since Odyssey, right? So we all expected that.
No,
was it Odyssey?
Since Syndicate.
Oh right. True. Yeah.
By the way, Evie Fry is the only good female character in the whole franchise.
I wouldn't know. I haven't played Syndicate, but I should go back for it. I hear it's good.
Anyway.
I never got past the first game.
It's just not your bag. Fair enough.
No. I played part of the first game, and it's like, okay, this is okay, but it feels too much like Prince of Persia. Why don't I just go play Prince of Persia?
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed, you know what's funny? You say that? You know that the first Assassin's Creed game actually was a Prince of Persia game originally.
Yep.
Was it really?
That's actually exactly why the whole thing, and it's
that's why it feels so much like Prince of Persia, because it actually was it was an open world Prince of Persia game that they then rebranded into a new IP. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, that's kind of cool.
They actually did it the other way around for once. They took an old IP and turned it into a new IP instead of taking a new IP and shoving it into the skin of an old IP.
Yep.
You know, damn. Need more of that, I'll be honest.
Right.
But just as Yasuke's presence in Japanese history is fact. I mean, you know, a little overloaded, clearly, but he was there. Fair enough. He was there for a minute. He did stuff, maybe. But the thing that always gets me is, like, in the trailers, they have Yasuke speaking, like, perfect Japanese, right? Where it's like, the dude was there for, like, half a year in real time. What are the chances? What are the odds that he actually managed to learn fluent Japanese in the time he was there?
Yeah, and also use a katana as if he had been training in the art of kendo for, 30 years.
Yeah,
like he wouldn't be using that sword like a samurai uses the sword. You know what I mean? And yet in the game, he's like wielding that thing perfectly. It's wild. It's so
defeating
awful.
Other samurai with it, right?
Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Unbelievable. Hang on. Okay. Fact, so too are the stories of women who defied societal expectations and took up arms in times of conflict. I mean, yes, but I don't think in Japan specifically. Like, I'm pretty sure hasn't it been like debunked, the whole thing with Kunoichi, like, where that was essentially just invented by anime and shit? Where, like, Kunoichi never actually existed in Japanese history?
No, I think that Metatron has said that Kunoichi did exist.
Oh, they did?
Kunoichi is very much a job, much like Shinobi is a job.
Oh, okay.
Because samurai isn't a job. Samurai is a class. It's a class of people. It's not a Shinobi and Kunoichi are specific jobs. Because there's that whole thing where, like, they wanted to make these two separate characters because they were like, we want the samurai's perspective on things, and we want, like, the Kunoichi or Shinobi side of things. But like, you could do both with one character because they're not mutually exclusive. Like,
true.
Like, they did not do their homework.
Yeah. Well, clearly, from the fucking, like, the stolen symbol from that one historical reenactment group to the Chinese architecture to the seasons being fucked up to the fucking Torii Gate debacle, like.
Oh yeah.
God, it's clearly they haven't done their research. Nothing could be more obvious at this point. Holy shit. But let's see. Yeah, moving past that bit. So while both Naoe and Yasuke's stories are works of historical fiction, they reflect the collision of different worlds, cultures, and roles, and their inclusion is precisely the kind of narrative that Assassin's Creed seeks to tell, one that reflects the complexity and interconnectedness of our shared history. Seriously, Yasuke could have been in the game, but he should have just been a side character. In history, he was a fucking side character.
Because the whole thing, like, Assassin's Creed, like, all the way up until this one, the main character has been like a
made up character.
Not just a fictional character, but
but somebody from that region.
That's at home in that world, and they basically acted as a tour guide for the player.
Yeah,
exactly. Like, they're familiar with the area, and they're going to take you through this area, like, as an expert, like a tour guide leading you through the area, the world. Whereas in this one, like, Yasuke is a total outsider, so we're not getting that in. We're not getting that insight. It's
something else.
Also, Naoe ain't no Mulan. Fuck you.
Yeah. Reflect the collision different. Both Naoe and stories. I think I read this bit already, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay.
Yeah, you read all that.
This isn't new ground for the franchise, he noted. From Altair to Avalon to Grand Prix. I don't know.
Avalon to Grand Prix.
To Grand Prix, okay. To Wow, what the fuck? Ratanaticton? That's the best you're gonna get out of me. Do one of you want to?
That's some Indian shit right there. I don't know.
Do one of you want to attempt?
What is it?
Ratanaticton?
Right here. Where my mouse is.
I have no idea how to.
Hake?
How the hell do you pronounce that colon in the middle of the name? What the fuck is that?
I don't.
know.
That's
the
new
trans
gendered
symbol?
speech. Yeah, that's the new gendered speech.
Oh my god, it's trans. Shit.
It's everywhere
got
now.
us.
God damn it. Okay.
It's just Cotter. He was caught. His name is Cotter in the game.
Oh,
Okay,
you're right.
well, that's what we'll call him.
The protagonists of Assassin's Creed 1, Liberation, and Assassin's Creed 3, respectively. We've consistently introduced protagonists from diverse racial, ethnic, and gender identities.
That's not the issue.
Ones that fit into the regions that they were from.
Exactly. They were insiders. They were all insiders into the world that they were in.
Mm-hmm. History is
You mean they
inherent.
existed in the world they lived in? Whoa.
Yup. History is inherently diverse, and well, he said it again, huh? Just gotta nail that point home. And so is
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed and the stories we tell. So to be clear, our commitment to inclusivity is grounded in historical authenticity and respect for diverse perspectives, not driven by modern agendas. Bullshit, it's not.
Not
Bull
driven by
fucking-
modern agendas.
Bull
Okay.
fucking shit.
X to doubt chat.
Yeah, Kodai's tone seemed notably different to Ubisoft's last vague mention of polarized comments by company boss Yves Guillemot, who raised eyebrows in September when he told investors that Ubisoft was an entertainment first company creating games for the broadest possible audience, and our goal is not to push any specific agenda.
There's this thing called show don't tell.
Why you always lying? Why you lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
This statement, I swear to God, it's like
Oh,
the more you have to say it, the more you're not showing it.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. Those comments followed a similarly vague blanket apology by Ubisoft for some elements in our promotional materials that have caused concern within the Japanese community. Oh, do you mean like the fucking half Tory gate? Yeah? Yeah.
No, this one,
You guys
this
maybe
one all the way back to the
may have
rap
fucked up on
music.
that one, huh? Oh, yeah. God, the rap music. God damn
It's
it.
like, yes, Japanese want to play as a giant black man murdering their countrymen to hip-hop beats.
In a way that is brutal, that is not reflective of the time, despite what the people are saying.
Mm-hmm. Which also stated that while Yasuke is depicted as a samurai in Assassin's Creed Shadows, we acknowledge that this is a matter of debate and discussion. Is it now? Guillemot had previously condemned the malicious and personal online attacks directed at Shadow's development team in the wake of the game's reveal.
We weren't attacking, we were just observing.
Wow, this keeps going and going. Okay, we get the point. They're
On
talking out their
and
they're talking out their fucking
on.
ass. Now, is there anything in here worth touching on? You're expanding the narrative landscape.
they're
Off
pretty
If I
much-
can touch it with a baseball bat.
Oh god.
But I would just say that, like, because I've read this, like,
Yeah.
pretty much,
I'm sorry.
he also brings up again, like,
Mhm.
this straw man about the criticism is the existence of the thing, whereas the criticism in actuality is the execution of the thing. Like,
Yeah.
again, if Yasuke was a side character, nobody would be complaining. Nobody, because it's like, oh yeah, he was like this strange novelty, like Nobunaga treated him essentially like a lion in a zoo, you know.
Actually,
You know,
Helmsman, I think you just hate blacks and women and gays.
But can you blame him?
I mean, I probably should because I'm a black, but yeah.
Well, I'm a woman, so what does that say?
Well, you have internalized misogyny, clearly.
I've internalized a lot of things, but let's face it, he's not wrong.
Oh my god! But like, but that's a lot of the argument in the second half of it is that, you know, like look at the, like, it says here, like, Kote noted Assassin's Creed has featured universal themes like resistance to tyranny and the preservation of knowledge and identity since its outset. And it has always featured an open message, and this is, you know what this sounds like? This sounds like the corpo version of "It was always woke, bro." That's what it sounds like.
It really does.
It's like no. The presence was never the thing. It's the execution. You used to execute authentically. The very first game, you were so obsessed with authenticity that you deleted the entire crossbow mechanic when you realized that they didn't have access to crossbows at the time period. Like, that's how much you cared back then. But you don't care about that anymore. So it's like the philosophy of the way you execute on things has obviously changed, and it has changed for the worst, and we're calling you out on it. Simple as.
Yep.
Yep.
Absolutely. Also,
but
chat.
Otherwise, he just kind of plays victim, essentially.
Don't like
with,
me.
Like, the big CEO is the victim. Fuck you.
Yeah, absolutely. This is garbage. It's garbage, and
So,
honestly, we ain't got time for it anymore. We really don't.
Mhm.
Also, chat, how we feeling about Auntie Amorata as like a female equivalent to Uncle Tom?
Don't get me started on Uncle Tom. I hate that one so much for various reasons. Uncle Tom is the exact reason why you shouldn't trust entertainment in anything they do, because if you read the book, that man is the hero of the story.
Is he? I never knew the origins
He is,
of
actually.
of
He
Uncle
is
Tom.
the hero of the story. Uncle Tom's cabin is about slaves trying to escape, and instead of turning them in, what he does is he takes the punishment while they escape. Whereas in the stage play that was put together, they flip it and they actually have him turn it in and turn him into the bad guy, and that's where the term came from, the stage play, not the book.
Oh wow!
Yep.
So even back then, we were revisioning to much shitter
Well, even back
versions of the
then,
story. Huh?
entertainment was revisioning it specifically to try to paint whatever picture they wanted to, and that's why it
rough.
irritates me so much.
That
If someone
sucks.
calls you an Uncle Tom, it should be a goddamn compliment, because it shows that you have the strength of the fortitude of strength to keep your ideals in check, even though they are attacking you.
I mean, I see it as a compliment.
not only about like.
I've taken the term back, as a matter of fact.
Also, like, there are certain
I
people
should-
that are gifted, that are just naturally gifted in certain ways with certain attitudes and just certain aspects about them that allow them to just take more shit than a normal person.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like there was this episode. Do you guys know the show Leverage?
No.
I
not
vaguely
watched it.
remember it.
Oh, it's about like basically a group of thieves that each have their own specialty,
Yes,
and they
yes.
yeah, it's a fantastic show. But there was
Great show.
there was an episode in the later season. This will be quick,
ahead.
where they're pulling off a job during an Everest climb, and there's a scene where like the thief and the hitter, they're stuck in this cave, and the guy that they were looking for is dead inside the cave, and the thief is basically, we have to get him out, or whatever. But then the other guy, the hitter, basically convinces her that they have to leave him behind or else they'll die too. And then he says this really poignant thing. He says it's after they get back to base camp and everything's okay. Like, she's kind of distraught because they left the body behind. But he says it's good that it had to be the two of us. And she said, why? And he said, because we're the only two who are capable of doing that. He says, like, you and I, we have, like, our minds don't work the same. We don't have, like, that same level of empathy. And you might see that as a bad thing, but in some scenarios, that's a very good thing. And it's a very necessary thing. And it's a purpose that you and I can fulfill on this team. If it was Nate or Sophie or any of the other people on the team, they'd have tried and failed and died trying to get that man out of that cave. You know what I mean? And so there's certain people that just, they have, and that's what the Uncle Tom story is kind of about. He's a kind of person who can take the shit that other people can't take.
Yep.
And it kind of like gives that kind of perspective on the kind of person. You know what I mean? It's a really good story, actually.
Yeah, it's a really great, and that's part of why it pisses me off, because it should be something that people are proud of, not something that people are using to slur each other.
Absolutely. Hey, but speaking of slurs, get yours ready, because we gotta talk about good old Sweet Baby Inc. Give me your best.
This is going to be the final story, isn't it?
It is. So,
Okay.
former Sweet Baby Inc. employee confirms company is doubling down on woke agenda. They're not gonna stop us. Ooh.
We don't
Why
have
do
to
they
stop
hate money?
you. Here's the
You
thing,
want a
though.
fucking bet?
Well, here's the thing, though. We don't have to stop you. We only have to reject you.
Yep.
It's that simple.
That's true.
And honestly,
and-
they make it so easy to reject them.
Yep.
Look at the things they've been involved in. People didn't even have to know they were involved, and they didn't succeed. Not because we knew that they were there, but because what they did was so poor, it wasn't worth our time and money.
Listen,
Yep.
listen. Here's the thing, Amorata. They're right. They're correct. Because listen, Unknown 9 is still chugging along. There's still some people playing that game, I think. Hang on, actually, let me check.
Are there?
Helsman, can you open up the Steam
I'll check it
chart?
real quick. Let me see.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Unknown.
Unknown 9.
9.
How we doing?
Awakening.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got for? Let me bring up the charts. There are 25 players right now. An all-time peak of 285.
Wow. I mean,
So-
at least it did better than.
Remember,
So-
Unknown 9 wasn't supposed to be just a game. It's also supposed to be a comic book series, a television series.
An entire.
Yeah, it was
So-
supposed to be like Concord.
Mm-hmm.
So listen, Amorata. Listen. It might be dragging itself along with 2 broken legs and 1 broken arm and 1 missing eye. But it's still technically moving, okay? It has not stopped, technically.
It may be only writhing, like your tentacles.
What you're
What?
telling me is that the movement, despite the fact the only reason it's moving is because there is leftover electricity in its brain that's causing it to twitch. It's
Yeah,
still...
like a spider leg twitching after it's been squashed.
Yeah. Okay.
Something to that effect, yes. The mangled corpse of Unknown 9 continues on. God damn it.
They
People
just have
are-
a weird partnership too.
This is that one bit. I don't really even know what movie or TV show this is from. It's like they can't stop us all. There's dozens of us. Dozens.
I always remember like the classic Zap Brannigan bit, right? It's just like these kill bots have a max kill limit, so I just throw my
Wave
soldiers
after
at them
wave.
until I just throw wave after wave until they hit their kill limit, and then I can go in.
Then they self-destruct. Oh
Then
yeah,
they
I love Futurama.
Oh my gosh, I love that. That's
Holy
literally like
shit.
one of my favorite cartoon shows of all time.
Absolutely, 100%.
Not even cartoon, just shows.
Yeah. Oh, it's
be-
fantastic.
To be fair, though, that's more or less the Helldiver strategy too. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Grant Roberts, our friend Grant Roberts, a former Sweet Baby Inc. employee who is now the narrative director and associate studio director at Long Do. The fuck is Long Do? What is that? Is that a studio? Is
It's
that
a game studio. They
Okay,
make narrative first, psychologically deep RPGs.
Such
Oh,
as
God.
Sounds like they have the we make important things, not fun things kind of attitude.
I love
Very
that.
much-
I love that
very
so
much
much.
Very much a Dustborn kind of attitude towards game development.
Oh, amazing. Well, anyway, our friend Grant here made it clear that the company has no plans to change despite the massive backlash it has received for pushing its woke ideology into video games.
Totally fine. I have no problem with that.
Same.
Because again, we don't have to stop them. All we just have to do is just not give them money.
Yeah.
It'll self-correct.
They'll stop
well.
themselves because
Yeah.
they'll be really hungry.
Yeah. I'm really hungry, actually.
I am too. I haven't eaten.
Okay, yeah, we gotta wrap the story up and then we can do the questions, then we'll
Right on.
go. Roberts, who worked with Sweet Baby Inc. as a narrative director for a year and a half, told The Gamer that developers are still working with the company and that the backlash will not stop the company's agenda. Roberts first asserted that companies were not pulling their support from Sweet Baby Inc. When it really reached its apex when Elon Musk was tweeting about us, companies were reaching out to us privately and showing support. Nobody was pulling that support. Privately,
Guys
huh?
weren't giving us
We-
any money.
Weird that they weren't supporting you in public. I wonder why.
Right? Why weren't they saying anything
Yeah,
publicly?
that's
Interesting
crazy.
connection.
Strange.
Longview
Mhm.
also has a handful of veterans from the Disco Elysium developers, which are the outspoken communists. So
Ah, well,
he'll probably be right at home.
I suppose so. It then attempted to explain why there is hardly any support for the company being made publicly. Oh, well, there you go. I think the reason why we've had more support privately than publicly is because when people do speak up publicly, we knew that they were opening themselves up to attacks. Well, shit. Almost sounds
Well,
like
you
being
know what?
almost sounds like being a conservative in game development for the last 10 years.
Well,
Right.
the thing is, it's like most companies make
Mhm.
public statements and don't get attacked. Maybe it's that speaking publicly isn't the common denominator here.
Yeah.
You are the common denominator here.
Mhm.
It's
Robert went on to declare that he wished more companies did speak out publicly to defend Sweet Baby Inc.
so do
That's too
I. I want to know who the fuck they are.
That's too
Ditto.
damn bad.
Gamers.
And its woke agenda. What I personally would have liked to see is more institutions saying that this is wrong, that this is happening, that people are being targeted in this way.
Why do you want institutions to talk? Institutions aren't people.
That Sweet Baby isn't just a DI company. That's exactly what it is, though. Or a company that makes things more woke. That's exactly what it does, though.
I mean, I wouldn't say they make things more woke. They just make them bad.
Well,
Honestly, though,
it's
like
a
when
little
they,
column A, little column B.
I put out a thing like a couple weeks ago about like I ranted about like how they just are flat out not an ethical or professional company.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They don't engage in competitive bid practices or RFP proposal generation. They literally just like email me. It's all based on just like nepotism and shit.
Yep.
You know,
Mhm.
like and the thing is like they always say what they don't do. Like we didn't raise change Saga. We didn't do this. You ever notice that they never tell us what they did do?
Yeah.
Because
we
here's the
don't
thing,
have
though,
the power.
and it's
Hmm.
honestly because I think I kind of actually believe them when they say that like they don't really do anything. I honestly think that these consultancy companies, because like there's
Oh my
plenty
God.
of there's plenty of AAA studios out there that do this kind of woke shit without the need for these third-party consultants to come in and do it for them. I honestly think that it's a cottage industry of scapegoats.
Oh, I have to completely agree with you. There was that tweet that went out a little while ago. I don't remember who did it, but she was saying about how people don't understand what these consulting things do, and they don't do anything, or they just make the writing better, or
Mhm.
they read it and fine tune it. It's like, okay, so this doesn't make anything better because this means one of well, I said one of two things. I thought of a third one, but I don't remember what it is now. But it means one of two things. One, the writing was so horrifically bad already, and you went and
Mhm.
read it, and they didn't take any of your advice, meaning they wasted money on you. Or two, the writing was horrifically bad. You went in there and it didn't improve.
Mm. Yep.
Either way, none of this is good.
Essentially. But here, guys, listen. They could be doing good writing consultation, but if they did that, who would assemble the Lego sets?
Fucking
Listen,
monkeys
there's
on
hot-
top with a typewriter.
Listen, there's hot chocolate and cookies that need eating and drinking. All right, we don't
Well,
have time
the
to
thing
be.
is,
Only
though,
getting some
we
hot chocolate after
know
this,
we
goddamn.
know what kind
Same.
of product is produced when Sweet Baby Inc. actually is fully in charge of the narrative and the characters. Unknown Nine, we
Yep.
know that because Chris Bedard and Kim Belair were the narrative directors of that game, and so we know what kind of quality of writing and narrative and the kind of characters, the most generic, boring, safe, pathetic characters, that they produce. But again, I really do think that the whole industry is just a cottage industry of scapegoating.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And the thing is, like, we keep going after Sweet Baby, but we need the thing is, it's like you could pull a rotten apple off of a tree.
Mhm.
That's not going to affect the tree. The tree's just going to grow more apples. Like picking on Sweet Baby, like these consultation industry is a dime a dozen.
Oh, yeah.
You take one out, the
Yeah.
people disperse. They go into other consultation companies, or they go into first party developers directly. The only way to actually stop it
Black
is you
girl
either have to.
gamers,
Yeah, you either
X.
you either have to poison the water supply, which is basically what we're doing. We're basically trying to hurt the reputation of these companies, and rightfully so.
Mhm.
Or you cut off the water supply entirely, i.e., their funding. And and that's probably not the most viable way to do it because their funding largely comes from the government.
Yeah, at least not for
Unfortunately.
us. So we only got one recourse, pretty much.
The only way to do it is to destroy the reputation of the companies.
Yep.
Once again,
Sounds
fuck
good to
the
me.
government. Sorry.
Oh man. Anywho, Oh, I love this. So Sweepy Inc. isn't just a DI company or a company that makes things more woke. Not that there's anything wrong with that in the first place.
There's everything wrong with that.
But even if there was, that's not everything that we do, he continued.
Everything.
Well, that also indicates that it's
is-
something that they do.
This is the bit, right? This is actually the bit. It's like, it's not actually happening, and if it is happening, it's a good thing. Yeah, that's it. There's a whole line.
Yeah.
I forget what the whole thing is, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
But he continued, it would have been nice to have seen more people and institutions learn the lessons of 10 years ago.
Gamergate.
Yeah, would have been nice. Would have been real nice for them to learn the lessons they really should have learned from that. But we're getting there slowly but surely. While he left Sweet Baby Inc. seemingly in October, he informed the gamer he would go back. I would go back to work at Sweet Baby Inc. in a heartbeat. I would hire Sweet Baby Inc. in a heartbeat. I mean, considering you get paid like crazy,
and you would lose your company money for it.
Well, here's the thing: they get paid by the fucking studios that actually hire them to do the consulting, right? So they're still getting paid even if the games fucking fail into the dirt, and they're barely doing anything clearly to actually help these companies. So, it sounds like a pretty cozy gig to me. Not that I do that shit, but I mean, I could see why he'd want to.
Sounds like what the actual grift in the industry is.
Yep.
Yeah. Even though I've been doing this for a quarter of a century, I still learned an incredible amount from the people there, both about game development and otherwise, blank. Even with the experiences of the last year and a half, which have been mostly bad, I've learned a lot during that as well, he said.
You know what's interesting? Scroll back up for a sec. It says, both, I still learned an incredible amount from the people there, both about game development and otherwise. But I've never seen anything like, because there's like whole like conference talks that like Kim Belair has put on, and you notice that they have nothing to do with game development.
Yeah, it's just the writing, right?
Like I would love to
narrative
go to one of those
development.
things, dude. I would love to go to like at South by Southwest or something like that. One of these trade show kind of conferences that they do in the industry, and just like stand outside of the door like as the people are filing out for one of Kim Belair's talks, and just put a mic up to their phone and film them being like, so what did you learn in the last hour that's going to help you in your game development career? And just like see if they actually learned anything actually useful, or was it just a fucking pathetic hug box, an ideological hug box? I'm pretty sure it's the latter.
I mean, that last little TED Talk shit, it wasn't like more than half of that her just bitching about people being mean to her on the internet. I mean, to all of them on the internet, I guess. Yeah, not terribly helpful for game design, I would think.
It's like, it's insulting because the tickets for those things are like thousands of dollars because they're insider shows. They're not like Comic-Con. And usually the companies will just have a budget of like $30,000 to send like a small team of people to the conference to just sit in and learn things, right? It's like, if all they're doing is sitting in at these fucking Kim Belair talks, that company's getting ripped off. Because the developers aren't coming back with anything that's going to help them to get better at game development.
Probably not, no. But apparently this is the course, and we're staying on it until it goes right off the cliff that it's clearly heading towards. Robert declared that Sweet Baby's woke agenda is inevitable. Fucking Thanos.
I am inevitable.
The world is the way it is now. Trump just got elected, so...
These games are more inclusive for people.
Having a bad day today.
Oh, absolutely. These games are more inclusive for people. Games are more authentic, and it doesn't matter whether you think that's true or not, it's happening. Inclusive?
Well, you know what else doesn't matter?
Authentic?
Your inclusivity doesn't matter if nobody plays it, you fucking retard.
There you go. Fair enough. And so, no matter what these people do, they're not gonna stop us. They're not going to stop the way the world is now, he declared. Ooh, you want to bet? You want to bet on it? You want to put some money down? Who was it that just lost a massive amount of fucking money on
the? He don't have no money to put down
on the election. Was it XQC?
Yeah, he put $700,000 on Kamala Harris winning, and he lost.
Fucking stupid ass.
XQC is a retard, dude.
Clearly. Oh man, not only did Roberts claim the company's woke agenda is inevitable, he also attempted to claim that Sweet Baby Inc. is not injecting wokeness into video games or strong-arming developers into doing so. Put this up to your marketing team that if they don't give you what you want, just terrify them with the idea of what's going to happen. Whose words were those? You guys
it's
must know.
so sly too, because it's like
who said those words? I forget.
Yeah, she's not saying like, she's saying like basically engage in racketeering from inside the company, which makes it not racketeering. Basically what that is, what that means. She's basically trying to, because if she did it as an outsider to the company, as a third party, then that could be considered racketeering.
But if you do it,
if you do it from inside the company, then it's legal. It's vile. It's absolutely vile what these people do.
He said what Sweet Baby Inc. has not done is show up at game studios and say, hey, we're making your game woke now, or else. Well, I mean, the jury's still out
you
on that
literally
whole...
ask someone else to do it for you.
The jury's out on that whole Black Myth Wukong situation. We still don't know whether that was real or not, but I mean... I don't necessarily
I don't know that it was
disbelieve
specifically real. I think that it was more... I think that it happened, but I don't think it was like Sweet Baby Inc. specifically that did it. You know what I mean?
It wasn't Sweet Baby.
Just some other consulting assholes, probably.
Basically, I think like what happened is like the general industry was saying, you have to get one of these consulting firms and you have to pay them all this money, and they just said no. I'm not sure where the $7 million figure came from. I think they kind of just pulled that out of their ass.
Yeah, that might have been a bit hyperbolic.
I do think that they were pressured. They tried to pressure them into using that kind of consulting firm specifically because it is a racket.
Yep. Sure as hell is. Okay, I think we're almost done here. Making your game. Sweet Baby is a work for hire company, like a lot of these other consultant companies are. Yeah, and they all need to die. People hire us to do the work. Blank studios come to Sweet Baby because they want help, because they want to make their game better, and definitely not because they need to get that ESG score up. Nope, surely isn't because of that.
Or to shift blame for their shit writing.
Or that.
Right.
He then bemoaned one of the most frustrating parts about the events over the last year and a half is just this incredible level of misunderstanding, both deliberate and assisted. It's not how it works. That's not what we do. We didn't put pride flags in Spider-Man 2. This has all been on the internet. It's all out there. We didn't make Saga Black and Alan Wake 2. That one I really did.
He's doing the thing I just talked about.
That one I really
He's doing the thing
don't.
I just talked about, where they keep talking.
Oh, they
about
tell you what
do.
they didn't do, but they won't tell you what they did.
They never tell you what they actually did do.
That's not what happens. He alleged.
This whole thing is it's like it's not how it works. That's not what we do. We didn't do this. We didn't do that. It's like, bitch, what did you do?
Right.
Like there's this thing called like if you go to like any like professional like actual professional businesses website, they'll have these things called project briefs. A lot of times they take the form of press releases, but it's basically just like a description of the work they did for projects.
Yeah.
It's just like we were there was an open bid process, because that's how legitimate business is done, by the way, through competitive bid processes.
Oh, that's too complicated.
And then, it's literally what I do for a living.
Sorry.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so they set out a formal bid process, and then they have to send in proposals, and then they do an evaluation process, and then they pick a winner, and then they work with the winner, and then they do the work, and then and that's what a project brief is. Is they say like, this was the budget, this was the client, this is the point of contact for said client, this was the time frame in which we did it in, and then this is like the scope of the work. This is how we executed on the work. These are special challenges that we overcame for the work, and we end up with a successful project in the end with everybody happy. That's a normal thing that you see in legitimate. Like you go onto go to any like manufacturing site. You know what I mean? They'll have these like press releases and stuff like that where they just talk about the projects that they're doing, like in not like super duper technical detail, but just like in press level detail, essentially. You know what I mean? And yet, Sweet Baby, you go to their website, at least formally, you can't even do this anymore. You can hover over a game and it would just say like a bullet point, like narrative structuring, character development.
Or
it's like,
whatever.
Motherfucker, what did you do? Like, tell us what the fuck. And again, the reason that they never tell us what they do, because if they told us what they actually did, then they could be held accountable for it.
Yep.
The whole thing is shady as fuck. It's not legitimate. Anyway,
I'm with that guy. What he said. No, you're good. From there, he stated, it fits into the sentiment that it can't possibly be true that these companies want to make their games more inclusive and more authentic. It has to be somebody forcing that onto them. Again, the whole ESG funding score, like, yeah, it kind of is being forced onto them. Well, not necessarily forced, but it's very heavily incentivized. So,
well, the thing is that they are right when they say that they don't have to take any of our advice, which is why I think the whole thing is just a bullshit cottage industry of useless people. Because that means that the company, all they have to do is pay Sweet Baby like a paltry sum of money to come in, bullshit a bunch of advice. They reject all of it and say that they check the box of hiring this consultant company to get the ESG discount, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah.
You know, so the product doesn't change in any way during the consultation process. Sweet Baby gets their fucking money that they're mandated to get through the ESG fund, requirements. And then the company gets to meet their requirements. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing is a sham. Are you muted? What's going on?
no,
I'm fine.
I'm reading this bit, and I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck is happening here?
His brain was rebooting.
Later on in the presentation, Belair admitted that she had indeed attempted to get a developer to race swap one of their characters from a stereotypical white Frenchman to a person of color. Wait, was this in the GDC talk? Oh my god,
Probably.
we should watch the whole thing. Holy shit.
Would she
No, listen.
would she consider it to be a stereotype for a Nigerian man to be black?
Probably.
Like, what the
Hey,
fuck?
No, Jake, listen. I once worked on a project where they had an all-white cast where they expressed their desire. Okay, we need to mix it up a bit. How about this character's like stereotypically French? So they have a beret and they have like a striped shirt. And I was like, okay, if you need to do that, can we at least make them a person of color? And they said, oh no, that would be weird. They're already French. So I want to do better than this, she asserted.
It would be weird. They're already.
But yeah,
French.
straight up admitting to the race swapping though.
Well, it's so
We're trying to get
strange.
somebody to race swap.
Well, it's also so strange that she says that it's stereotypically French because he's like got a baguette and he has like a striped shirt.
Beret, yeah.
But then she says that the answer to that is to race swap him and not change the baguette and the striped shirt.
Yeah.
The stereotype part.
Yeah, it's like because the only solution she has is just more browns. You know, that's
this bit.
Just add some more melanin and it all works out.
Again, it's just like why? It's like what the answer. Like why hire this company when the only answer they have is more browns? You're just gonna pay her to tell you more browns. You know, it's like you don't. I'm sorry, but you don't need to. If you already know that that's what the answer is going to be going in, then why bother hiring them in the first place? Like,
it's
people just suck at their job.
Yeah. It's the dumbest shit possible, but. Here we are. This is it. This is what we're dealing with. But hey, they're on the way out. We just got to keep at it and get there. Yeah. Honestly, they're doing most of the work for us. So all we got to do is point. But
just remember, like, there's a lot of them. There's Sweet Baby Inc. Is a Gamer or Gamer X or something like that. And then there's another big one, Hit Detection, and Silver String Media is still out there, boys. Silver String Media is still out there. That's Anita Sarkeesian's.
Oh god, fuck. Ugh. Yeah.
So
keep an eye out. Head on a swivel. Alright, so with that I suppose we can just touch on the questions and then get ready to wrap this up, eh?
Let's do it.
NDA asks in a Nigerian accent.
What is a Nigerian accent?
The meme with the guy. Hang on, you'll get it in a second. Helmsman, why are you a furry?
Okay.
Yeah.
Why am I a furry?
He was born that way.
Man. Yeah, I was merely awakened.
Sorry. The potential inside.
I don't know, man.
There.
Like I guess I just followed the typical gates. You know, like first it was like Lola Bunny, and then it was Crystal Fox, and then Maid Marian, and you just go down the rabbit hole far enough, and you're just like, you know what? I dig.
I
this
am a
shit.
rabbit.
Yeah.
Pronouns are fur fem now.
No. I don't give a fuck what pronouns you use for me, because if you're using pronouns for me, then I'm not there to hear it.
You use pronouns to talk about somebody, not to somebody.
Yeah.
That's true. Fair enough. Oh, God. Next up, we got Animate Acumen. Hi, Jazz. I heard from announcements you are love right now. Yeah, I fucked up and did a typo when I was announcing the stream. My fucking bad. I put love instead of live. You know what? I am love. I am love. I am hate. I am fire, and I am lightning and thunder.
He is the
All
emotions.
Right? And black.
I'm the alpha and the omega.
Oh God.
Oh damn.
He's Morgan Freeman.
Actually, I absolutely am Morgan Freeman. I've been
It's a
Jazz the
little
whole
Sean
time.
Connery.
Really? I thought my Morgan Freeman's pretty good. Sean Connery's more of like the hunt for an October. You gotta get a good like the little bit of the fucking the SH sounds in there. There can be only one.
That's actually a really good one.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I feel like Morgan Freeman's just like a more like straight gravelly. You know, it's hard to try to explain how I actually like do the voices I do, but is what it is. At any rate, we can move on to the next one. Mr. E. Bear asks, how is gay? And don't ask me, ask BioWare. They don't.
Yeah,
Clearly,
that's my
their
question.
That's their
Definitely BioWare
expertise.
question.
After that is Electronic Angel asking, because Twitch is now anti-Semitic, what is the Eldritch opinion on the silly Semites of Sumeria?
They sound very silly.
I can't say I'm familiar with them, so
I have no idea what we're talking about here.
I don't know either. Silly
These
Semites of Sumeria.
these are biblical kingdoms here.
Okay, all right. I should probably read the Bible.
Actually,
at some point.
pre-biblical, I think.
I mean, I've read the Bible. It doesn't really help me here.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
Sumerians are like 3,000 plus years before the Bible. So
we'll do
Yeah,
some
well,
research
like-
and we'll circle back to this question next time Amorata comes on the stream.
Yeah, I'll totally remember this.
Mm.
Totally.
Absolutely. How are you all feeling living in the next 2016 with Gamergate and Trump?
The last Skyrim to come out is still Skyrim.
history is in fact cyclical.
It is indeed. I'm chilling, bro. I'm doing my own thing, living life.
Hey, you know
one
what?
day at a time.
I'm all for it. Honestly, I'm all for it.
I will say I find it really, really, really funny that a lot of like feminists on Twitter, like female feminists, not the male ones, are being like, you know what? Now they voted in Trump, we should just stop having sex with men.
That was always an option.
Yeah, it's like holy shit, the man hasn't even taken office yet and he's already like turning them back to like trad wife behavior. It's like, damn. the aura is unstoppable, clearly.
Who needed Project 2025? Just elect Trump. They'll do it themselves.
Well, my whole thing is like it's just like
his stand, Zawal has no weakness.
well, I think that number one, it's almost like we
fuck.
get like a do-over.
Mm-hmm.
So like we know, like we have a better idea of like what mistakes not to make,
Mhm.
and we're in a much better position, you know, because of like Elon owning Twitter, and a lot more people being like actually having an understanding of what's going on and shit like that.
John McCain is dead. Oh, sorry.
No, that's a plus too. But yeah, you have the Cheneys fucking endorsing Kamala, and they're like
Who thought that
you-
was a good idea?
it's
I need
insane
to
me.
meet the person who thought that was a good idea.
Yeah.
So I can slap them.
So I know. I think I'm cautiously optimistic about the future. Actually, I think we're in a
Yeah,
I think we have a lot more momentum this time.
Mhm.
And again, we know, like, especially like Trump. Like Trump said that he like his biggest mistake was basically trusting insiders, like inside, you know, to like help him and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And he surrounded himself with all the wrong people in his first term, and it bit him in the ass. And so
Mhm.
this time, that's why he formed like the coalition with basically a bunch of former Democrats like Tulsi, RFK Jr., Elon, all these people.
I'm putting
because
together a
basically-
team, probably the best team in history.
I mean,
For-
let's be real. It's a
for
really
politi-
good fucking team. Let's be real.
Yeah, no,
But,
for
He
sure.
actually employs Ron Paul. I will be.
Oh my God, do it, dude! Put
Yeah.
Elon with Ron Paul together and just.
If that
Make
really
him-
happens,
Oh my
But
God!
I-
But
my
the
level of
thing
trust
is-
in the government is nil. So
yeah,
Yeah, we'll
but-
see. Maybe
but
we'll start turning
that's
things
the thing.
around.
It's like, but he's already like made a tons of steps to not repeat that mistake.
Yep.
Using outsiders instead of insiders and stuff like that. So we'll see. But I
mean,
think
we can
we're-
all agree on one thing.
fuck the government.
Well, I mean,
Two
I
things.
suppose in general. But we're a lot better off than if Kamala's dumbass had gotten in office. So.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have
Oh.
one statement in that if you are this concerned, if you are so concerned about who the president is that you think it's going to ruin your life, and you don't know who runs your city, runs your county, or who runs your state legislature, then you need to refocus and get those three things under control, because there's only so much that those people can do.
And you need to you need to work on yourself and get yourself to a point where
You're
the
not such a
person-
bitch.
where
Yes,
you're
I
just
am.
not where your quality of life is not so damn dependent on whoever gets elected every 2 to 4 years.
Yes,
Mm.
That's the other thing.
Makes sense to me.
absolutely.
All right, so let's see. Jazz, since you didn't answer during your last... this is NDA, by the way. Since you didn't answer during your last stream, would you use Rappa's G-string as dental floss if given the opportunity? And why would you require her to still be wearing them? I'm sorry, NDA. NDA, I ain't got the freak like you do, all right? Like,
Who?
I'm just not
Rap?
freaky like that. Rappa from Star Rail. It's the
okay.
the ninja girl character. Hang on.
I have no clue about anything. The only Hoyoverse I have any exposure to is Zenless.
No, I got you. Man, there's
We
others.
didn't talk about Jessica Rabbit.
Yeah, but there's too many stories. We gotta wrap
That's
up.
okay.
Okay. But I'll
And
show
apparently
you.
he's got to show us this anime girl.
Yeah, just real quick. It's part of answering the questions. Images. Here we go. This one. This kind of Maury Calliope like they put in Star Rail. So I believe NDA was referring to this red bit here on the hip.
Yes, that would be her thong.
Yeah. But yeah, this is the character he's referring to. I might as well
That's
just
not
leave
going
this
to fit
out.
betwally your teeth unless you have a massive gap, just for the record.
Like, if you
I
have, like,
actually
one of those
kinda do.
Arnold Schwarzenegger gaps.
kinda do have a
You're going to need a
decent gap.
pretty big gap. No,
Yeah.
that's not. You're going to take out a tooth with that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, probably too much. Jazz is a good boy. I don't know about all that, but yeah, I'm just not that. NDA is on a whole other level of freak than
I
than
do
am, so.
like that short-lived late '90s style that some of the sluttier girls wore, where they would like have like thongs that like were like high cut, so they would like come up out of their shorts.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm okay with that.
I have
Maury
no
X-
opinion.
Maury X Jazz, are we gonna ship it? Hell, if I could ever get her on Share the Stage, I would love that, honestly. Or
Oh
is
my
Jazz
God.
not horse enough? I mean, I'm black, so maybe close enough. Possibly. Oh, fucking hell! All right, let's do the choosing of the title, shall we? Let me see.
Uh-oh.
How do I put the poll up? Here we go. Okay, so we've got a few options.
Let me look up. Hang on. Well, yeah, keep going, but I'm gonna.
He's going to go find himself a pair of short shorts with thongs hanging out.
Oh God. Ugh.
No. I'm looking to see if there's any other videos with the word "troon" in it.
Mhm.
It looks like there is. Apparently, there's a golf course called the Royal Troon Golf Club.
Somehow, I don't think you're going to get away with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that needs to be scrubbed because unless it's the Royal Troon Golf Club, I think
And
you're
then people
SOL.
are going to find this and be really confused when they're looking for that golf club.
Yeah. You know, a bunch of old white dudes in here, like rich old white dudes. Like, huh?
The fuck am I looking at?
All right.
Who's this fucking Cthulhu? This,
Why is this black man on my screen?
yeah.
Damn. Why can't I
Who's this
just be a
colored
man
young-
who happens
who's this
to be
colored
black?
young man?
Jesus Christ.
That is a handsome boy.
Era the whale tails were peak. Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, the
Appreciate
whale
that,
tail. Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know. Like I went to high school in the late '90s, so that was like you know. Obviously, that's just gonna imprint on my like preferences.
I was a young woman in the late 90s, so I do not recall this.
Yeah, I graduated high school in 2001.
I see. I graduated in 2000. I didn't pay attention to women's asses in that way.
Mhm.
I did.
That would make sense.
Any more questions?
Hang on.
No, he's gathering our.
Oh, he's doing the title. Okay.
All right, so here's what we're gonna go with. So Amorata to end women's suffrage is definitely making it in there as an option. Veilguard suffers the Tash tax. I believe we can keep that one in. And I just made up this one on the spot, but I think it fits for that last conversation we had. Bloodied and beaten, never stopped.
Yeah.
That works, but it doesn't have any search keywords in it.
Yeah.
Like you always gotta think about search keywords.
Well, I mean, I guess, but it's like we never really concerned ourselves with that in terms of like doing the podcast title, so it's like, eh. Besides, I feel like one of these first two is probably going to win, to be honest. I feel like it's probably going to be one of these first two. I just put it in to fill out the options.
I will not vote, but if I were to vote, I would go for Veilguard suffers the Tash tax.
I think that sounds that's where my vote would be as well if I was to vote.
All right, well, I'm going to start the poll. We'll have it go for a minute, and we'll see how everyone feels. But while we're getting that, how about you guys tell chat about yourselves and the shit that you do and the places they can find you?
I am Helmsman, but my channel is called Welcome to the Foxhole, where I do adventure gaming, and I also have it's kind of like a sister podcast to this show, honestly. Every Saturday, I do a podcast that covers like global news as well as pop culture news. And you can find me at Welcome to the Foxhole here on YouTube, or you can find me at Wander Helmsman on Twitter.
Very cool. Also, chat, don't forget to vote. Gotta vote, chat. Right now, Amorata's gonna be slandered on in an immortal title of the.
I wouldn't call it slander. I mean, it's true.
Oh, well, never mind. Never mind.
At Amorata. To end women's suffrage.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yes, please.
Your turn.
Okay. I am Horror Amorata. You can find me on my Abysmal Critic channel, where I put out one video 6 days a week about video game news. Generally, just whatever I find that strikes my interest, and then I say whatever in the world I think. That could be good, that could be bad, depending on the day. Thank God the Veilguard news is about winding up, because I am getting a little depressed.
You and me both.
And sometimes you can find me. I have another channel. It's actually just called Horror Amorata, where I stream. Generally 7 Days to Die, and sometimes we do a D&D 3.5 game that we've been playing, me and some friends. That's about it.
Is it 3.5 advanced?
Oh, you can also find me on Twitter at Amorata.
Of course. Good shit. Please do follow both of them, chat.
3.5 is the best.
Please go check them both out if you would. We gotta show support to the homies. As for myself, I'm still doing a lot of overtime, but I am doing a few streams here and there. I'm still trying to get a little more traction on that Zenless sponsorship, which I think is still going for like 7 more days, something like that. But yeah, you see a little Hoyoverse streaming. Hopefully I'll be able to get back to Share the Stage sometime soon, which is my karaoke collab series, for those who don't know. I used to be doing that every other week, but again, with all the overtime, it's just been kind of hard to schedule stuff. But hopefully I'll get back to that soon. I should be done with overtime soonish. Maybe another couple of weeks.
Yay.
Something like that. But yeah, you can find me on Digital Soul Spark here on YouTube and on Twitch. For a time being, at least. I don't know how much longer I'll stay there, but, you know, that's what it is. But yeah, that's just about it. And with that, Veilguard Suffrage Hashtag's got a vote, but it looks like Amorata to end women's suffrage is still the winner. I think that one took it.
All right.
Damn,
That's
chat.
fine. People
It's
can know the
ruthless.
truth. They need to know the truth.
Fair enough. Amorata to end women's suffrage has prevailed over the others.
I mean, it's just an eldritch horror. What else do you expect?
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, realistically, if it was up to me, no one would vote. So I'm
Yeah.
fine with that.
Oh, goodness.
If I have to start with the women first, okay.
All right, y'all. But yeah, with that, we're pretty much ready to wrap it on up. So again, thank you guys all so much for coming and hanging out on the podcast. Love having you here. Please do tell your friends, give it a like. You know, we're trying to hit that 500. We're pretty damn close, but we need your help. So please do everything you can to help boost the podcast. I would appreciate it as always. And so would Rosa, who is on vacation right now, but she'll be back next week. So look forward to that. I believe it'll just be me, her, and Asta that week. I don't think we're doing... Yeah, because... Yeah, Amorata was our guest this week. This is a guest week, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it? I don't. Fuck. I should probably. I gotta talk to Rose about that.
Well,
but
I'm
yeah,
here, so I'm going to go with yes. It was the guest week.
yes. You know what? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but yeah, with that, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, guys. So make sure to go take care of yourselves, get some rest, get some food and some water, all that good shit, and we'll see you next week on Wednesday, same time, same place. Until then, take care of yourselves. Later.
Bye.
Hey, chat.